All right, hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is the hidden power of doing nothing. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is first the overview itself, then the clutter problem, the purge ritual, the new input, the review, and your action items for the day or the next few days. So without further ado, let's get started and talk about the clutter problem. So most people operate with a mind that's basically carrying more than it can handle. The weight builds slowly, and you wake up already thinking about unfinished tasks, old messages, and some loose plans for the week. And as the day goes on, more gets added, and the next day, some more. And after a while, your mind starts to feel crowded, and even basic decisions take more effort than they actually should. And you don't really always notice this buildup is actually happening, but you feel the effects. You lose focus more quickly. You jump between tasks without finishing them. You feel a mild strain that sits in the background of everything you do and is the signal that your mind is holding too much. When the mind stays in this state, new goals don't stick. You don't have the motivation to chase them. New habits fade away pretty quickly, and you basically try to force progress, but the system is already at capacity. There's literally no room for direction, and you're trying to move forward with a mind that's running out of space. It's almost like your computer is full, completely full in terms of its hard drive, and you try to cram more in there. It's just not going to happen. And at the very least, your computer is just going to be running pretty slowly. So if you want to shift your internal state, you need space. You don't get clarity by adding more thoughts or more pressure. You get it by removing what's sitting in the way. Space gives you the ability to hold one clear instruction without your attention really collapsing under a bunch of different competing demands. So doing nothing is really the first step towards creating that space. You need to stop filling every moment and stop reacting to every stimulus. And when that noise drops, you can choose what to focus on instead of being pulled around. So your mind can get crowded without you even really realizing it. And before long, your inner world will start to feel overfilled. And you will keep adding new thoughts on top of old ones, and unfinished ideas will start piling up. And you're basically holding on to so much that you don't even notice how tightly you're actually gripping everything. And after a while, that noise will become so constant that it starts to feel like this is your life, like it's normal. You're just thinking all the time, but none of these thoughts actually go anywhere. They just stack up layer after layer, and they don't move you forward in any direction at all. And once those layers get thick enough, even simple tasks will start to feel harder than they actually should. There's no breathing room between your thoughts. Nothing fresh can actually land because there's simply no space for it. There's no space for any new ideas or any way to basically move forward in your life. And when your mind fills up like this, thinking becomes less like a smooth process and more like trying to move around in a room where furniture has been pushed too close together. You're just going to basically keep bumping into things all the time, and you'll lose track of what you came in for. And even a simple idea will start to feel like it requires a ton of effort because it has to push through everything you're already carrying. And since you're juggling so much internally, the quality of your attention will also drop, and the quality of your focus, and the signal in general will get weaker. And that's when people start losing interest in things that they used to really care about, or find themselves stuck basically staring at a screen without knowing what they were supposed to be doing in the first place. And it's just so many thoughts at the same time that you just freeze. And this is also when a lot of people start to call themselves burned out, when in reality it's just that they're holding so much in their mind and in their thoughts that of course they're going to feel burned out. Of course they're going to feel like they can't move in any direction. Of course they're going to feel like everything is too much. So the more the clutter builds, the more your focus breaks apart into very scattered pieces, and you start shifting your attention before you've finished anything. You open tabs that stay open for days, and you write notes that you don't return to. You set some goals that you never look at again. And each shift takes a little bit of strength. And actually, science has proven this. Anytime you shift your attention from one thing to the other, you lose a little bit of energy. And this is oversimplified, but that's a topic for a different day. And the cumulative effect is that by the time you want to do something that's actually meaningful, you're already tired. And it's like you're running small errands in your brain and in your mind all day long, and then you wonder why you can't really focus or why you can't move forward. And that mental clutter will create a heaviness essentially that settles into your thoughts and makes even the simple tasks you need to get done feel like these humongous projects. And you'll notice this on days when everything feels slightly slower or when even choosing a next step feels like work. Your mind essentially has to sift through too much noise before it finds a direction. And when it takes that long to locate a clear point of focus, you begin avoiding tasks altogether. As I said, you start freezing, you start, or flying. It's not flying, but basically escaping it. So it's either fight, flight, or freeze. And it's less that you're unwilling and more that you feel weighed down before you even begin. And so when you're so stressed out, when there's so much going on in your mind, basically the same kind of hormone shows up as when you're actually afraid of something, as if a tiger has shown up in front of you. You're either gonna fight, flight, or freeze. And you're doing this to yourself essentially in today's world, because most of us are not surrounded by any dangerous animals that can actually, attack us. I don't want to say the other word, but you get the gist here. So this constant load will just drain you steadily, and every open loop will take a tiny piece of your energy to hold in place. And one by one, they don't necessarily seem like much, but then they accumulate, and that drain will start becoming obvious. And you'll feel it when you wake up already tired, or when you can't really fully concentrate or focus on anything, no matter how hard you try. The body responds to mental clutter the same way it responds to physical clutter. It tightens up, your thinking basically narrows, and you use more effort for less work. And by the end of the day, you're spent without even having created anything of substance, anything of value, without actually doing anything. And the mind tends to collect residue from these unresolved things. A decision you haven't made, or a message you avoided answering, an errand you've been putting off for a while. Each one of those stays active somewhere in the background, like an open tab in a different window. And you may not be thinking about them consciously, but they still remain there, and they drain basically your RAM, in the RAM of your brain, essentially. And when there are enough of these open loops, they glue themselves together and they create this general sense of unease. So you don't always know what you're carrying. You just basically feel that you're carrying something. And when your mind is cluttered, your perception starts bending as well. You might interpret basically neutral situations through a lens of agitation and of anger. You might assume that pressure. You might assume that there's pressure where none of it actually exists, and simple requests will start to feel demanding, and just ordinary days in general will start to feel strangely full, and generally you would feel like you can't actually take on life. And a cluttered mind doesn't really perceive reality clearly. It absorbs everything as additional weight, as additional load to everything that you're already carrying. And after a while, this will shape the way you experience the world. The external begins to basically feel heavier and more dangerous because the internal is. And so the noise becomes a kind of a invisible fog. And this is also what people mean when they say that they have this mental fog. You can think, but the thinking isn't necessarily sharp. Ideas arrive, but they don't stay long enough to develop. And your intuition basically gets quiet. You sense that there's something underneath the agitation, but you don't really quite reach it. And it's similar to hearing someone talking through a wall in the other room. There's sound, but the message doesn't really land. You can't really hear it. And you end up living in reaction to whatever's loudest in your head instead of responding to what matters. And that clutter flattens the depth of your thinking. You lose the sense of that inner spaciousness that allows for insight or creativity or even just direction. And you begin to operate on the surface of things because that's all there's actually room for. And when everything inside you feels compressed, nothing can really expand. So a cluttered mind thickens in a way that makes reflection difficult as well. You're thinking all day, but you're rarely reaching a real conclusion to anything. You're planning constantly, but you're rarely starting. Or you start, but you rarely finish. And you're dreaming occasionally, but never grounding the dream. And there's no room for the idea to open and unfold because the mind keeps circling around the noise instead of the signal. And this creates a kind of stagnation where nothing really moves forward, even though you feel like you're mentally active all the time and maybe even physically. And the most concerning part is how easily this state drowns out the quiet voice inside you that usually guides your direction. And as the load increases, your system just shifts gradually into a low level crisis mode, essentially. You respond to small things with quick emotional spikes. You get irritated faster. You lose patience sooner. Your energy feels thin and stretched. And there's a steady hum of basically internal fatigue, like a fan in the background. And because this becomes familiar, you begin treating it as your baseline when it's actually just a sign of cognitive excess. So your sense of preference, desire, and inner alignment actually starts to get quieter, and you stop hearing what you actually want. You start defaulting to basically whatever's easiest or whatever's yelling for your attention in the current moment, and you have no time to actually think about the future or plan for it. And when the inner signal fades, it becomes incredibly difficult to shift into a new phase of life because you've lost the clarity you need to choose it. And this is the moment where doing nothing begins making sense, right? Emptiness doesn't require any effort. It doesn't demand any focus or productivity. It removes instead of adding. And when you create even a little bit of that emptiness and quietness, the pressure inside your mind will start to soften and your thoughts will start to settle. And you see more clearly what was clutter and what was real. And once the space clears and once that space actually appears, you finally have room for a new reality to really take shape. And this is what we're going to be covering in the next section, is basically clearing out the excess so that the mind can breathe again. So let's talk about the Purge Ritual. So clearing your mind really starts in a pretty simple way. You basically just sit with yourself in silence for long enough to notice all the thoughts and unfinished tasks or unfinished open loops start boiling up. And believe me, if you really turn off all stimuli and just sit there, things will start coming to the surface and you will start feeling this urgency and pressure. And that's what you're looking for. You want that urgency and pressure to come up. And why? Because we're going to use it in just a bit. So most people don't stop long enough to actually see that and to actually allow themselves to feel that urgency and pressure, which is why it builds up so easily and why it's constantly building up in the background. Once you catch it though, once you actually pay attention to it and stop yourself for a moment to actually notice it, you can finally do something about it. It's a slow removal of pressure. You're lowering the volume in your head so that the important things can actually stand out again. And I mean that in a very literal sense. When you clear some space in your head, and when you quiet down for a bit, your thinking becomes clearer. Your attention doesn't scatter as much, and the weight you're carrying internally becomes far easier to manage. But you need to stop for a moment to actually notice that and stop adding things. So just take a day. It could be a Sunday. A lot of people say that some of the things I say are not applicable to people working a 9 to 5, which obviously that's a discussion for another day. But you can take any day off and just take a moment and sit down and be quiet for a moment and notice all the pressure and all the urgency and all the unfinished open loops and tasks and open doors that you've left basically from running around mentally, but also physically. Let them come up. And once you've done that, the way you start clearing that space, the way you actually move forward and move in a direction is writing things down. It's pretty simple. And yes, it feels almost too simple, but it works every time. And I think everybody could do this. So you're taking whatever's been looping in your head and giving it a physical place to sit. No structure, no filtering or censoring, just a clean unload, basically a mental dump, essentially. So a brain dump. So you'll see that if you start doing this, your thoughts will stop bouncing around once they land on paper. And once you actually have to write them down as you're thinking them. And it's surprising how much tension will start to disappear when you're not holding everything in your working memory. You can see what you're dealing with rather than carrying it by instinct and memory. And when you write down everything without trying to fix anything, you get a clearer picture of what's actually running in the background. And some of it will look trivial once you see it written out. Some of it will remind you that you've been dragging certain tasks for way too long. Either way, the pressure will drop. And there's a moment where you will feel your mind not pressing forward so hard. And once you start doing it, you'll almost physically feel the mental unload or mental load finally easing up, right? And I personally try to have as little as possible in my memory. I don't want to remember things. I don't want to have to remember things. So everything is written down either in Notion or in my reminders app on my phone, which actually also reminds me to put everything from there in Notion. So anytime I actually put down something in the reminders app of my phone, I also set a reminder to put those things in my Notion, especially if they're not some smaller tasks that I can get done in 5 minutes. So once you have a centralized place for all of these thoughts and all of these random tasks in your head, and you actually start actively putting and organizing everything in there, you'll be free from overthinking, and you'll be free from the overthinking that you have subjected yourself to for so long. And I'm not saying you should use Notion or anything like that for that matter. It has worked great for me, but you can use whatever basically works for you. The system you use is not that important, or how you organize the things, as long as you organize them and put them in somewhere that works for you, essentially. And what I'm saying is that you can't really figure out ways to move your life forward. You can't actually really think about the future and plan for the future if your brain is constantly busy with remembering trivial tasks and errands that you haven't done from 3 weeks ago. You're just constantly in catching up mode, essentially. You'll never be able to really look to the future, plan for the future, and actually take action for your future self now, because you're constantly catching up with tasks and things you're doing from the past, because you're constantly trying to remember everything. Now, after the writing itself, silence works as a second clearing tool. So even a few minutes of it can reset your mind. You step away from the noise, away from your screens, away from things that basically ask for your attention. And honestly, it will feel very odd at first. You're most likely used to constant input. And I'm not blaming you for it. Most people are addicted to constant input. It's a way to escape as well. We have to remember that. So once you sit in silence for a bit, you'll notice the internal pace slowing down, and you're not being pulled in every direction because you're sitting in that quiet, and you've unloaded everything in your head, and now you're just sitting there. And what you're doing is basically you're giving your brain the first real break it's had all day, or maybe all month for that matter. And in that silence, your thoughts will start spreading out instead of clumping together. And you don't have to make them really do anything. They settle on their own once the constant stimulus stops. Once you stop constantly putting things in your brain, it's a very simple effect, but it matters. You can think straighter, you can see what's useful, you can see what's just noise, you can see what's not useful, what you need to just leave behind. And even better, you can see what you don't actually have to finish. And it feels less like wrestling with your mind and more like working with a system that finally has some room to breathe. And the next step is actually reducing how much stimulation you take in each day by default. So once you've unloaded everything, once you've sat in silence, once you've basically prioritized things and organized things and seen what actually matters and what doesn't and what can be left behind, then the next step is really reducing how much stimulation you take in each day by default so that it doesn't repeat again. So most people don't realize how much they're actually consuming until they try cutting back. Every random scroll or errand adds mental load. And when there are dozens of those moments that are stacked together, your mind ends up stretched thin, right? So reducing stimulation is incredibly effective because you're essentially lowering the baseline noise level so that your mind can actually function without straining all the time. So there's a few ways you can do that. The first one is taking a short digital fast, or a digital detox is how some people call it. And it does more than most people expect. And I'm not saying you need a long break of a week or something like that. Just a few hours every day without any social media or constant notifications is really already enough to create a noticeable change. And you're no longer reacting every few minutes because of that, because you're taking a break. And your attention will will learn to, or you will learn to keep your attention in one place. You will learn to not be checking your phone every 5 minutes. And better yet, never turn these notifications back on. You're not going to really miss out on anything important. And if somebody really wants to talk to you, they can always call you. Remember that at the end of the day, we have phones for a reason. People can just call you if something is really urgent. So after a brief fast, you might notice that your mind feels less crowded and your thoughts don't push against each other the way they did before. And there's enough space for them to actually form without pressure, without that urgency and that pressure of needing to do stuff. And another way to do this is through a content diet. Now, I do this by default at this point, and it works by basically limiting your input to a small set of intentional sources. So you're intentionally choosing specific people and specific topics and specific formats, and everything else gets cut. So this will create a controlled information environment, basically, where your mind only absorbs what supports your current direction. And you can start by listing 3 to 5 creators or sources whose work consistently aligns with where you're headed, right? And these should be people who help you think more clearly, not people who simply entertain or distract you. So, of course, there is a moment and time for entertainment. However, that should not be clumped together with the content that you're consuming to help you in moving forward in your direction. So once you have your list, commit to consuming only from those sources for the next few weeks or a week. And you can also try setting clear boundaries around the type of content itself. So if you're focusing on building a skill, try to consume only instructional or applied content. And if you're working on mindset, stick to philosophy or reflective writing or philosophy books. If you've spent the last few years consuming random content, your mind will really benefit from some concentrated input that points in one direction. And you'll also master subjects way faster that way. If you, for example, set this month as a philosophy month and all you do is literally read philosophy books and watch philosophy related content, whether that's videos or documentaries or whatever, you're going to master you're not necessarily going to master the subject of philosophy itself, but you're going to be way further than most people are on the subject. And I'm not going to lie, the restraint will most likely feel very uncomfortable at first because you're used to watching basically anything that grabs your attention, and now you're not doing it anymore. One thing you could also try is just literally watching just lectures for a month straight. And this will lectures and books only, and this will rewire your mindset. Now, it's going to feel uncomfortable because it's basically like a nutritional diet, but for the content you actually consume, not for the food you consume. So you'll feel the pull to check other channels or explore unrelated topics. And that pull is really part of the clutter you're trying to remove. Each time you resist it, you're training your attention to stay narrow and strong. And the discomfort will fade quickly once your mind actually adjusts to the reduced input. Over a few weeks, you will not want to necessarily check these videos as much. So the next step here is also physical clearing or clearing your environment around you or where you spend the most time. Now, if you're going to an office, clear your office, clear your desk at least. You can always clean that up. If you work from home, then clean up the room you're working from. Clean up everything, in fact, in your home. Just try to clear everything around you so that everything is clean and tidy. Because at the end of the day, a clean desk, a cleaned out corner, a cleaned out room, or even just an organized bag, like literally organizing your gym bag, for example, changes how your mind operates. You're really reducing the number of things that are asking for your attention. And it doesn't fix everything, but it definitely removes a layer of friction that you didn't realize was there, right? That you didn't necessarily realize is crowding your mind and crowding your thoughts. And you get a cleaner visual field, and in a way, a cleaner internal one as well. Because the lightness that follows feels very steady. Once you clean out a room, once you clear out your space in general, your desk, whatever it is, you'll feel this lightness. And it's a steady feeling, essentially. Your attention feels less pulled. You can look at one thing without your mind drifting towards everything else in the room. And this kind of environmental clearing will help you far more than most people assume. Now, next up are your emotions. And this is one subject that I don't think a lot of people talk about, but emotional residue also needs clearing. Now, a lot of people live they have a life where they haven't closed open loops with people around them, with the relationships they have. They have these open loops always in the background, things that they didn't discuss, conversations that they started and never finished. It's the leftover tension from things you haven't dealt with. And it might be irritation from a conversation or some kind of a worry you didn't want to examine. All these small emotional weights sit in the mind and take up real space. This is why actually a lot of people want closure after a relationship ends, if they didn't get the closure. It's because that weight stays in their mind. And it obviously prevents them from moving forward. Now, I'm not saying you have to analyze every emotion deeply. In fact, quite the opposite, I would say. But you should give them a brief moment of acknowledgement so that they stop circling back, right? This doesn't mean indulging the emotion, as I said. You're simply noticing it without really pushing it away, without suppressing it. It's just a short moment of honesty. And it looks pretty simple. For example, if you feel angry, literally, mentally, in your thoughts, admit to yourself that you feel angry. If you feel sad, literally just admit to yourself in your thoughts. You don't have to share it with anyone, but just admit to yourself that you feel sad. And once you see it, or in other words, once you notice the emotion usually loses its intensity because you've given it some space, right? You can imagine it almost as something that wants to be heard. The moment you hear it, the moment you acknowledge that it's trying to say something to you, it feels heard. And that's it. It quiets down, right? It no longer holds the same grip because you're not resisting it anymore. You're not trying to suppress it. You're not trying to push it away. And the internal resistance will start to drop, and you'll get back a bit of clarity that you didn't even realize you had lost because of it. And after that purge, the change can be pretty noticeable. Your thinking will get clearer. Your attention is more stable. The noise in your mind will drop far enough for you to actually be able to be aware and hear your thoughts again. And this is the environment where new ideas can actually take root and new patterns can actually form. And that emptiness is useful only if you fill it with something deliberate. So the next section will focus on how to choose that single input, because it will become the anchor for the reality you build next, right? So let's talk about the new input. Now, once you've cleared enough space, your mind becomes much easier to work with. And there's less noise, there's fewer stray thoughts pulling at you, and a stronger sense of internal quiet. And this is where a single clear instruction makes a real difference. So the mind likes direction. And when you give it one simple command, it tends to shape everything around that command without much resistance. And the key here is really choosing something specific enough to guide you, but simple enough that it doesn't create new clutter, right? A clean mind can hold one idea with surprising strength, but if you give it a complex kind of goal, then it will most likely go back to trying to escape and trying to basically suppress it or not focus on that, because it's just more than it can actually handle in the moment. So you start by actually choosing one thing or one thought that actually matters, and it doesn't need to have layers of meaning. It doesn't need to be complex. Just a simple directive will keep your attention steady through the day. And it can be a phrase. It can be a goal for the day. It could be a mantra. It could be just a maxim or a principle you want to operate from. This single idea becomes your anchor, right? And because you have reduced the internal noise, the anchor sits in your awareness without you having to force it there. And to do this, you just ask yourself what direction you want to lean towards right now or today. And when the idea feels clean and uncomplicated, that's a good sign. If you feel some kind of tension or confusion around it, it's probably too complex. So a simple directive tends to hold best. Now, one example is a domino goal. And a domino goal is the one outcome that, if you achieve it right now or today, knocks down several other goals at once, or at least makes the others a bit irrelevant. And so it's the priority that essentially carries the most weight. It gives your mind one clear target instead of spreading your attention across many small ones. So once you've chosen your idea, you basically reinforce it by bringing it back into focus at steady intervals. And you return to the idea whenever you get distracted. And you can do this either casually, by every time you notice it, by being slightly more aware of the moment, because the mind at the end of the day learns through simple, consistent reminders. And because all that mental clutter is gone, those reminders will now work a lot better. Or a straightforward way to just take control of this process and not leave it up to your awareness is to just write down your current dominant goal 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening. Now, it doesn't take long, but you're basically training your mind to hold one direction. And the writing will act as a reset each time. So in the morning, you write down your dominant goal. It sets the tone for the day. At noon, you write down your dominant goal. It basically brings you back on track when the day starts to pull you in different directions. And in the evening, you close the loop, essentially. You just remind yourself of the dominant goal you're working towards right now. Now, after a short period of repetition, the idea will begin holding its own place. You won't have to necessarily hold it in your thoughts all the time or write it down all the time. It's still beneficial if you do so, but you'll notice it showing up in your thoughts without any effort on your side. And you'll start making choices that essentially line up with it without having to think too hard. And the idea will become a filter your mind uses automatically. It's a pretty quiet shift, yet it changes the way you move through your day and through your weeks or months. You're no longer reminding yourself of the direction. It's just constantly there. The mind has accepted it as the baseline. This is what it's working towards. And you can do this with any goal. Once you achieve the domino goal, obviously you can set another one and do the same thing. And with enough repetition, the idea will start to settle deeper. It stops feeling like something external you're trying to remember. It becomes part of your internal language. And the mind starts shaping your habits and attention around it, right? And this integration happens when the idea is simple enough and repeated enough. So you'll notice you don't hesitate or procrastinate as much, and you'll get distracted less often. And you'll act in ways that match the idea or the goal before you even think about it. And the mind prefers consistency and frequency. It doesn't always prefer intensity, right? Because you could intensely repeat the same thing for a week. But whenever, and this is the same when we're talking about the gym, you can't be super consistent. You can't work out every day or frequent, and at the same time have the highest intensity possible. So you can't necessarily do PRs every day on the same muscle group, right? The same way with your brain or with your mind. The mind prefers consistency and frequency rather than repeating something for a week as much as possible and then forgetting about it. So when you give it one direction and you remind of it basically here and there over a longer period of time, it will hold that direction without much effort. And as the idea stabilizes, you'll feel less internal noise around it. You check it less. You don't need to write it down as much. You correct yourself less. It becomes a fixed point in your awareness, and it becomes almost like what breath is during meditation. So it becomes basically a focus point to bring you back to the here and now, right? Just like you focus on your breath when you meditate. Every time your thoughts start scattering, you just refocus on your breath. And once the idea is embedded, you will start to act on it consistently without necessarily putting in more effort than usual. One action in line with the idea is just enough to start really creating a visible change. And a clear mind is really a multiplier. It amplifies the force of a simple action. And each aligned step reinforces the internal signal and makes the next one easier. And each time you act in line with the idea, you anchor it deeper, and the mind connects the internal instruction with the real action, with the external action. And it treats the idea as a working part of your identity rather than some kind of a loose intention. And this will create a loop where your thoughts and actions start to feed each other, and your intentions too. And that's also when confidence increases, because what you think, what you intend to do, and what you do are all in line. And with that comes progress. The idea starts shaping what you notice, what you choose and what you ignore, and you catch opportunities that match it. And you skip distractions that pull away from it. And this is what focus is keeping an idea or a goal in your head and reminding yourself of it and acting on it for long enough. And that way, your mind isn't overloaded. It's focusing on the one thing. And it has the space and the clarity to follow one direction and follow it well and actually achieve. And you'll achieve way more this way. A lot of people think that if they just set 20 goals, they're going to achieve them all and all of that. And they can work on 20 goals at the same. It doesn't work, guys. Just focus on one thing, complete it, go to the next thing, essentially. Just monotasking. Now, once the idea holds, the vacuum you created becomes a tool instead of a temporary state. And you're working with a mind that's now clear, it's steady, and it's responsive. And you've given it one clean signal, and you've reinforced it through repetition, and now you've grounded it through action afterwards. So with that being said, let's go over the review. We talked about the overview. We went over the clutter problem, the purge ritual, the new input, the review, and finally your action items for the day or the next few days. First, set a 5-minute timer today and unload every loose thought and every loose task onto paper, every open loop. And don't organize it, don't fix anything at first. You're just reducing that internal load so that your mind has room to work again. And then identify a domino goal, pick the one outcome that would make the rest of your responsibilities lighter, and then write it down 3 times today, morning, noon, and evening. Or if it's too late, if you're watching this in the evening, then just start from tomorrow. Or start now, basically just write the evening one. And let the domino goal guide one small action before the day ends. Nothing large, just one step that aligns with the direction you chose. And this will anchor the new input, and it will also begin to shift the environment around you. With that being said, I hope you found this video valuable. If you did, let me know in the comments. Give this video a like, subscribe to the channel for more. If you want to work with me personally, especially if you're an entrepreneur, creator, or professional, then make sure to book a call from the second link in the description. And if you want this training and the document of this training, then make sure to join the free community from the first link in the description. Once again, thank you for being here, and I'm going to see you in the next one. All right, hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is the 1-hour law of power and how to build a learner's life. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be discussing more specifically is the hidden equation of intelligence, the physics of insight, the learner's life and the knowledge economy, the law of compounding wisdom, designing the day for insight, becoming an intelligent system, the review, and your action items for the day or the next few days. So without further ado, let's just get started and talk about the hidden equation of intelligence. So every living thing survives through balance between the noise outside and the order that's inside. Every system that lives, whether it's a cell, a forest, a mind, or a civilization, faces one single challenge. It must stay adaptable enough to be able to handle whatever the world throws at it. Now, that's the basic idea behind a mental model from cybernetics called the law of requisite variety. It was first described by William Ross Ashby, who was a British psychiatrist that basically turned into a systems theorist who noticed that no matter what kind of system you study, whether it's biological, mechanical, or social, it basically follows the same hidden law of survival. The law says a system can only remain stable if its internal complexity matches the complexity of its environment. So if the world grows more unpredictable, the system must grow more intelligent in order to keep up. Now, you can also look at it this way. A thermostat, for example, has 2 settings, on and off. And it can manage a room because the problem it solves is very simple. But a rainforest has millions of interlocking organisms, each influencing and adapting to the others because the climate, the predators, and the conditions are wildly complex. So the rainforest survives because it has enough internal variety to mirror the complexity around it. That means that every system must build range within itself. New pathways, new strategies, new feedback loops. It has to be able to do that to respond to the shifting patterns of the world. If it fails to do that, it decays. So you'll notice that this is the same in your life. When your inner world stays simpler than your outer world, life will kind of start to overwhelm you, especially as you grow up. When your mind becomes complex enough to understand and adjust to reality, life will start bending around you instead of against you. Now, you can also imagine this principle applied to the entire human history in a way. Every leap in evolution happened because a living system became more complex than the challenge before it. So when the oceans changed, gills evolved. When the land changed, lungs appeared. When the world of survival grew too unpredictable, consciousness itself emerged. Each stage of life created more internal variety to basically deal with more external chaos. And this is the same hidden process that basically drives personal evolution. Every time you learn something new, every time you stretch your mind across a new domain, you're basically increasing your own variety, your ability to meet complexity with understanding. Now, learning will literally expand the number of patterns that your brain can actually hold. It will make your inner system richer, more flexible, more complex, and more capable of seeing connections that others miss. And the result will be a kind of a mental resilience. You'll start anticipating problems before they actually appear, and you'll start seeing options before others know they exist. And you're going to be able to see through walls and have that seemingly superhuman X-ray vision. Now, when you take this principle seriously, you'll also see that learning isn't just personal improvement. It's the mechanism of survival itself. The people who stay curious will always keep evolving. Those who stop will start fossilizing. And so you can picture the human mind as a living ecosystem. In the beginning, it's really a small garden, predictable, easy to manage, but it's fragile and vulnerable when basically the weather changes. The more you expose it to new knowledge, new experiences, and new perspectives, the more biodiversity it gains. It will start generating its own weather systems of thought, its own forms of life. Ideas will start cross-pollinating and insights will start feeding off of each other, and old assumptions will start decomposing into new soil. And that's the real magic of requisite variety. A mind that basically contains multitudes will always outlast chaos. Now, each book you read, each field you explore, each mistake you learn from will basically act like a new species that's entering into your inner ecosystem. The more diversity you build, the stronger the system gets. So when one branch of knowledge breaks, another will fill the gap. When one strategy fails, a dozen others will replace it and be ready to emerge. And soon the parts will basically start feeding each other in ways you never planned. Philosophy will help you in business. Psychology will sharpen your writing. Biology will basically shape how you think about relationships. And that cross-pollination will turn you into something rare. A generalist with depth, a system that basically grows stronger through exposure. Now the key is movement. Keep your internal variety expanding faster than the complexity outside of you. And you'll never fall behind the pace of change and the pace of life. Now, you can look around at the age we live in. The external world has never been more complex. Technology basically evolves by the hour, culture shifts by the minute, and information multiplies faster than any single brain can actually process. The average person faces more novelty in 1 week than their ancestors faced in a decade. So the law of requisite variety guarantees that those who refuse to expand their internal variety, those who stop learning, essentially, will get swept away by the current. The world will reward thinkers who learn faster than it changes, or at least at the same pace. And that's the new definition of intelligence, adapting in real time. Every new skill you learn will basically act as an internal upgrade, increasing your capacity to absorb change instead of resist it. So you'll start experiencing the modern world differently. Change will stop feeling like a threat and start feeling like fuel. And you see a lot of, especially from the older generations, people that fear change. And the reason for that is that their internal complexity or their internal variety hasn't started matching, or is slowly, basically, it's not matching the outer complexity of the world because they're not learning new things. You'll see that actually people from older generations, especially, that keep learning, keep expanding, keep being curious, they're not that afraid of change. They welcome it. And it's often people that are not learning, that are not expanding internally, that are the ones that are always afraid of change. So those who live only by reaction will stay locked in survival mode, constantly blindsided by what's next. And those who live by learning will really meet the future with ease. They'll move with it, they'll anticipate it, they'll shape it, they'll create it. And so this is where the mental model really starts to turn a bit mythical and maybe even a bit esoteric, because if you look deeper, it doesn't just describe how systems survive, it describes how consciousness itself evolves. Every living mind is, to a degree, like a mirror that's trying to reflect the total pattern of the world around it. The more the world expands, the larger that mirror must become. And so the learner's task is to basically polish that mirror and to widen it until it can reflect the infinite, or at least attempt to. And so when your inner world grows complex enough, you stop feeling separate from the outer one. You begin to sense the hidden unity between all disciplines, all ideas, all experiences. The boundary between learner and universe will start to blur, and you'll feel the quiet recognition that learning isn't something you do. It's something the universe does through you. And so every question you ask will open another, and each answer will turn into fuel for more complexity. And ideas will start basically having babies. And that's how consciousness will keep climbing through you and through every human who basically decides to keep learning. In this sense, learning becomes a sacred act if you think about it. It's how you participate in the ongoing creation of order out of chaos. The same principle that shaped stars and species is now shaping your thoughts. And that's why the law of requisite variety isn't just scientific, it's spiritual to a degree. It tells you that staying alive in the truest sense means staying in motion, forever expanding your capacity to meet the complexity of existence. Now, when you basically bring this law into your own life, up from the clouds, you start seeing why Warren Buffett's learner's lifestyle works the way it does. So if you don't know, Warren Buffett spends about 4 to 5 hours, or at least reportedly spends about 4 to 5 hours a day learning and reading, studying in a way. So Buffett's power doesn't really come from the size of his portfolio. If you really think about it, he didn't always have it. So he must have gotten it somehow. He got to that point. So his power really comes from the depth of his understanding, at least in my opinion. He has built such a vast network of internal variety, knowledge from business, history, psychology, human behavior, and anything and everything else, that almost nothing really surprises him anymore. It's because the complexity of his inner world matches the complexity of the markets, and he's able to navigate them that way. That's why he moves with almost a stoic calmness. Buffett's days of basically reading, thinking, and spacing out, some people might see them as laziness. I don't know what to say about these people, but it's not laziness. Each book basically expands his internal variety and gives him more models to basically interpret the chaos of reality. Now, the result is predictive power. He can basically see patterns early because his mind contains more of them. And just like I said earlier, he can basically see through walls. He has that X-ray vision that he's constantly developing as well. His thinking literally burns less energy because it has more pathways, more pre-built models that are ready to fit any situation. And this is the learner's life in motion, the deliberate creation of internal variety through study, reflection, and synthesis until your mind becomes adaptive enough to handle any external pressure. And when you understand this, the practice of learning transforms from a task into a form of evolution. You'll see that your real work isn't just to finish books or collect facts. It's to build internal complexity equal to the age you live in. And so you'll become the kind of person whose mind stays ahead of reality instead of chasing it. And so you can keep this law as your compass in a way. Every time you feel overwhelmed by the world, you can remind yourself that the answer isn't retreat, it's expansion. It means that you don't know something. It means that there's more to learn. Every time the world feels overwhelming, you can learn. So read more broadly, think more deeply, expose yourself to ideas that feel foreign in a way. Each new concept will act like a genetic mutation in your mind, and it will make you stronger for whatever comes next. You'll be able to handle the world. The more variety you build inside, the freer you'll feel, because nothing outside will ever be too complex to handle. And this brings us naturally to the next idea, the mechanics of insight itself. Once you understand how variety builds resilience, the next step is to explore how it creates breakthroughs. So let's talk about the physics of insight. So before you ever get serious about learning as a way of life, you need to understand why insight is the highest form of leverage in the modern world. You will see that every truly transformative breakthrough, every career leap, every moment where a single decision changes everything, always comes down to one thing: quality of insight. You'll notice how in a world run by information and change, insight will decide your influence, your wealth, and your freedom. And if you get this right, you'll start seeing life through a new lens. A lens that will basically show you hidden opportunities where others only see problems. You'll discover that insight will multiply the value of your time in ways brute force never will. And you can just picture this. A consultant who knows which button to press will command more respect, more freedom, and earnings than an army of people who only know how to push buttons. So every hour you invest in learning will turn into exponential returns down the line, because knowledge will compound on itself, stacking skill on skill and idea on idea until you basically have built a toolkit that will solve any problem in your path. Now, the truth is, people who master insight will become irreplaceable, because they'll basically always be able to see solutions that others just miss. And that's why a life spent chasing insight will really pay you back in ways most people can't even imagine. So if you organize your days around learning and reflecting instead of endless busy work, your entire sense of possibility will expand. You'll notice ideas connecting faster. You'll notice better questions coming to mind. You'll have sharper decisions and a feeling of actual momentum in your thinking that never seems to run out. And so once you see the power of insight, the next move will be to realize how few people truly structure their lives to basically harness it. You'll understand that almost everyone else will fill their calendars with meetings and endless urgent tasks, never stopping to ask what actually matters or how they could do more by doing less. So distraction will be the enemy here, because in the age of noise, your attention will get split into fragments. The person who protects their attention will gain years of progress for every year lived, while others will just chase their tails. And so the act of carving out real protected space for thinking and learning will start to feel like the highest form of self-respect. It will signal to your brain and to everyone else that you value your own growth. And you'll need to build a space, both physical and mental, that welcomes depth. The right environment will always signal to your brain that it's time to shift gears from reacting to creating, from busy to brilliant. And so you need to understand that breakthroughs don't come from rushing. They come from stillness, from curiosity, from space, from silence, from isolation. The best ideas will surface only when you give yourself room to breathe and let your mind wander through problems. So Here's what will happen next. As you get better at generating insight, you'll build what Buffett and Drucker called a learning advantage. This advantage will basically show up first as clarity, knowing exactly what matters and what doesn't. And that clarity will let you spend less time on nonsense and more time on leverage. So you need to learn to ruthlessly cut out low-value noise from your days. The fewer distractions you basically let in, the more insight you'll notice per hour, which will change your baseline for what counts as a productive day. So the hours you protect for learning and thinking will become sacred. You'll stop apologizing for the time spent reading or reflecting or even doing nothing. You'll stop explaining, because you'll start seeing how those hours pay you back later with clarity and better decisions. And as your insight compounds, you'll basically use less effort to get better results, because every action you take will be based on a more refined understanding of what moves the needle. And you'll watch your identity shift from worker to thinker, from operator to architect. Each layer of new insight will peel back another limitation, showing you a new direction you didn't see before. Right now, you may be wondering how to turn all of this theory into real, everyday routines that actually move your life forward. The good news is there's a blueprint for this that I'm about to give you. One that basically pulls from the world's best thinkers and brings their learning systems into your own life. And you'll see how Buffett, Munger, and the top minds in any industry share the same simple pattern. They build their days around learning, around reflection and thinking, not around endless action. Their days aren't packed with to-do lists. Instead, they build long blocks of quiet time, hours for reading, hours for thinking, and space for the mind to make unexpected connections. There was this rumor, I don't know how true it is, from I believe it was the assistant of Warren Buffett, where his to-do list for a random Tuesday was basically just get a haircut. That was it. All of the other time he spent on learning or just thinking, silence. And it's probably the most productive time he has. So that rhythm will look strange to outsiders, but it will give you a level of control and direction that most people never reach. So when you set up your days this way, you'll notice how you start creating new ideas and finding leverage where others see only hard work. It'll feel like you have a head start on every challenge, because you've trained your brain to see solutions before the problem even appears. And so as your momentum grows, you'll start to attract new kinds of opportunities. You'll notice that people seek out your perspective because you'll have a reputation for knowing, for clarity, and for results that are rare in this world full of noise, basically. And so the world will send more complexity your way, but you'll greet it with a smile because first off, you enjoy it and you know you can handle it. And because you'll know you have the mental tools to make sense of anything that comes your way. And others who value insight will gravitate towards you. And soon your learning will accelerate through better conversations and from higher quality connections. So build your personal brand around being the person who gets it quickly and always knows what matters. The reputation will become a magnet for opportunity and growth. And so each insight you gain will combine with the last, and it will give you more leverage, more power, and more creative fire with every passing year. And so remember, insight isn't a one-time breakthrough. It's a practice you'll cultivate for life. So you need to build habits that basically make this process automatic, almost. So your future will always expand as you grow. So even if you just have 1 hour a day, in the morning or in the evening, use it to pursue new ideas, to challenge old assumptions and to question what you know. And stay curious, don't just learn facts. Chase understanding, push your boundaries, and keep exploring questions that matter. Go to the foundations of the things you're learning. to the first principles of things. And make time to review what you learn and let your mind simmer on big questions, because the longer you reflect, the deeper your insights will get. And over months and years, this habit will basically reshape you into someone who always grows, who always adapts, and who leads with fresh ideas, no matter how the world really changes. So, most people overthink on things that don't matter. Allow yourself to overthink on things that will make you smarter. Now that you understand why learning is the real engine of growth and power in the modern world, you're basically ready to see how the entire economy is shifting in favor of those who actually live this way. So the next step will be learning to spot these changes and to use them so you can shape your own learner's life with intention. So let's talk about the learner's life and the knowledge economy. So look, everything about how value is created in the world has changed. What used to really depend on physical labor and brute force, repetition, hours on the clock, now depends on understanding, creativity, and mental flexibility. So the entire global economy has shifted from producing things to producing knowledge. And that change has made learning the new currency. You'll see that in this new world, the people who think clearly will always earn more, move faster, and adapt quicker than the people who just work hard. It's no longer about how many tasks you complete in a day, but rather about how deeply you understand the system you're operating inside. So in the industrial age, the way to win was through efficiency, doing the same things better, faster, and possibly cheaper. Machines took that model and basically perfected it, and that's why it no longer belongs to us. Humans have moved up the value chain. The most valuable skill you have now is sense making, the ability to interpret complexity, identify patterns, and make smart decisions in environments where everything keeps changing. So the companies and individuals that thrive will be the ones that understand this. They'll stop measuring productivity by output per hour and start measuring it by insight per day. And you can look around. Buffett earns billions from thinking. Naval builds wealth from judgment. Elon reshapes industries from understanding first principles. Each of them treats their mind as capital and their time as a field for cultivation. And that's why this section matters so much, because once you start living inside the learner's life, you'll stop competing in the labor economy and start operating inside the knowledge economy, the place where ideas, insight, and strategy rule. And so you can see that every major technological leap increases the value of human insight. The more automated the world becomes, the more valuable the thinkers become. Artificial intelligence, software, robotics, all of them will take over mechanical and repetitive work. But they will also multiply the power of anyone who knows how to think creatively and use those tools. And so you can think of technology as leverage. It won't replace the learner, it will amplify them. It won't replace the writer, it will amplify them. A single insight expressed through modern tools will reach millions in seconds. A teacher with a YouTube channel now reaches more students than ancient philosophers reached in a lifetime. Each new piece of technology will widen the gap between those who create knowledge and those who consume it. The more complex the tools, the more value will flow to those who understand their underlying logic. And over the next decade, the most successful people will be those who treat learning as their profession. They'll build personal systems for research, thinking, and experimentation because they'll know that every insight compounds into more leverage. And to really see how this actually works, we can go back to Peter Drucker, the person who basically predicted the rise of the knowledge worker over half a century ago. Drucker said that the most important contribution of management in the 21st century would be increasing the productivity of knowledge work. And that statement still holds true, but now the responsibility has shifted from companies to individuals. You're your own management system now. In this economy, nobody will manage your growth for you. You'll have to build your own system for development, deciding what to learn, what to ignore, and how to turn what you learn into decisions that pay off. And the benefit is enormous. You can grow as fast as you choose. There's no real ceiling other than your own curiosity. And the challenge is equally real. If you stop learning, you'll stop adapting. The market will outpace you because it rewards those who think ahead. Now, Drucker's model shows that learning is no longer a luxury or an optional side habit. It's the foundation of how every modern career really sustains itself. And this is why Buffett's lifestyle suddenly makes perfect sense here. His job isn't to manage people, it's to manage insight, knowledge. He spends 80% of his time reading, thinking, and reflecting because his leverage comes from judgment. Every great investor, strategist, or creator now works the same way. They earn by thinking, not by reacting. And so when Buffett reads, he's building mental models. When he reflects, he's running scenarios in his mind. That mental simulation is what gives him predictive clarity. And so each hour of thinking will save him weeks of wasted movement, maybe years. And over decades, those savings compound into results that look almost supernatural. And you can build your work life the same way. Every hour you spend refining your understanding will multiply your results. Every book you study deeply will become an invisible lever that moves your entire career forward. Now, notice the subtle truth here, or even to a degree, it's a paradox. The learner's life doesn't really look busy. It looks pretty quiet. The schedule is sparse, the meetings are few. To the untrained eye, it might even look like idleness. But what's really happening underneath is intense information processing, synthesizing decades of data, compressing complexity into simplicity, and turning chaos into order. And once you start living like this, you'll need to redefine what productivity means to you. The most productive hours of your day will often look like silence, or reading, or walking. Your mind will need empty space to do its best work. It will reorganize what you know when you stop forcing it to produce. So create deliberate blank time in your calendar. Don't think that it is wasted time. It's incubation. Those hours will generate more value than almost anything on your to-do list. And this new definition of productivity will feel strange at first, but once you understand it and you start seeing the results, you'll never go back. The next thing you'll realize is that learning itself has become a form of wealth. In the knowledge economy, education is no longer something you finish, it's something you live inside. Every piece of insight you gain becomes a lifelong asset that pays you forever. Each new idea that you understand will increase the value of every idea you already know. And that's what makes learning exponential. When you learn marketing, psychology, and storytelling, for example, you don't just have 3 skills. You have the ability to combine them into hundreds of new applications. And insight stacks geometrically, not linearly. So every new layer of learning increases the surface area of opportunity in your life. Knowledge will protect you better than money. Markets rise and fall, industries change, but your ability to learn will rebuild anything you lose. And so here's what this really means in practice. You need to start designing your life around learning the same way an athlete designs around training. You need to make it part of your identity, not as a hobby. You need to build routines that prioritize reflection, reading, and synthesis. And you can treat your calendar like an operating system in a way. Block hours for reading, thinking, and experimentation, just like you would for meetings. And assign purpose to each block. One can be for consuming, one for creating, one for connecting ideas. And then just maintain consistency. Insight builds like fitness. It grows through repetition and recovery. So when you start doing this, you'll find that learning time multiplies your working time. You'll start getting more done in fewer hours in your working time because your actions will be guided by better understanding. And as your habits evolve, your relationship with work will change. You'll stop identifying with your job title and start identifying with your level of mastery. The question won't be, what do I do? But what do I understand? What do I learn? And this is where your inner world and outer world really begin to merge. When you live as a learner, your work becomes an extension of your curiosity. You'll feel more alignment, more flow, and way less resistance. projects will start choosing you because your understanding will attract opportunity. Decisions will become easier because your intuition will be built on a deep reservoir of learning. You'll realize that success in the knowledge economy isn't about chasing results, but rather about becoming the kind of person who sees further and acts cleaner. And once this shift takes hold, something profound begins to happen. The process of learning stops feeling like preparation and really starts feeling like the point. The life itself becomes the reward. And from here, the next natural step will be to learn how to build that compounding process deliberately and how to take your learning and make it multiply over time until wisdom itself becomes your edge. So let's talk about the law of compounding wisdom. So every great mind eventually discovers a quiet truth. Knowledge doesn't grow in a straight line. It really multiplies. Each new idea connects with every idea you already know, forming a network that basically grows faster the more you feed it. And that's the law of compounding wisdom, the invisible math behind long-term genius. Just as money compounds through interest, insight compounds through learning, through reflection and synthesis. Every book you read, every conversation you have, every mistake you process adds to an internal web of understanding that expands in all directions. And once you learn how to tend to it and how to use it, this web will basically start growing on its own. So you can think of your mind like capital. Every moment you spend learning is a deposit. The more consistent the deposits, the more exponential the returns. Most people basically try to grow through effort by doing more. But those who live inside the learner's life grow through wisdom, by thinking better, by thinking more. And their growth accelerates quietly in the background, invisible to others, until it basically becomes undeniable. And so a single principle from a book today might seem small, but connected with 10 other ideas over the next year, and it turns into a framework that basically changes how you see everything. And as this process continues, your ideas will start cross-pollinating automatically. You'll begin seeing patterns where others see chaos and opportunities where others see randomness. And the law of compounding wisdom matters because it promises something no other kind of growth can offer: permanent advantage. So you'll never lose what you truly understand. Now, the key to compounding wisdom is recognizing that learning itself follows the same curve as compound interest. It starts slow, almost invisible, and then over time, it accelerates so fast that outsiders call it talent. But talent, or luck for that matter, or any other excuse they can really think about. But talent is just accumulated understanding in motion. At first, progress will feel frustrating. You'll study, you'll read, you'll listen without feeling smarter. And that's the slow accumulation phase, where basically the deposits are small, but they're steady. And you need to keep going in that phase. Each piece of information you absorb will find its place later like a seed that's waiting to for spring. And once the mental connections begin linking across disciplines, you basically notice the exponential curve kick in. What used to take you weeks to understand will click in hours. And over years, this curve will redefine what progress feels like to you. You'll stop measuring growth by how much you learn each day and start noticing how fast your mind connects things on its own. And look, the most important part of this law is really the compound effect of understanding across domains. Real wisdom doesn't live in a single subject. It grows through intersection. When you learn across fields like psychology, biology, business, design, etc., your brain basically starts building bridges between them. It can't help but doing that. And those bridges are where ideas have babies and breakthroughs live. Every new area of study will act like a nutrient that basically strengthens the rest of your knowledge. Learning about evolutionary biology, for example, will make you a better marketer because you'll see the instincts behind human behavior. Studying systems thinking will make you a better investor because you'll understand feedback loops instead of random events. And so the wider your variety of knowledge, the faster your insights will multiply, and each new domain you explore will basically act as a multiplier for everything else you already know. Now, to make this real, you'll basically need a process that keeps what you learn alive. The human brain basically forgets quickly unless it revisits, unless it connects and applies what it learns. So compounding wisdom depends on 3 habits: reflection, synthesis, and teaching. At the end of each day, stop and ask what new patterns you noticed. And this is your reflection part. Don't rush it. Let your thoughts settle. The brain will sort what matters through rest and attention. Now, after that is integration. Use journaling or note-taking to basically review your biggest insights. Writing will slow your mind just enough for ideas to connect. And give new ideas time to actually breathe. You'll often find that what seemed random yesterday becomes obvious tomorrow. Now, the next part of the accumulation phase is synthesis. So after you reflect, after you do that, basically comes the recombination of ideas. So take what you've learned and link it to something you already know. And this is where understanding deepens, because you can try to explain it to someone, for example, try explaining what you learned to someone else, or apply it to a different context. And you'll notice that there's new layers each time you do that. And this will create what scientists call chunked knowledge, basically complex ideas compressed into simple internal patterns that can be recalled effortlessly later. And when you share what you know, you'll reinforce it. Teaching forces precision, and you'll discover the gaps in your understanding, and then you'll fill them and create new clarity, especially if you're talking with somebody that disagrees with you. And in that way, you can actually see where your knowledge is lacking when you don't know how to respond to them or to an argument of theirs. Another way is by teaching it to people that maybe don't understand as much as you do about the topic. And by teaching it to them in a way where they will understand it, you basically have to look at the knowledge you have from a different lens, from the lens of a beginner, from the lens of somebody that doesn't know it. And just by doing that, you'll notice that there's new dimensions to this knowledge. There's new avenues you can go down. And it will force you to basically recombine that knowledge in your head and be able to explain it in a way where those people can understand it. And you yourself, by doing that, will understand it even better. And so compounding only really works when the system stays active. So obviously, if you stop feeding it, if you stop learning, the curve will flatten. So the mind needs motion to stay sharp. And that's why curiosity is the fuel here. You need to keep feeding it diverse inputs. Curiosity keeps the mental circuits alive and ready to connect to new data, and ready to create new data and connect it to old wisdom. So build a rhythm that basically keeps you exposed to new information without drowning in it. Set boundaries around your learning, so you can keep it in an hour, for example, or 2 a day. And quality beats volume when it comes to insight. So reading good books, going through good courses, actually pushing yourself in terms of knowledge and understanding is what's going to help here. So try to rotate. One way to do that is to try to rotate between fields. Spend 1 week diving into neuroscience, for example, then another exploring philosophy, then shift to storytelling or finance. Always bring it back to your core pursuit and basically ask how this new idea might improve your judgment or creativity or decision making. And then protect your attention like a resource. Energy wasted on noise will not compound. The more focused your curiosity, the faster your understanding will grow. And so as your learning compounds, depth replaces speed. You'll begin to feel time expand in your work because everything connects more easily. You'll think slower, but clearer. And your output will become more elegant because it will contain the distilled essence of thousands of hours of unseen thought. Now, depth will make your ideas heavier. They'll carry more weight because they'll rest on a network of real, actual understanding. And people will start seeking your perspective because it feels grounded, reliable, and rare, and your decisions will age well. That's the ultimate measure of wisdom. It's accuracy over time. Paradoxically, the more complex your understanding becomes, the simpler your expression will get. You'll see patterns beneath the noise and explain it cleanly. And that's when you know compounding has matured into mastery. Now, compounded wisdom grows more stable with age. The longer you practice this, the more your mental models reinforce each other. So you'll find yourself making fewer mistakes, and when you do, you will recover faster because the structure of your thinking will absorb the shock. And over time, this will build a kind of mental wealth. Calm confidence born from knowing that you can understand anything if you give it enough attention. And each lesson you've learned in the past will keep paying dividends because it integrates naturally into everything new you encounter. And you'll start feeling unshakable because nothing will seem truly unfamiliar anymore. Every problem will echo something you've already solved in another form. And that's the real reward of compounding wisdom. It doesn't only make you smarter, but it also makes you steadier, and you'll stop reacting and start responding. You'll stop chasing, and instead you'll start choosing. And as you live this out, you'll basically start to see that compounding wisdom reshapes your entire life's architecture. It influences how you plan, how you rest, how you spend your time, and it turns learning into your default mode and reflection into your recovery. And each day builds on the last. Each insight will connect to the next. And life itself will become coherent. And it will become a coherent unfolding of understanding. So you'll start noticing rhythm everywhere in your thoughts, your work, your relationships. Wisdom creates coherence. Everything begins to align under one guiding theme: growth through understanding. And problems won't feel like threats anymore. They're going to basically feel like puzzles that are waiting to be mapped onto what you already know. And each year will feel richer because the same lessons will reveal deeper layers over time. What once felt complicated will now feel almost elegant in its simplicity. And when this happens, you basically see that the ultimate goal of the learner's life isn't to really collect knowledge. It's to create wisdom that sustains itself. Wisdom that basically feeds your actions for decades. And eventually all of this leads you to one simple realization: the compounding process needs structure. Without rhythm and routine, even the most brilliant mind will scatter its potential, and the next step will show you how to create that structure, how to design your days and weeks so that learning doesn't just happen by accident, but compounds automatically, building a life that gets smarter as it moves forward. So let's talk about designing the day for insight. So wisdom doesn't compound in chaos, it compounds in rhythm. So if you look at every high performer who builds empires of understanding, whether that's Buffett or Munger, Drucker, Gates, even Da Vinci, you'll find one quiet pattern behind all of them. They don't just learn randomly. They build their days like they're engineers. They know that energy flows where structure allows it. The design of your day will either multiply insight or strangle it. And this section is going to be about learning how to build that structure, the schedule, the environment, and rhythm that basically make clarity automatic. So once you master this, your mind will start generating understanding on its own because the conditions will support it instead of suffocating it. So you'll notice that most people's days are built very reactively. Their schedule belongs to everyone but them. They wake up, they check their phone, they answer messages, and they start running. And every hour is basically an interruption disguised as an obligation. And what this design creates is cognitive debt. Their mind never resets, it never integrates, it never reflects. And without deliberately creating a structure to your day, wisdom can't compound. But when you create a schedule that serves learning first, life starts to feel lighter and progress starts to accelerate. So the mind will always become what it repeatedly experiences. If your day is filled with noise, your thoughts will stay shallow. If your day has space for stillness, for thinking, for silence, your thoughts will deepen. And the reason Buffett reads for 5 hours a day isn't because of some form of indulgence, even though he probably enjoys it as well, but it's more so a deliberate strategy. He's creating the space that lets ideas connect below the surface. And that's what your day really needs, a container for the connection of ideas. So when your days are designed for learning, time will stop feeling scarce, and you really realize time management isn't that important. Attention, on the other hand, controls what happens in that time. And you can actually manage your attention. Once your attention moves deliberately, everything else follows. So start by understanding that your energy moves in cycles. Every human mind really runs on what scientists call ultradian rhythms, which are basically natural waves of focus that last about 90 minutes. And then they're followed by short dips where the brain basically needs rest. And when you learn to surf these cycles instead of fighting them, your productivity and insight both will skyrocket. So you need to structure your day around these natural waves, and you can work deeply for one full cycle and then pause for 10 to 15 minutes to basically walk, stretch, or stare out the window, anything that's not your phone, by the way. This sounds overly simplistic, but it will double your cognitive output without really increasing your effort. And during the rest phase, your subconscious processes information, forming connections that you can't really see yet. And that's why breakthroughs often appear when you actually step away from your work and from learning. So protect those pauses and don't fill them with screens or conversations. Just let your mind wander. The wandering is where insight lives. And so this rhythm will feel like breathing for your brain. You inhale through focus and then you exhale through reflection. And you'll start noticing ideas arriving more smoothly and decisions requiring less strain. And once you have your rhythm, the next step is really environment. The space you work in will almost always shape how your brain performs. So every cue in your surroundings, whether that's light, sound, temperature, layout, or anything else, really sends signals that either invite focus or repel it. So look around your workspace right now. Everything you see is either noise or fuel. So if your desk is cluttered, your mind is probably cluttered as well. And how we do one thing is how we do everything. So create a workspace that feels calm and intentional, and keep only what triggers clarity. Remove anything that distracts or drains attention. So a clear desk with one open book, for example, or a journal and a cup of coffee. Think about what that does to you, and energetically what it does to you and your brain. It will basically prime your mind for depth. A desk cluttered with cables and notifications, on the other hand, think how that will make you feel. How that will make you feel energetically and what it will prime your mind for. It will just basically fragment your attention, your depth, your mind, your thoughts. So use light strategically as well. Natural light in the morning will actually signal alertness, and dimmer tones in the evening will signal closure. So your environment teaches your mind what time it is. And when you sit down in a space that's really designed for focus, you won't have to force yourself to work, or to study for that matter, or to learn. The environment will cue your behavior automatically, and it will save willpower for thinking instead of resisting distraction. Now, after you've handled your environment, and I have plenty of trainings on that, after that comes sequence. So the order of your day, the sequence of your activities, that will basically determine the quality of your thinking. Insight requires contrast. It requires tension and release, effort and rest, exposure and integration. Your day must alternate between these poles. So begin your day with learning, because the brain, it actually wakes up hungry for novelty. And that's where your dopamine levels are highest as well. And your early hours carry the most creative energy. So reading, writing, or thinking deeply in the morning will set the tone for everything that follows. And try to avoid reactive tasks like email or social media until after your first learning block. The first hour will basically program your mind for the rest of the day. So try to read slowly, to take notes, to sketch mental maps. The goal isn't consumption, but rather connection. Let one idea lead to another until a thread of curiosity pulls you forward. And try to reserve this period in the afternoon for application. Use what you learned in the morning to basically make decisions, to solve problems, to create something tangible. Your energy will be more physical here, so movement and execution will come naturally. So before finishing the day, spend a few minutes reviewing what you learned and write one short reflection and ask yourself what clicked today. That's how ideas become embedded. And end with something slow, like an evening walk or a conversation, some quiet music, some journaling. It basically, or whatever for that matter, but it has to be something that allows your brain to think for a bit, to kind of reflect on everything. And it will signal to your mind that the day's inputs are complete and it's safe to rest. And as this sequence becomes routine, your days will actually start flowing instead of fragmenting, and you'll feel less like you're managing time and more like you're directing energy. Now, the next part after that is time allocation. So the people who master learning treat time differently. They divide it into 3 layers: input, reflection, and creation. And each one feeds the next, and skipping any layer really breaks the circuit. So the first one is input, and this is your reading, listening, and study time. It's where you absorb raw material. Schedule at least one focused block every day for it, even if it's just an hour or 30 minutes. And try to mix your inputs. Combine technical learning with philosophy, science with art, fiction with business. The wider your inputs, the richer your synthesis will become. And try to protect this time like a meeting with your future self, because learning is the one appointment you can't afford to miss. After that is reflection. And this is your thinking time. It's where your brain digests what it just consumed. Without reflection, information will just stay inert. So you can use a journal or some voice notes or quiet walks or a Notion database. Just pick one idea from what you learned and explore it from every angle. Now, reflection turns information into understanding. It's basically the difference between reading a book and actually absorbing and understanding it. Now, the next one is creation. And this is where understanding really becomes expression. It's what YouTube is to a degree built on. It's to what content in general is. It's writing, teaching, building, sharing something based on what you've learned. Teaching completes the learning loop. You'll start noticing that every act of creation really clarifies your own mind, like we talked about earlier. The best way to learn faster is to explain, and to explain faster. And when you create regularly, the loop of input, reflection, and creation becomes self-sustaining. You'll feel your learning feeding itself. And after a while, after you start learning and really taking notes, really reflecting on the things that you're learning, you will want to create. Because if you're truly learning and reflecting on things, you'll want to share it with others, and you'll want to improve your learning in general. And without creation, you're kind of missing one pillar of this cycle, of this loop. And without creation, it's just input and reflection, input and reflection. And while there's nothing wrong in that, many philosophers did that. A lot of philosophers, though, couldn't help but actually create because of that. So they had input, reflection, and their reflection was also their creation. They published their reflections, essentially. So over time, as you increase your input, increase your reflection, your mind will want to create something out of it. It will want to synthesize those ideas. And from there, it becomes self-sustaining. You'll basically feel, like I said, your learning feeding itself. And once your time and environment are aligned, the next variable is really energy management. Even the best designed schedule fails if your energy drops. So the mind can't produce insight when the body is depleted. So learning how to manage your physical energy is part of learning how to think. So keep your energy steady by anchoring your day with movement and nutrition. Walk before you work. Eat clean. Light meals. Whole, unprocessed, healthy foods. All of those will basically, why that is important is it will stabilize your blood sugar. and try to drink water like it's part of your discipline, because honestly, it should be. And it should be part of your whole learning schedule. Obviously, a dehydrated mind is not a very smart one. So use short bursts of physical activity as well to just refresh your focus during the day. And a 5-minute stretch or a few push-ups will basically reset your nervous system faster than any amount of caffeine will. And especially in the later parts of the day where it's preferred to not, or it's recommended to not necessarily consume any caffeine, you'll need some of these other more natural ways to increase your energy. And the next one is sleep and rest. So sleep, obviously, it's not some kind of a reward. It shouldn't be treated as one. It is a necessity. And it's the foundation of cognitive performance. Just like I said, a dehydrated mind is not a very smart one. Well, an underslept and unrested mind is also not a very smart one either. So it's the foundation of cognitive performance. So protect your nights, protect your sleep like you protect your learning time. It's that important. And as your energy stabilizes, you'll notice something subtle. Your emotional volatility will fade. Insight requires calm energy, and it won't arise in tension. So physical care really creates mental space for you to be able to think. And you'll know that your day is well designed when insight starts arriving unannounced. You'll catch yourself connecting ideas in the shower, during walks, mid-conversation, mid-learning, mid-reading a book, mid-page, mid-exercise, mid-gym time. And this isn't random. It's what I like to call delayed synthesis. Your subconscious has room to work because your conscious schedule made space for it. And so you'll start noticing ideas echoing through your week. A concept you read on Monday will all of a sudden show up as a solution on a Thursday. And that's how the mind rewards structure. Every new rhythm will make insight more predictable. You'll stop waiting for inspiration because your process will summon it, basically. And even when life feels chaotic, your system will hold. A well-designed day will basically act like gravity. It will pull scattered energy back into order. So the final benefit is really peace, honestly. When your day works like this, thinking stops feeling like strain and really starts feeling like flow. And over time, this rhythm will become self-perpetuating. You won't have to force learning anymore. It will happen naturally inside the design you've built. And as your system compounds, something deeper will begin. The shift from control to harmony, from schedule to symphony. And the next part of this journey will basically show you what that looks like in motion. How rhythm, routine, and focus will merge into a larger pattern that organizes your entire week around mastery. So let's talk about becoming an intelligent system. So every person who masters anything eventually discovers a threshold where learning stops being a thing you do and becomes a thing you are. And at that point, the process runs itself. You stop thinking in fragments and really start operating as a single, self-correcting organism, an intelligent system. The same laws that govern how ecosystems adapt, how algorithms learn, and how civilizations evolved also apply to you. So the purpose of this section is really to show you how to cross that threshold, to build a personal system that learns from feedback, adjusts to change, and keeps improving without needing endless motivation. So every intelligent system shares 3 traits. It takes in data, processes it, and then refines its behavior based on the result. And that's how evolution built life. It's how the brain also develops intelligence and how machine learning models also become accurate. When you structure your own life this way, your growth stops being random. You'll create a living framework that uses every experience as input for improvement. And your thoughts, your emotions, your habits, and results are all feedback. Every moment will either confirm or correct your understanding of reality. And the more quickly you interpret that feedback, the faster you'll evolve. So your system will thrive when it collects feedback with precision, processes it with honesty, and adapts with consistency. And these are the same three functions that basically make any organism intelligent. So once you start seeing yourself as a system instead of a set of goals, progress will accelerate naturally. And you'll stop forcing growth and start designing conditions where growth is inevitable. So the first part of really building an intelligent system is awareness. Systems can't improve on what they can't detect. Awareness is your sensory input. So it's how you notice what's working and what's not. Without awareness, really even the smartest plan will decay in noise. So awareness begins with tracking. The brain loves patterns, and so tracking gives it clarity. And you need to track what you read, when you think best, what drains or restores your energy, and what kinds of work give you the most insight. So try to keep your tracking simple. You can use a notebook, you can use a voice message, you can use a single digital log such as Notion, for example, and just write down what you're learning and how it's affecting your thinking. And over time, you'll see invisible patterns surface. Those patterns are going to be feedback loops in disguise, and they'll show where your system is leaking and where it repeats errors. So awareness will turn failure into data. And once you have awareness, the next step is really alignment. Your daily actions, your daily goals, and identity need to reflect the same logic. So if any layer runs on a different rule set, friction will start appearing and your energy will start scattering. So you need to audit your actions. Ask, does this behavior actually belong to the system I'm trying to become? And every misaligned action is an outdated line of code that is basically waiting to be rewritten. And when awareness and alignment fuse together, your behavior will start regulating itself, and you won't need discipline to really stay consistent because your system's rules will keep you stable. And so once awareness and alignment exist, you'll need flow. Flow is the operational rhythm of an intelligent system. So the steady rhythm that basically keeps information and energy circulating. And in biological terms, flow is just metabolism. In mental terms, it's the cycle of input, reflection, and output that basically keeps wisdom compounding. So the flow loop has 4 phases: gather, integrate, apply, and adjust. Each feeds the next. So the first phase is gather, and this is your input phase, as we talked about earlier. Reading, studying, observing, it brings data into your system. Then we have integrate, and this is your reflection phase. It's where you connect new information to old knowledge and create fresh insight. Then comes the application phase, and this is your experimentation phase. This is where insight becomes action and experience becomes feedback. And finally, we have adjust, and this is your adaptation phase. It's where feedback reshapes your next move and the cycle begins again. So you can imagine it as a feedback loop. So the more you complete the cycle, the more your intelligence compounds. And you'll feel learning will start to speed up, decision quality will improve, and mental friction in general will drop. And the process will feel smoother with each loop because your system will calibrate itself. So as your system stabilizes, it will basically start developing meta-awareness. Awareness about awareness. And I know this sounds crazy, but this is the moment your learning becomes self-referential. You'll notice how you think, how you react, and how your beliefs guide your perception. Meta-awareness is the bridge between intelligence and wisdom. So you will start to ask yourself questions like, what pattern am I repeating? Or what's the hidden assumption under this decision? And these questions will uncover the code your mind runs on. And every insight you gain at this level will rewrite deeper patterns of thought. Your system learns not only what to think, but how to think. And so meta-awareness will make emotional regulation easier as well, because you'll start catching reactivity before it becomes your behavior. And that's a major milestone, when thought replaces impulse as the system's driver. And this shift creates recursive intelligence, learning that learns. And I know, again, pretty crazy. But the system no longer depends on external input to grow. And so it generates its own feedback loops, drawing lessons from ordinary life. And after this, the next element of becoming an intelligent system is integration, bringing all areas of your life under one architecture of feedback. So most people keep their domains, health, work, relationships, learning, separate. But intelligence grows when everything is part of the same network. So link your learning systems together. Let insight flow between them. Lessons from training can inform decision-making, and lessons from business can inform relationships. Every area feeds every other. That's why I am so adamant on focusing on all 4 pillars of life: health, wealth, love, and self. And all of them basically interconnect. They reinforce each other. They feed each other. So when you unify them, use a single tool. It can be anything that works for you. Again, a journal, a Notion database, it can be a reflection log. Then just store all of your insights in there and label them by theme, not just by category, because this will help ideas cross-pollinate naturally. And when your life systems share data, patterns basically start emerging that you couldn't see when they were isolated. You'll realize that improvement in one domain accelerates growth in all others. Now, I personally think that Notion is one of the best places to do this, just because of all the features it has and how things can connect to each other, basically. So a lot of what I do is in Notion for that exact reason. Now, over time, this integration will just make your identity more fluid. You'll stop dividing yourself and into your professional, personal, and spiritual lives, and you'll feel coherent. One mind, many functions, one feedback loop. So to keep your system stable, you'll need some internal governance as well. So that's basically what that means is really rules for managing feedback and the correction of based on that feedback. So think of it as your code of operation. Without governance, the system will spiral into entropy. So you need to maintain it. So try to define a small set of operating principles. They might sound like learn before reacting, or reflect before deciding, or align actions with values. This is one that I usually use for myself personally, or iterate instead of repeat. These rules are going to be very simple, but they're basically like mantras, and they'll act as internal stabilizers. And the more you learn in general, and the more you'll learn about mental models and principles and biases and logical fallacies. And the more you learn about those, the clearer your thinking is. And you'll be able to, your mantras will basically become one of those. It will either be a mental model or a principle of some sort, or it will be a logical fallacy, or it will be some kind of a bias that you know you're making. And so, for example, one of mine is don't attribute to malice what can be easily attributed to stupidity. And so this is a mantra, but it is also, in a way, it is actually a mental model, a razor, and it's a rule as well, a rule for the system, a rule that basically acts as a stabilizer. And so try to review as you learn. You'll collect these rules for yourself and review these rules regularly, because when your behavior drifts, they'll pull you back towards equilibrium. So strong governance will keep your system adaptable under pressure. And when chaos hits, you'll adjust automatically instead of collapsing. So governance should give you structure without suffocation. Systems that thrive are the ones that actually can bend without breaking. And once governance is in place, your system starts producing emergent intelligence, outcomes that feel greater than the sum of its parts. So you'll begin seeing how separate ideas, how separate habits and lessons merge into elegant solutions you couldn't even plan. And that's emergence, the moment when self-organization starts expressing genius. And these moments will feel like intuition, but they're actually like pattern recognition at scale. And this is one of the most interesting things about learning more, about reading more, about expanding your inner complexity, is the pattern recognition that comes as a result of it. The system has seen enough loops to basically predict outcomes without even reasoning consciously. And so this is where your subconscious mind becomes your ally. It will start generating insights just randomly during walks, showers, casual conversations, as you are learning, as you're exercising in the gym, because it's processing data all the time. And you'll notice yourself making faster, clearer decisions for your life with less mental effort. And slowly but surely, as you go through life, you're going to outpace everyone else. You just are. It's just going to be basically guaranteed as long as you keep learning. Because your decisions are going to be higher quality decisions. Very simple. But they're going to be higher quality decisions because of the complexity, of the internal complexity you've built. And because of the network of models that you've built. And others will wonder how you're doing it. Others will really wonder, why do you always have the right answer for things? And why does it seem that you're basically succeeding with less effort, with less strain, with less work almost? Things just kind of look to others like they're falling into your lap. And it's just because you've seen into the future, essentially. Because of the pattern recognition you've built. Because of the forest of thinking models in your head and scenarios. Because of all the input and the reflection that you've done, and the creation and the adaptation that you've done over time. Because you treated your life essentially as an experiment. And you learned and you experimented and you went back to basically to the beginning. You learn, experiment, you take the output of that experiment, and then you reflect and you refine your learning and you expand your learning, and it will seem almost as if you're superhuman after a while. And in reality, you've just done the work that most people are not willing to do, which is to sit down and actually learn, reflect, and then create input, process, output, refining of the input. That's all you've done, really. So after some time, you'll notice yourself making faster, clearer decisions with less mental effort. And that's basically the system thinking for you. And when this happens, mastery stops feeling like effort. It feels like flow guided by intelligence. Every action aligns with prior understanding, and that's the mark of a fully intelligent system. You act without breaking alignment. And you've now built something rare, an intelligent system that learns, adapts, and grows with you. A way of being, a life designed around insight, reflection, and never-ending experimentation and evolution. And as you move forward, remember that wisdom doesn't come from a single breakthrough, but from thousands of small loops faithfully completed and connected. So keep the rhythm, protect the hour, trust the process, and watch as your capacity for understanding compounds into something far greater than you've ever imagined. The learner's life isn't a destination, it's the journey itself. And you get to live thousands of lives, 1 hour at a time. So let's go through the review. We talked about the law of requisite variety, the physics of insight, the learner's life and the knowledge economy, the law of compounding wisdom, designing the day for insight, becoming an intelligent system, the review, and finally your action items for the day or the next few days. First, block out a protected hour this week for uninterrupted learning and turn off every notification, put your phone in another room and go deep with a book, course, or a thought session. And make this appointment with yourself unbreakable and notice how even a single focused hour will create momentum that lasts for days. And then try to set up a single journal or a log or some kind of a digital system like Notion, for example, where you track your learning, your insights, and feedback each day. And just review what worked, what surprised you, and what patterns you see. Each week, scan for connections and small improvements and then adjust your routines to keep your system alive and adaptive. And finally, teach one insight, model, or strategy you've learned to someone else. It can be through a post, it can be through a video, it can be through a voice message, or just a casual conversation. And just notice how just the act of sharing it with someone will clarify your thinking and surface new angles you haven't even seen before. And if you have nobody to teach to, try to teach it to yourself. Grab a notebook and just teach it to yourself in a simple way. Repeat this feedback loop weekly to basically deepen your understanding and embed the learner's lifestyle for good. With that being said, I hope you enjoyed this training. It was definitely a pleasure of mine to create. It's one of those topics that I'm really, really passionate about. So if you enjoyed it, make sure to let me know in the comments. Give this video a like, subscribe to the channel if you enjoyed this video and if you want to see more. And if you want to work with me personally one-on-one, book a call from the second link in the description, especially if you're an entrepreneur, a creator, or a professional. And if you want this training along with the document, then make sure to join the free community from the first link in the description. With that being said, again, thank you for being here, and I'm going to see you in the next one. All right, hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is 5 lessons that will rewire your reality. And these 5 lessons have been taken out from my personal journal that I do every year about a week before my birthday and reflect on the year. And this year I wrote about 25 to 30 lessons, something like that. And I took out 5 of probably the most important ones and the most valuable ones and expanded on them so that you can derive some value from them as well. Now, with that being said, what we're going to be talking about today more specifically is first, obviously, the overview itself, the sacred suffering, the infinite expansion, the wealth paradox, the self-investment law, the value paradox, the review, and then your action items for the day or the next few days. So without further ado, let's get started and talk about the sacred suffering. So most people spend their entire lives trying to escape work. They're counting down to Friday. They dream about retirement. They fantasize about winning the lottery so that they can finally stop doing anything productive. And look, I get it. People have attached productivity and work to something negative. We've been sold this idea that work is the enemy, that comfort is the goal, and that once you make it, you can just kick back and relax forever. But what I wish someone had told me 10 years ago is that the whole framework is completely backwards. The ability to work is actually one of the most profound blessings you'll ever experience in your life. And I'm talking about real work here, right? The kind that challenges you, pushes you, makes you question whether you can actually pull it off. When you strip everything else away, when you actually look at what actually makes life feel meaningful and alive, it's the struggle itself. You need something to push against, something that demands your full attention and effort. And there's this feeling you get when you're deep in the process of building something, creating something, solving a hard problem. Your brain is firing basically on all cylinders, and time kind of disappears. And even though you're exhausted, you feel more alive than you do when you're lounging on a beach somewhere or lounging on your couch. And that's what I'm talking about. That's the thing most people are trying to run away from, which is insane when you actually think about it. Without work, without something to struggle towards, to work towards, to aim for, life loses its texture. You've probably noticed how people who retire early and just stop doing anything productive tend to deteriorate pretty quickly. They lose their sharpness, their sense of purpose, their reasons to get up in the morning. And the work itself, the act of pursuing something difficult, that's where, in my opinion, meaning lives. Being valuable to other people, or having skills that matter, or being the person who can solve problems. This is the stuff that feeds your soul in ways that passive entertainment never will. And when you look at something and say, I built that, or I fixed that, or I made that happen, there's a satisfaction there that is pretty deep, and it's primal almost. Humans are built to create, to overcome obstacles, to prove to themselves that they can handle whatever life throws at them. Your work shapes who you become. And I don't mean just your job title. I'm talking about the challenges you take on, the skills you develop, the discipline you build through showing up every day, even when you don't feel like it. All of that creates your identity as well. You become the kind of person who can handle pressure, who can deliver results, who doesn't fold when things get hard. And that's invaluable. And that creates confidence and this belief in yourself that nobody else can take away from you. And people respect also capability. They respect someone who can actually get things done, who brings value to the table, who doesn't make excuses. And more importantly, you respect yourself. You know you're not coasting or taking the easy path or wasting your potential. You know you're actually aiming for something and going after it full force. And the process of pursuing goals, of working towards something that actually matters to you, gives purpose and structure to your days as well. Without it, you're just drifting and reacting to whatever comes your way, and you just fill up time until you're no longer really here. And the people who complain most about being busy are often the same ones who feel lost and empty when they have nothing to do. And you need the process, you need the work, even if you don't realize it. Having something to aim for, even if you've never fully reached it or never will, it gives your life a direction. It turns randomness into purpose. You're not just doing things anymore. You're building towards something. You're moving in a specific direction. You're making progress. And that progress, even when it's slow and almost invisible, and frustrating, it still feels better than aimlessness. And when you have clear goals and you're engaged in the process of actually achieving them, decisions become easier. The process gives you basically a framework for making better decisions across your entire life. And your brain needs something to focus on, something that demands your attention and energy. And when you're engaged in meaningful work in the process of building or creating or improving something, you're not sitting around overthinking your problems or spiraling into anxiety. You're just too busy to actually care. You're just doing something productive. The work becomes a kind of a meditation in a way, a therapy almost, a way to channel your mental energy into something constructive instead of destructive. And I think a lot of people have developed these destructive habits in their lives that they have. We all have some of them. And I think the reason they show up is because we don't have enough meaningful work, because we don't throw ourselves, or we stop ourselves from actually throwing ourselves into something deep and being obsessed and actually working on it and reading and researching and creating and being, obsessed with it, basically. You don't develop any new capabilities by staying comfortable, by doing what's easy, by avoiding challenges. You grow when you actually push yourself, when you take on things that scare you a little bit, when you work at the edge of your current abilities. That's how you actually expand. And that's how you expand what's actually possible for you. Every challenge you tackle builds skills that compound over time. And these skills transfer across domains. Once you've pushed through a really hard project or a goal, other challenges don't seem as hard anymore. And you take with you some skills that will make every future challenge and every future project just a little bit easier, even if they're bigger. And you know you can figure it out since you've done it before. So grinding is valuable. And I know that word has become a bit of a cliche at this point, but I don't necessarily have a better word for it. I'm talking about that period where you're putting in serious effort, where you're working harder than what feels comfortable, when you're sacrificing some short-term pleasure for long-term gain. And the thing people miss is that phase, as hard as it is, as frustrating as it is sometimes, is actually one of the most fulfilling phases you'll ever experience. And looking back on the times that in my life that I felt the happiest is when I was grinding towards something the hardest, when I was working the most towards something, when I was interested in something and actually obsessed in it, when I was pushing myself to my limits. Those were some of my best memories. There's something about operating at a high capacity that makes you feel intensely alive. Your senses sharpen, your mind clears, you're fully engaged with what you're actually doing. And you're not checking out, you're not just going through the motions, you're not sleepwalking through your days. You're present, you're focused, you're pouring yourself into something that actually matters to you. And even though it's exhausting, even though you might be stressed or overwhelmed at times, underneath all that is this vitality that you just don't get from almost anything else. And I think people get into these addictions because they are lacking this, because they're lacking this meaning, because they're lacking this obsession with something. Your mind has to have some kind of a goal. And when it's not directed towards something constructive, well, it will find something destructive to latch onto. And the highs feel higher when you're actually working hard. Those highs are also higher than anything else you will experience, the highs of achievement. And not only that, but a good meal hits different when you've actually earned it through a long day of productive work. Sleep feels incredible when you've actually pushed yourself physically and mentally. And the ones of you who actually go to the gym and lift weights, you probably know what I'm talking about here. The ones who probably run as well, or do any amount of exercise or any strenuous exercise, all of you know that sleep and rest feels way better when you've actually done something physical, when you've pushed yourself, and now it feels deserved. And it feels better on top of it. So victories, even small ones, feel sweeter when you know how much effort you've put into achieving them. And the work creates basically a contrast in your life that makes everything more vivid and more satisfying. And you can't feel proud of yourself when you haven't done anything worth being proud of. That's the reality of it at the end of the day. But when you've put in a hard day's work, when you've pushed through resistance and self-doubt and fatigue to accomplish something meaningful, even if you haven't really accomplished anything that day, but you have put in the work, you have struggled, you have met resistance and gone over it, you have met doubt and gone over it, and you've met fatigue and you've gone over it. Even if you didn't accomplish anything that day, just the process of you doing that is the reward itself. You get to go to bed knowing you didn't waste the day, and that's the best reward. You didn't coast, you showed up fully, you showed up to the best of your abilities. And that feeling of earned pride is the most addictive feeling ever. And it's the most rewarding feeling ever. So being busy also gets a bad rap these days. Everyone talks about work-life balance and not overcommitting and protecting your time. And sure, there's some wisdom in that, but there's also something deeply satisfying about actually having a full schedule, about being in demand, about having multiple projects and responsibilities that matter. When you're busy in a meaningful way, when you're not just filling time, but actually working on things that move the needle, that's when you produce your best work. That's when you're operating at your peak. Busy creates momentum. When you're already in motion, when you're juggling multiple things and staying active and you're interested, it's easier to keep going, to take on one more project, to push a little harder. Momentum is real. Newton was right about that. Objects in motion tend to stay in motion. When you're busy and productive, you have energy, you're sharp, you're in the flow. It's the periods of low activity, of too much downtime, where you actually start to lose your edge. And this can seem counterintuitive, but in my experience, activity actually creates energy rather than depletes it. Obviously, you need rest and recovery, but when you're engaged in meaningful work, when you're making progress on things that actually matter to you, you actually feel more energized than when you're sitting around doing nothing. And you've probably experienced this. For me specifically, maybe it's something I need to work on, but anytime I go on vacation, after a few days, I start to feel purposeless. I need something to put my mind to. And boredom is exhausting. And I'm not talking about that creative kind of boredom where you sit and think and write and you sit with your thoughts and sit in silence and figure out ways to move yourself forward and to move your life forward. I'm talking about the actual boredom of not having anything to put your mind to, of purposelessness. Purposelessness is draining. Work, real work that actually challenges you, gives you energy back. And when you're busy and productive, when you're actually building things and developing skills and creating value, you're also creating options for yourself. Opportunities tend to flow to people who are already doing things, already producing results, already demonstrating capability. The more you have going on, the more new possibilities open up. It compounds. Success breeds success. Activity breeds opportunity. And this is one of the reasons why people say that rich people keep getting richer. So the struggle isn't something to avoid or minimize or work around. The struggle is the point. That's where the good stuff happens. That's where you find out what you're made of, where you develop resilience and grit and confidence that you can actually handle hard things, when you embrace the struggle instead of resisting it, when you lean into the difficulty instead of running away from it. Everything changes and you'll start loving it. It's just like the gym. Again, if you've gone to the gym, if you've lifted any amount of weights, you know that the resistance is what you're looking for. Is the difficulty that you're looking for. Is the difficulty that shows you that you're going to grow from it afterwards. If it wasn't difficult, then you most likely won't grow. Every struggle is a test, and every test is an opportunity to prove something to yourself. Can you push through it when it's hard? Can you actually keep going when you don't feel like it? Can you maintain your standards even when you're tired or frustrated or discouraged? These are the questions that actually matter. These are the tests that build character, and you can't pass them without actual struggle, without real challenges that push you to your limits. Each time you push through a difficult period, each time you overcome an obstacle or solve a hard problem, you're building evidence for yourself. You're proving that you can actually handle it. And struggle reveals your standards as well. Because when things get hard, when you're tired or stressed or under pressure, that's when you find out what you're really committed to. And you don't transform by staying comfortable. You don't become a different, better version of yourself by avoiding challenges. Transformation requires struggle. The caterpillar has to struggle to break out of the cocoon. It's that struggle that gives the butterfly the strength to actually fly. And so having goals, real goals that stretch you and demand your best effort, gives meaning to the work. The goals themselves almost don't matter as much as the fact that you have them, really, that you're actively pursuing something that matters to you. They give you a reason to push yourself, to develop discipline, to make sacrifices. They make the struggle worthwhile. Goals provide direction in a world that's constantly trying to pull your attention into a million different directions. When you have clear goals, you essentially have a filter for life. Without goals, you're just reacting, just responding to whatever's in front of you without any coherent strategy. But goals give you a way to measure progress, to know whether you're actually moving forward or just spinning your wheels. And you need that feedback at the end of the day. You need to be able to look back over a week or a month or a year or a lifetime for that matter and see concrete evidence that you've made progress, that the work you're putting in is producing results in real life. Goals make that measurement possible. And on hard days, when you don't feel like showing up, when you're tired or discouraged or doubting yourself, your goals are what pull you forward. They remind you of why you're actually doing this, what you're working towards, and about what's possible if you keep pushing. The goal becomes bigger than your current feelings. And when you're pursuing goals that you chose for yourself, when you're actually working towards something because you decided it matters to you, there's also a sense of autonomy and ownership. You're not following someone else's script, hopefully. You're not trying to meet someone else's expectations, again, hopefully. You're charting your own course, defining success on your own terms. And that freedom, that self-direction is profoundly satisfying. You own the outcome when you own the goal. And this is why I always say that it's important that the goal you set is actually yours. It's not goals that you've set because someone else wants something from you or because you're trying to meet someone else's expectations. Those goals have to be yours. If they're not yours, you won't find the motivation to pursue them. A lot of the times when we lack motivation to actually pursue a goal, it's because the goal isn't actually ours. It's someone else's goal that we're trying to achieve. But when you own the goal, you own the outcome, right? And the wins are yours. The setbacks are yours to learn from. The lessons are only yours. You're not a victim of circumstances or waiting for someone to give you permission or make things happen for you. You're the one making it happen. You're the one who decided this matters and committed to pursuing it. And making something happen, good or bad, is always better than being passive and having it happen to you, right? So the goals you choose reflect and shape your identity as well. They say something about who you are and who you want to become. When you set ambitious goals and pursue them seriously, you're making a statement about what you value. You're really making a statement about your values in general and what you believe you're capable of and what kind of life you want to build. Your goals are in a way a declaration of who you are, of your identity. And the pursuit of them is how you become the person capable of achieving them. And when you put it all together, when you really sit with this idea, you start to see that the ability to work hard, to be busy with meaningful things, to struggle towards goals that you actually care about, all of that is genuinely one of life's greatest blessings. It's easy to lose sight of this, especially when you're in the middle of a tough period. But if you zoom out, if you look at the alternative, you'll see that look around. Look at people who have nothing to work towards, no purpose, no meaningful challenges. That's a kind of death. That's not a life. That's what you should actually be afraid of. Not everyone gets to work. Not everyone has the health, the opportunity, the resources to pursue ambitious goals and actually push themselves to their limits. When you recognize that your ability to grind and push and work is actually a privilege, it reframes the whole experience. The hard work stops feeling like a burden and actually starts feeling like an opportunity you'd be foolish to waste. And you have this window, this period of your life where you can actually push hard and build and create. Use it. Believe me, you won't have that forever. Your capacity to work at a high level isn't unlimited. Age will slow you down eventually. Circumstances might change. Your energy levels may decline over time. You don't have forever to make the most of your peak years, of your peak capacity. When you're young and healthy and capable, when you have the energy and the drive and the opportunity, that's when you need to push. That's when you need to make the most of what you have. And believe me, most of you have way more energy than you actually think. And the work you do, the things you build, the impact you make, that's what lasts beyond you. That's what gives your life significance beyond just your own experience. When you're working hard on something that matters, something that might outlive you, or help other people, or contribute to something bigger than yourself, you're building a legacy. You're making your time here actually count for something. And you're making a statement, I was here. And at the end of the day, fulfillment doesn't come from comfort or ease or avoiding challenges. You can try it. Try doing nothing for a month, if possible, and see how fast you'll feel unhappy. It comes from knowing you showed up fully, that you pushed yourself, that you didn't waste your potential. It comes from the satisfaction of hard work well done, from seeing the results of your efforts, from becoming the kind of person who can actually handle whatever life throws at them. And that's what this is really about. That's the blessing hidden inside the struggle. So with that said, let's talk about the infinite expansion. So this is something that took me way too long to actually figure out. You have way more capacity than you really think you do, like way more. And this is what I was talking about too earlier. Most of you have a lot more energy than you think. Most people operate at maybe 40% of what they're actually capable of. And they've convinced themselves that that's their limit. They hit a certain level of output or effort and they tell themselves, okay, this is as much as I can actually handle. And then they just camp out there. But that's complete nonsense. Your capacity isn't fixed. It expands based on what you demand from it, right? So your body and mind adapt to whatever load you put on them. That's just how human beings work. You start lifting weights and your muscles get stronger. You start running and your cardiovascular system improves. You start working longer hours or taking on more projects and your ability to handle complexity and workload increases. It's the same mechanism. The more you do, the more you become capable of doing, which means if you're not consistently pushing yourself to do more, you're actually limiting your future capacity. When you stay at a comfortable level of effort, when you only do what feels manageable and easy, you're teaching your system that this is all it needs to be able to handle. Your body doesn't waste resources maintaining capabilities you don't use. So if you're not regularly stretching yourself, if you're not pushing into that zone where things feel hard and maybe even a bit overwhelming, you're essentially telling your system to downgrade. And you're getting weaker even if you don't realize it. And here's the wild part. Anytime you get to a new level, anytime you push yourself and reach a new tier of output or income or responsibility, you normalize that level within just a couple of months. What felt intense and challenging at first becomes your new baseline. It becomes your new normal. You adjust. What once seemed impossible becomes routine. And this is actually incredible when you really think about it, since it means you can continuously expand what's actually normal for you. And most people hit that normalization point and they just stop. They get comfortable at the new level and they think, okay, I made it, I can relax now. They worked hard to get there and now they just want to coast. And look, I get the impulse, but this is where most people plateau. This is where growth stops. They've adapted to the new level, which means they're ready for the next challenge. But instead of taking it on, they just maintain, they settle, they plateau there. Now, settling leads to stagnation, and stagnation is dangerous. When you're not growing, when you're not pushing forward, you start to atrophy. Your skills get rusty, your motivation starts to fade, life starts to feel repetitive and boring. You lose that edge, that hunger, that sense of possibility that made the climb exciting in the first place. And then one day you wake up and you realize you've been coasting for years and you've forgotten what it really feels like to really go for something. The other thing about settling is that it closes you off to opportunities. When you're actively pushing, when you're taking on new challenges and expanding your capabilities, you're in the game, you're visible. You're meeting people and learning things and positioning yourself for the next opportunity. When you settle, when you stop pushing, you become invisible. Opportunities flow to people who are moving, who are growing, who are demonstrating that they can handle more. So you should always be looking for more challenges, more responsibility, more problems to solve, more opportunities to grow. And I don't mean more in a greedy or desperate way. I'm talking about more as a practice, as a commitment to continuous expansion. The goal isn't to accumulate more stuff or status. That's not what I'm talking about. The goal is to keep expanding who you are, what you're capable of, and what you can contribute. The value is in the process of pursuing more, in the act of stretching yourself and taking on bigger challenges. And when you commit to always doing more, to never settle at your current level, you force yourself to keep growing. You don't get to rest on your past achievements, and you don't get to coast on what you built last year. You have to keep pushing, keep learning, keep developing new capabilities. And having something to aim for, some bigger goal or challenge on the horizon, gives you direction and energy, like we talked about. When you've accomplished your current goals and you don't immediately set new ones, you lose that forward momentum. You start drifting. But when you're always looking for the next mountain to climb, the next level to reach, you maintain that sense of purpose and drive that makes life feel vital and meaningful. The key thing is that you're the one deciding to go for more. You're not being pushed by external pressure or trying to meet someone else's expectations like we talked about earlier. You're choosing this for yourself as an expression of who you want to be, and that autonomy matters. When the drive for more comes from within, from your own desire to see what you're capable of, it's sustainable. It doesn't burn you out the way external pressure does. And every time you push into new territory, every time you take on something bigger than you've done before, you're really exploring new parts of yourself. You're discovering capabilities you didn't know you had. You're learning things about what you enjoy and what you're good at that you couldn't have learned by staying at your current level. The only way to find out what you're truly capable of is to keep pushing the boundaries. There are always new horizons, always. You never reach a point where there's nothing left to explore or achieve or learn. In fact, we just don't have enough time, actually, if you really think about it. The people who think they've done it all, who think they've reached the top, they're just not looking hard enough. There are always new fields to explore, new skills to develop, new ways to contribute. The world is vast and complex, and there's more than enough challenge and opportunity to last multiple lifetimes. The problem is we only get one. So the pursuit of mastery in any domain is essentially endless. You can always get better, always refine your skills, always deepen your understanding. The best practitioners in any field will tell you they're still learning, they're still discovering new layers and nuances. And when you commit to continuous expansion, to always pushing for more, you're really committing to ongoing mastery. You're saying you're never done growing. And that's beautiful, in my opinion. So the more work you take on, the more work you become able to handle. And this isn't just metaphorical, it's literally true. Your capacity for work expands with use. When you're regularly operating at high capacity, when you're juggling multiple projects and responsibilities, you develop systems and skills that make you more efficient. You get better at prioritizing, at managing your time, at making quick decisions. You level up your operating system. So you're forced to develop better systems when you're handling a lot. You can't just wing it anymore when you've got 10 things going on. You need structures, you need routines, you need processes that allow you to manage complexity without dropping balls. And once you develop those systems, you can handle even more. Your capacity keeps expanding as you get more sophisticated in how you operate. And you become more efficient almost by necessity. When you've got limited time and high demands, you figure out how to cut out unnecessary stuff, and you learn to focus on what actually matters. You develop basically an intuition for where to put your energy and what you can safely ignore or delegate. And this efficiency compounds over time, which means you can actually do more in less time as you gain experience. And your decision-making speed increases dramatically when you're operating at high capacity. You don't have time to really agonize over every choice. You learn to make decisions quickly with incomplete information, and you get comfortable with that. You get comfortable with imperfection. Most decisions are reversible anyway, and this ability to decide quickly and move forward is valuable across every area of life. So there's a confidence that comes from knowing you can handle a heavy load. When you've successfully juggled multiple big projects, when you've delivered results while operating at or near your limit, you stop doubting whether you can actually do it. You have proof, you've done it before. That confidence allows you to take on even bigger challenges since you're not held back by fear or self-doubt anymore. You know you'll figure it out. And your stress tolerance increases as well. What would have completely overwhelmed you a year ago now feels manageable, and you've adapted. You've learned how to function under pressure, how to stay focused when things are chaotic, how to keep moving forward even when you're uncertain. Stress becomes less of a threat and more of just a normal part of doing big things. And you discover you have reserves that you didn't know existed. When you really need to, when something important is on the line, you can dig deeper and find another gear. And most people never find out what they're capable of in a crunch since they never put themselves in situations that actually demand it. But when you're regularly pushing your limits, you get familiar with those reserves and you learn how to access them when you need them. And look, nobody tells you that you should exercise less or that you're working out too much unless you're literally injuring yourself. So why do people feel entitled to tell you you're working too much or doing too much with your business or your goals? It's the same principle if you think about it. You're training, you're building capacity, you're developing strength and endurance in a different domain. And just like with physical exercise, the right amount is whatever you decide it is based on your goals and what you're trying to achieve. So only you know how much you should be doing. Only you know what your goals are, what you're willing to sacrifice, what matters to you. Other people will project their own limits and priorities onto you, and they'll tell you to slow down, to relax, to stop pushing so hard. But they don't know what you're after. They don't know what drives you. They're measuring your choices against their own standards, which are probably completely different from yours. And the people who really matter, the people who actually support you and understand you, they won't really try to limit you. They'll see that you're pursuing something important to you, and they'll either support it or they're going to stay out of the way. They might worry about you occasionally, which is completely fair, but they won't try to impose their version of balance or success on you. And they respect your autonomy to choose your own path. The people who care too much about how hard you're working, who constantly tell you to do less, who make you feel guilty for your ambition, they usually fall into one of two categories. Either they're projecting their own insecurities and limitations on you, or they genuinely don't understand what you're actually trying to build. In either case, their opinions on how you should operate don't carry much weight. You can appreciate their concern, but you don't have to let it change your trajectory. And the only thing you should do in that case is literally smile and keep doing whatever you wanted to do. So you don't need anyone's permission to push yourself as hard as you want to push yourself. This is your life. These are your goals. You get to decide what you're willing to do to achieve them. Too many people dim their ambition and dial back their effort to make other people feel comfortable. They're afraid of being seen as too intense or too obsessed, but the truth is anything worth achieving actually requires some intensity and obsession, at least for a period of time. So stop apologizing for your work ethic. Stop feeling guilty about wanting more and doing more. And stop explaining yourself to people who don't get it. You're building something. You're pursuing mastery. You're seeing what you're capable of. And that's admirable, at least in my opinion. That's something to be proud of. The fact that other people wouldn't make the same choice doesn't make your choice wrong. So you decided to go for it. You decided that this matters for you. You decided that you're willing to put in the work and make the sacrifices. And that decision, in my opinion, is valid, and you should own it fully. Don't let other people's discomfort or confusion or jealousy even make you second guess that what you know is really right for you. This is your path and you're walking it intentionally. So life expands with challenges to conquer. When you've mastered your current level, when you've achieved your current goals, the healthy response is to look for new things to conquer, new skills to develop, new problems to solve, new territories to explore. This keeps you sharp. This keeps life interesting. This is what ongoing growth looks like in practice. And if you're bored, it means you've stopped challenging yourself. It means you've been coasting too long at your current level. Boredom is really a signal that you need a new challenge, something that demands your full attention and pushes you out of your comfort zone, something that interests you. And the solution to boredom isn't entertainment or distraction like most people do. The solution is a bigger challenge that forces you to grow, to conquer, to do new things. And when you're actively working on something that challenges you, you don't have time or mental space for boredom. You're fully engaged. Your mind is active. You're solving problems and learning and making progress. That engagement is what makes life feel rich and textured. Entertainment can be fun, but it doesn't provide that same deep satisfaction that comes from being truly engaged in meaningful work. And there's a vitality that comes from constantly pushing yourself and taking on new challenges. You feel more alive, more present, more connected to what you're doing. Compare that to the feeling of coasting or just maintaining, of doing the same thing you did last year. One path leads to growth and energy, and the other leads to stagnation and a feeling of slow decay. Like we said earlier, it's kind of a death in a way. So you should be expanding into new areas continuously. Maybe that means taking on a bigger role at work. Maybe it means starting a side project. Maybe it means learning a new skill that opens up new possibilities. The specific direction matters less than the fact that you're actually expanding at all, that you're not content to just maintain your current position indefinitely. Your comfort zone should be expanding along with your capabilities. And what felt scary or impossible a year ago should feel pretty routine now. And there should be new things that scare you a little, new challenges on the horizon that make you wonder if you can actually pull them off. That healthy tension between what you can comfortably do and what you're reaching for is where growth happens. And there's always a next level. There's always something bigger you could take on. There's some new way you could challenge yourself, some new domain you could explore. Always. The game doesn't end when you hit your current goal. That's just the completion of one chapter, of one thing, of one challenge. The game keeps going as long as you want it to, as long as you keep setting new goals and taking on new challenges, and as long as you're alive, honestly. And that's the way it should be, in my opinion, once again. So, with that said, let's talk about the wealth paradox. So, most people who don't have a lot of money are actually completely obsessed with money, and they think about it constantly. And they stress about bills, they calculate every purchase, they fixate on their bank account balance. And I'm not judging that at all. I've been there myself. And when you don't have money, when you're struggling to cover basic expenses, it's pretty hard to think about anything else. I admit that. The paradox is that this obsession, this focus on money as the primary outcome actually keeps you stuck. And the people who make real money, who build actual wealth, they're focused on something else entirely. You have to detach from money as the outcome you're chasing. And this sounds completely backwards when you need money, I know. How are you basically supposed to make money if you're not focused on making money? I get that. But here's what actually happens when money is your primary goal. You make decisions based on short-term financial gain rather than long-term value creation. And you take opportunities that pay well but don't necessarily build skills or relationships or any reputation. And you optimize for the immediate cash rather than for the things that compound over time. And when you shift your focus from making money to creating value, to solving problems for people, to building skills that matter, the money usually follows. It just does. I didn't believe this for the longest time. I thought it was one of those feel good platitudes that some rich people say to make themselves sound wise. But then I actually tested it. I stopped making decisions based primarily on what would pay the most and started making decisions based on what would teach me the most or what would create the most value. And my income went up, significantly up. And the skills you develop while focused on value creation are also worth way more than any immediate paycheck. And when you're obsessed with money, you might take a job that pays well but doesn't really teach you anything. You're trading time for dollars. And when you focus on building valuable skills, on becoming the kind of person who can solve important problems, you're building assets that appreciate over time. Your earning potential increases exponentially rather than linearly. And this isn't to say that you shouldn't be working a job. This is to say that you should be focusing at whatever you're working on creating the most value in that specific place, and building more skills and learning as much as possible. Now, once you make and save some real money, once you've got a few thousand in the bank and you're not really stressed about covering expenses anymore, your whole relationship with money kind of shifts. You start to see it as a score in an infinite game rather than as survival. And it becomes feedback about the value you're creating rather than the primary goal itself. Some people find this realization a bit depressing. They thought money would solve everything, and now they see it's just a number that tracks one dimension of their life. Other people, me included, find it pretty liberating because an infinite game is one you play to keep playing, to keep growing, to keep expanding your capabilities. The goal isn't to win and then stop. The goal is to continue playing at a higher and higher level. And when you see money as a score in that infinite game, it gives you useful feedback about how you're doing without becoming the entire point. You can use it to track whether you're creating more value this year than last year, whether you're growing, whether your skills are becoming more valuable in the marketplace, and all of these things. And whether this perspective gives you more motivation or less really depends entirely on how you frame it. If you were chasing money thinking it would make you happy and give your life meaning, then realizing it's just a score might kind of deflate you. If you see it as a liberation from the tyranny of never having enough, as freedom to focus on what actually matters while still tracking your progress, then it energizes you. And the facts are the same either way. The meaning you make of those facts is up to you. So if money is your outcome, if that's what you're optimizing for above all else, you're really optimizing for the wrong thing. And this is coming from personal experience. Again, this might be the hardest truth on this list to accept, especially if you're broke right now, but stay with me. Money is a tool, right? It's a means to an end. When you make it the end itself, you corrupt your decision making in ways that ultimately limit how much you can actually make. You can make money in a lot of different ways, and some of those ways are good, some of those are actually bad. The good ones involve creating value, solving problems, building things that improve people's lives. Other ways can be bad. They involve manipulation, exploitation, cutting corners, doing harm, etc. When money is your primary goal, when you're not guided by any deeper principle or purpose, you're vulnerable to taking the bad paths, and you'll justify almost anything if it pays well enough. And your integrity gets eroded when money is the ultimate metric. You start making compromises, you do work you're not really proud of, you partner with people you don't necessarily respect, you promote products you don't believe in. Each compromise seems small and justifiable in the moment. You need the money, right? So might as well do it. But those compromises accumulate and they shape who you become. Eventually, you look in the mirror and you don't really recognize the person looking back. And short term thinking dominates when money is the goal. You take the quick cash over the opportunity that would build something lasting. You prioritize immediate income over long term reputation or relationships. And this caps your potential. The really big wins, the life changing opportunities, they come from playing the long game. They come from building trust and reputation over years, from developing deep expertise, from creating real value consistently. And sometimes they come from working at a job for a long period of time and learning something in the meantime, learning how to become better at whatever it is that you want to do after that job, and using that time to learn as much as possible while having a stable income, basically. Now, everyone has a number, even if they don't consciously know what it really is. It's the amount of money where they feel like they've made it, where they can actually relax. And for some people, it's $50,000 a year. For others, it's 10 million in the bank. The specific number doesn't matter as much as the fact that it actually exists. And here's the problem. If money is your outcome, if that's what you're chasing, then when you hit your number, something dangerous usually happens. Your motivation completely evaporates because you've set a goal for this number. And once you achieve it, that goal is done. Unless you keep setting new goals and just up the number with no meaning behind it, then it becomes a pretty empty game. And the drive that got you to your number disappears once you reach it. You've accomplished what you've set out to accomplish. You've won the game as you defined it, so why keep playing, right? And this is why you see people who work incredibly hard to reach a certain income level and then completely plateau. They're not lazy. They don't suddenly lose their work ethic. They got to that number in the first place, so they must be hard workers. They just reached the finish line they set for themselves, and they don't have a compelling reason to keep going because money was the only goal, essentially. And the only way that some of these people actually overcome that is to set a new number as a goal and then reach that, and then the next one and the next one. But that's a pretty empty game because at some point you'll realize that you're just chasing numbers with no meaning behind them. Now, when money is your metric for success, hitting your number creates a purpose vacuum, right? You built your identity around pursuing this goal. You sacrificed for it. You organized your life around reaching it. And now you're there. What now? If you don't have something deeper driving you, some purpose beyond the money itself, then you end up feeling empty even after you've achieved what you thought you wanted, even after you achieve the next number. So this will keep repeating itself. And here's something wild that I wish I understood earlier. You will normalize whatever income level you reach. After a few months of making a certain amount, it stops feeling like a lot. It becomes your new baseline. This happens whether you go up or down. You adjust. This normalization isn't neutral, though. It has real consequences for what you allow yourself to earn going forward. So if you've normalized a specific income, you will tend to stick to that income whether you consciously want to or not. Your subconscious has decided this is your level now. And this is what people like you make. And when opportunities come up that would push you above your normalized level, you'll find reasons to decline them or sabotage them. You'll feel uncomfortable with the idea of making significantly more. It feels wrong somehow, like you're basically overreaching or being greedy. You'll create all these mental weird games with yourself just to sabotage yourself. And you create an invisible ceiling for yourself based on what you've actually normalized. You might consciously want to double your income. You might set goals around making more money. But if you haven't shifted what feels normal to you, if you're still identified with your current income level, you'll unconsciously keep yourself from breaking through. You'll work hard enough to maintain your current level, but you won't do what it takes to actually jump to the next tier, to the next level. And your income becomes tied to your identity. You're a person who makes this much. That's who you are. To make significantly more would require becoming a different kind of person, which feels threatening to your sense of self. So you stay where you are, where it's comfortable and familiar, even if you're not really happy there. So breaking through requires shifting your identity before you actually shift your income. And denormalization works in reverse as well. Once you've made a certain amount, it's really hard to accept making less. You've normalized that income level as your baseline. Going below it feels like failure, like you're moving backwards. And this can be positive or negative depending on your situation. It can drive you to maintain high standards and not settle for opportunities beneath you, or it can make you rigid and unable to adapt when circumstances change. And people resist downgrading their lifestyle or income even when it would be strategically smart to do so. Maybe there's an opportunity that would require taking a pay cut in the short term, but would lead to much bigger things down the road. Most people can't really do it. They've normalized their current spending and income, and they can't imagine going backwards even temporarily. They stay stuck in the comfortable known rather than taking a calculated risk on something better. And you can get trapped by your normalized income. You've built a lifestyle around it. You've got commitments and expenses that assume that level of income. Changing direction, taking a risk, pursuing something you're actually passionate about, all of that becomes harder when you're locked into maintaining a certain income level. And the money that was supposed to give you freedom ends up constraining you, right? So you have to shift your focus away from money as the primary outcome. This doesn't mean you ignore money or pretend that it doesn't really matter. You still track it, you still care about it, you still make strategic decisions about how to increase it, but it's no longer the thing you're optimizing for. It becomes a secondary metric, a measure of whether you're creating value rather than the goal itself. What should you optimize for instead? Well, that's going to be different for everyone. Maybe it's impact, maybe it's the number of people you help or the magnitude of the problems you solve. Maybe it's mastery, becoming truly excellent at your craft. Maybe it's freedom, building a life where you have autonomy over your time and choices. Maybe it's legacy, creating something that outlasts you. The specific thing matters less than the fact that it's something deeper and more meaningful than just accumulating money. And when you're optimizing for something other than money, your decisions change in subtle but important ways. You might take a project that pays less but lets you work with brilliant people you can actually learn from. You might invest time in building something that won't pay off immediately but aligns with your long-term vision. You might turn down opportunities that would be lucrative but would compromise your values or pull away from what matters. And paradoxically, when you stop chasing money directly and start chasing excellence or impact or mastery, you often make more money. That's the thing. You become more valuable. You build a reputation for doing great work rather than just being a mercenary. And people will want to work with you, want to pay you well, since they know you're driven by something deeper than just extracting maximum cash, right? And the money flows to you more easily when you're not desperately grasping for it. So you still use money as a measurement tool. It's useful feedback at the end of the day. If your income is growing, that's usually a signal that you're creating more value, that your skills are developing, that you're moving in a good direction, especially if you're not doing something sketchy. But if your income is stagnant or declining, that's feedback too. Maybe you need to develop new skills. Maybe the market is shifting. Maybe you're not creating as much value as you think. The feedback is valuable even when money isn't necessarily the goal. So think of your money like a health metric. Your weight or your blood pressure or your resting heart rate, they're useful numbers to track. They give you feedback about your health, but you don't optimize directly for having a specific number on the scale, right? You optimize for being healthy, for eating well and exercising and managing your stress. The numbers reflect those underlying behaviors. Money works the same way. Track it, use it as feedback, but optimize for the underlying activities that create value. And when money stops being the goal and becomes just a metric, you gain a kind of freedom. You're not anxiously checking your bank balance constantly. You're not stressed about every financial decision. You know that if you keep focusing on creating value, on developing skills, on doing excellent work, the money will take care of itself. That trust, that freedom from constant financial anxiety, is incredibly valuable even beyond the financial benefits. So here's what happened to me personally. The first time I really invested in myself, and I mean really invested serious money in education or coaching or tools, I made more money that same month. I didn't expect that. I thought I was making a sacrifice, in fact, spending money now to get benefits later. But the return was almost immediate. And it wasn't a coincidence. It happened again the next time I invested. and the time after that. And it's like a law of the universe or something. When you invest in yourself, you're making a statement of belief. You believe you're worth investing in. You believe you can generate a return on that investment. You believe in your ability to grow and improve and create more value. And that belief shifts something fundamental in how you show up on a day-to-day basis, even when you don't actually really notice it. You carry yourself differently, you take action more boldly, and you expect better outcomes. All of that translates into better results. So putting money on the line creates real commitment. It's easy to say you want to learn something or improve at something when it's free. But when you've paid for it, when you've made a financial commitment, you show up differently. You do the work, you implement what you learn, you take it seriously. And that commitment is what generates the actual results, which is why free information rarely produces the same outcomes as paid education, even when the content is similar. Investing in yourself raises your standards for yourself. You've made a significant investment. You can't just coast anymore and let it go to waste, right? You have to rise to meet that investment, to prove to yourself that it was worth it. And that raised standard affects everything you do. You work harder, you show up more consistently, you hold yourself to a higher bar, and those changes compound quickly, even if you actually don't notice that it's happening underneath the surface. So the return of self-investment is like any other investment. When you invest in stocks or real estate, you might get a 10% or a 20% return annually if you're lucky. When you invest in yourself, in your skills and knowledge and capabilities, you can see 10x or 100x returns. A single insight from a course or a book or a coach can actually change the trajectory of your entire career and life. And a new skill can open up opportunities that weren't even visible before. The ROI potential is essentially unlimited. So the benefits of self-investment compound over time. The skill you learn today doesn't just help you now. It helps you for the rest of your career. It helps you for the rest of your life, whatever that skill is. It builds on the skills you learned before, and they start to connect with each other. It opens doors to learning even more advanced skills. Every investment in yourself makes all future investments more valuable. You're building a foundation that supports exponential growth. And what you put out comes back to you in abundance. I know that sounds mystical or a bit woo, but I've seen it play out too many times to dismiss it. When you actually invest generously in yourself, when you bet on yourself, the universe seems to respond. That's just my experience. And again, all of these lessons are from my personal journal at the end of the day. Opportunities appear, money shows up from unexpected sources, things that seem difficult become easy, and maybe there's a spiritual component to it. Maybe it's just psychology. I don't know, but the pattern is consistent enough that I trust it now. So with that being said, let's continue and talk about the self-investment law. So for the longest time, I believe the path to wealth was really to save every dollar that came my way, every single one. I would agonize over small purchases, skip opportunities to learn or grow if they cost money, hoard cash like my life depended on it. And look, when you're not making a lot or when you don't have an idea for a business or what to do next, saving does make sense. It's definitely better than spending all of your money every week or every month. And you need some cushion, you need some security, but I took it way too far. I turned saving into an identity, into a virtue of sorts. And I was proud of how little I spent and how much I could squeeze out of every dollar. And that saving mentality comes from scarcity thinking. You believe there's only so much money available and you have to hold on to whatever you get as tightly as possible. And every dollar you spend is a dollar you'll never see again. So you better make damn sure it's basically worth it. And this mindset keeps you small. It keeps you operating at your current level since you're unwilling to invest in the things that would help you grow and get to the next level. So you're so busy protecting what you have that you can't build anything bigger. And everything feels like a risk when you're in that scarcity mode. Spending money on education feels risky. Hiring help feels risky. Investing in tools or systems feels risky. Buying some books even feels risky. So you just don't do it. You keep doing everything yourself with whatever free resources you can find, and you stay in your comfort zone since stepping out would require spending money you're not really willing to spend. And this risk aversion masquerading as financial responsibility is actually what keeps most people stuck. Staying in scarcity thinking keeps you broke. I know that it sounds harsh, especially since scarcity thinking often develops from actually being broke, But there's a point where you have to break the cycle. You have to be willing to invest in yourself, even when it feels uncomfortable, even when it means depleting your savings a bit. That willingness to invest is what creates the possibility of earning more. And hoarding money doesn't really make you any wealthier. It just makes you a broke person with some cash in the bank. Now, look, this is for the people that are actually saving, because there's also a ton of people that basically don't spend on themselves in the ways that would produce a return, but spend money on everything that would not produce any return whatsoever for various reasons. One of which is obviously always to be able to show off to other people in some way or another. So buying clothes when you don't need any, when you bought some last week, buying the newest iPhone that comes out just because you want to have the newest iPhone when you don't really need it. All of these things are unnecessary. And this is specifically for the people that are actually saving and know how to save some money, or that feel like it's risky to spend it on something on themselves, which will produce a return, but don't necessarily feel it's risky to buy a new iPhone, for example. So the shift happened for me when I finally made a significant investment in myself. I'm talking about spending an amount that actually felt scary, that made me question whether I was making a huge mistake. I bought a course, invested in some coaching, and put some real money on the line. And then something wild happened. I made more money a few months later, or that same month. Not a little bit more, but significantly more. Enough that the investment paid for itself multiple times over. And at first I thought it was just a coincidence. Maybe it was timing. Maybe I could or would have made that money anyway. But then I did it again and made another investment in myself. And again, my income jumped. And then I did it a third time and same result. At some point, you have to stop calling it a coincidence, basically, and start recognizing it's a pattern. There's something real happening here, right? Some kind of law or principle that governs how this works. And the thing is, even every time I've bought a book for one reason or another, I've made like 10 times more the amount that I paid for the book just a week later or so. So it honestly feels like a universal law at this point. The more you invest in yourself, the more you actually make. And it's almost mechanical in how consistently it plays out. I've tested it enough times now that I actually trust it completely. And when I want to increase my income, one of the first things I do is I actually look for an investment to make in myself, a course to take, a coach to hire, some kind of a tool to buy, something that will expand my capabilities or knowledge. The money always comes back multiplied. And I didn't have this principle for years. People would tell me to invest in myself and I would actually roll my eyes because it sounded like one of those things that, as I said earlier, I thought it's one of those things that rich people say to make themselves feel superior. Oh, I invest in myself and that's why I'm successful. Yeah, right. You're successful since you already had money or connections or opportunities. The self-investment thing is just a story you tell yourself. That's what I thought. Anyway, so I was completely wrong, like embarrassingly wrong. The principle is actually real. The people who were telling me to invest in myself weren't actually lying or trying to scam me. They were sharing something that actually works, something they tested and proven in their own lives. And my skepticism wasn't sophisticated critical thinking or something. It was just fear and scarcity dressed up as rationality. And I was scared to spend money, so I convinced myself the whole concept was BS. And I had all kinds of excuses for why I couldn't invest in myself. I didn't have enough money saved yet, or I needed to do some more research before making a decision. I could probably learn the same thing for free if I just looked hard enough, stuff like that. These excuses always felt reasonable at the time, but they were just defense mechanisms protecting me from the discomfort of making a real investment in myself, and they kept me stuck in the same place, earning the same amount with the same limitations. And under all the excuses was just fear of wasting money, fear of making a bad investment, fear of looking stupid if it didn't work out. And that fear is totally understandable. Money is precious after all, especially when you don't have much of it. I think most people don't actually realize how precious it is, really, but that same fear is what prevents you from breaking through to the next level. You can't grow significantly without taking some risks. You can't expand your capabilities without investing in yourself. And the only way to really know if this principle works is to actually test it yourself. And that's the thing. That's the quote unquote catch. You can't logic your way into believing it. You can't just think about it theoretically. You actually have to put some money on the line and make a real investment in your growth and see what happens. That first test is the hardest one since you don't have the experience yet. You don't have the proof that it basically works. You just have to take a leap. And the investment has to be significant enough that it matters to you. It has to be an amount that feels a bit scary, that makes you take it seriously. And if you spend $20 on a book, yeah, that's technically an investment in yourself. But if you've done it 100 times, then it's not really something that makes you feel a little scared. It doesn't have the same psychological weight as spending, for example, a few thousand on a course or a coach. The bigger investment changes how you show up. It creates real skin in the game. Now, again, if you don't usually buy books or something like that, or if you don't actually invest in yourself, even $20, then doing that and actually investing $20 in yourself should be the first step. I'm not saying you should go immediately and spend thousands on a coach or a course or whatever, on anything for that matter, if you have never actually built up to that level. So once you test it once and see results, you have proof. You know it works for you specifically and in your situation. And that proof makes the second investment easier and the third one easier. Each time you do it and see returns, your confidence in the principle will grow. And eventually you'll reach a point where investing in yourself feels less like a risk and more like a sure bet. And when you invest in yourself, you're essentially increasing your value in the marketplace. You're developing skills that make you more capable, more useful, more able to solve problems that matter. And that increased value translates directly into increased earning potential. Companies even pay more for employees with better skills. Companies pay more for people that actually have gone through some training. Clients pay more for service providers who can actually deliver better results. The market in general rewards value, and investing in yourself is how you build that value. Every skill you develop makes you more valuable. Learning to write well, to speak persuasively, to manage projects effectively, to understand data, to build systems, whatever skills are relevant to your field, each one increases what you can offer. And those skills compound over time as well. The writing skill helps with the speaking skill. The systems thinking helps with the project management. They layer on top of each other and create capabilities that are worth way more than the sum of the individual skills by themselves. So the more skills you stack, the more rare you become. And plenty of people can write. Plenty of people can understand marketing, but people who can write well and understand marketing and know how to build systems and have technical skills, that combination becomes increasingly rare with each skill you add. And rare equals valuable. The investment you make in developing each skill is buying you positioning in a less crowded space where you can command higher prices. And your current skills will become obsolete eventually. The world changes, technology advances. What was valuable 5 years ago might be commoditized now. And if you're not continuously investing in new skills and staying current or getting ahead of trends, you're slowly becoming less valuable. The investment in yourself isn't just about growth. It's also about maintaining relevance, about making sure you don't get left behind as things evolve. And so knowledge compounds in ways that money in a savings account never will. When you actually invest in learning something new, that knowledge stays with you. It influences how you think, how you approach problems, what opportunities you can recognize. You might learn something that doesn't seem immediately useful, but then 3 years later, it becomes the key insight that unlocks massive opportunity for you. You can't predict which pieces of knowledge will be valuable, which is why continuous investment in learning is so important. And new knowledge gives you new perspectives. It lets you see problems differently, connect ideas across domains, come up with solutions that people operating with less knowledge can't actually see. And that expanded perspective is valuable in itself. It makes you better at everything you do since you're working with a richer mental model of how things work. And each investment in learning expands your perspectives further, which compounds your ability to actually create value. And so there's a confidence that comes from knowledge. When you know your stuff, when you're invested in really understanding your field, you can speak with authority. You can make decisions without second guessing yourself constantly. You can see opportunities that others miss since you understand the landscape better. And that confidence affects how people perceive you, which opportunities you're offered, and how much you're actually paid. So investing in yourself often means investing in access to people as well. Courses and coaching and mastermind groups and conferences, they're not just about the content or the learning. They're about the network you actually build, the people you meet, the relationships you develop, the community you become part of. That network has value that far exceeds whatever you paid to access it. And the right relationships often open doors that you can't open on your own. Someone knows someone who's looking for exactly what you offer. Someone introduces you to an opportunity you never would have heard about otherwise. Or someone vouches for you, which gives you credibility you couldn't have built for yourself. These doors, these opportunities that come through relationships, they can be life-changing. They can shortcut years of grinding. And so you learn faster when you're learning from people who are ahead of you. You can avoid mistakes they already made. You can implement strategies they've already tested. You can get feedback that would take years to develop on your own. The investment in access to experienced people accelerates your growth dramatically, and you're essentially buying time, which is your most valuable resource. And being around people who are operating at a higher level also changes your perspective on what's possible. Because when you're surrounded by people making 10 times what you make, for example, doing things you've never done or operating at a scale you've never reached, it expands your sense of what's actually achievable. You start thinking bigger, your goals increase. What seemed impossible starts to seem merely just difficult. And when you invest in a community or a coaching relationship, for example, you get accountability as well. Someone is checking in on your progress. You've made commitments to other people. There's a social pressure to actually do the work and implement what you're learning. And that accountability is valuable since most people struggle with self-discipline in isolation. The investment creates external structure that keeps you moving forward even when your internal motivation flags. And so the emotional support you also get from a community of people on similar paths matters more than you'd expect, because building something, pushing yourself, trying to level up, it is hard. I mean, nobody is denying that. There are moments of doubt, moments where you want to quit, moments where you feel like you're not making progress. And having people around you who actually get it, who encourage you, who've been through similar struggles, that support can be the difference between pushing through and giving up, right? So being part of the right community also helps you calibrate your standards. You see what excellent work looks like. You see what's actually normal at higher levels. You realize that what you thought was good enough is actually just okay. That recalibration is what actually pushes you to raise your game, to hold yourself to higher standards. The investment in community is an investment in continuously improving your benchmark for what constitutes quality work. So investing in yourself also means investing in tools and systems that make you more effective, software that automates your tasks, or equipment that improves the quality, services that handle things that you shouldn't be doing yourself. These investments pay for themselves quickly since they either save you time or improve your output, or both. And time is your most valuable asset. Any investment that buys you back time is probably worth making. If you're spending hours every week on tasks that could be automated or outsourced for less money than your time is worth, then you're making a bad trade. The resistance to these investments usually comes from not valuing your own time highly enough. So the resistance to these investments usually comes from not valuing your own time highly enough. You'll spend 3 hours doing something yourself to save $50, which makes sense if your time is worth less than $17 an hour. But if you're trying to build something significant, your time needs to be worth way more than that, right? So tools and systems that free up mental energy that you can direct towards higher value activities. When you're not bogged down in administrative tasks, when you're not manually doing things that could be automated, you can actually focus on strategy, on creative work, on relationship building, on the activities that actually move the needle. And that focus is where leverage lives. That's where you create disproportionate value relative to the time invested. And also, better tools often mean better output. Professional equipment produces professional results. Good software makes work easier and faster. These improvements in quality affect how you're perceived and what you can actually charge. And the investment in tools is really an investment in your professional image and the quality of the work you can actually deliver. Both of those directly impact your earning potential. Now, tools and systems also give you leverage. They let you accomplish more with the same amount of effort. They multiply your output. And when you invest in leverage, when you build systems that work for you, even when you're not actively working, you break the direct time for money trade. You create the possibility of earning more without just working more hours. That leverage is how you scale beyond the limitations of your available time. And good systems also compound. Once you build a system that works, it keeps working. It keeps producing value. Every hour you save with that system, every improvement in quality, it accumulates over time. And the initial investment might seem significant, but when you calculate the return over months and years, it's usually one of the best investments you can actually make. Systems don't get tired. They don't have off days. They just keep running in the background. So you can't scale yourself without tools and systems. There's only so much you can do manually, no matter how hard you work. And if you want to 10x your output or income, then you need leverage. You need systems that multiply your efforts. The investment in building those systems is what makes scaling actually possible. Without it, you hit the ceiling determined by your personal capacity and you stay stuck there forever. So the principle underlying all of this, the reason investing in yourself works so consistently, has to do with abundance versus scarcity. When you invest in yourself, you're operating from abundance. You're saying, I believe there's more money where this came from, and I believe in my ability to generate returns, and I believe I'm worth betting on. That mindset shift from scarcity to abundance changes everything about how you operate and what results you can actually create. Abundance thinking gives you different energy. You show up more confidently. You make bolder moves. You're not operating from fear or desperation. People pick up on that energy and they want to work with people who have it. Opportunities flow to people who demonstrate abundance rather than scarcity. The investment in yourself is a signal both to yourself and to others that you're operating from abundance. So you attract what you embody. And when you're in scarcity, pinching pennies, afraid to invest in yourself, you attract more scarcity. When you're in abundance, betting on yourself, investing confidently in your growth, you attract more abundance. This isn't some mystical, weird law. It's just that your behavior and energy when operating from abundance naturally lead to better outcomes. You take smarter risks, you pursue bigger opportunities, you expect success rather than bracing for failure. And what you put out really does come back to you in abundance. I've seen this pattern enough times now that I can't deny it. Whenever I make a significant investment in myself, the money just shows up from somewhere, sometimes immediately, sometimes over a few months, but it shows up multiplied. It's like the universe rewards the bet you place on yourself. Or maybe it's just psychology. Maybe the investment shifts something in how you operate that naturally leads to better results. Either way, the pattern holds. So learning to trust this principle changes your relationship with money entirely, right? You stop hoarding it out of fear. You stop making decisions from scarcity. You develop confidence that you can always make more, that investing in yourself is the best possible use of money since it increases your ability to generate more returns, right? That trust makes you more willing to actually take chances, to more willing to invest in opportunities, more willing to bet big on yourself. And once you experience this positive cycle a few times, it becomes self-reinforcing. You invest in yourself, you see returns, which gives you more resources to invest in yourself, which leads to bigger returns. The cycle accelerates and your growth compounds. Each investment makes the next investment both easier and more effective since you're building on a stronger foundation. And this is how people accelerate their growth exponentially rather than linearly. And this is how some businesses grow as well. So the investment is a commitment to yourself. It's you saying, I matter enough to invest in. My growth is worth spending money on, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to reach my potential. So that commitment is powerful in and of itself. It changes your self-concept. It shifts you from someone who hopes things will get better to someone who actively invests in making things better. And that shift in identity drives everything else. So with that said, let's discuss the value paradox. So most people consistently overestimate what they can actually accomplish in a short time frame. You look at your calendar, you've got 30 days ahead of you, and you set these massive goals. You make these ambitious plans, and then reality hits. A month goes by faster than you actually expected, and things take a bit longer than you actually thought. And you run into obstacles you didn't anticipate, and by the end of the month, you've maybe accomplished 70% of what you set out to do, and you feel like a failure. Look, a month is actually a pretty short period of time when you account for all the regular life stuff that has to happen. You still have to work, sleep, eat, handle responsibilities. You've got maybe a few hours a day of discretionary time if you're lucky. And when you factor in that most meaningful changes required consistent effort over time, a month is really just enough to build a habit, set the foundation, and make initial progress on something. So be patient in the short term while acting with speed, and be delusional in the long term. We want immediate results, and that's human nature. We see something we want to change and we want it fixed now. We want the business to be successful now. We want the body transformation now. We want the skill development now. That desire for immediate results makes us set crazy monthly goals and feel like failures when we don't get there. We compress timelines in our heads, assuming things will move faster than they actually do, and then we get discouraged when reality doesn't match our fantasy timeline. Look, the disappointment from missed monthly goals kills motivation. You worked hard for a month, you didn't hit the ambitious target you set, and now you feel defeated. that feeling makes it actually harder to keep pushing the next month. You start to doubt whether you can actually do this. You wonder if you're capable of achieving what you want. And the whole thing becomes a cycle of over-ambitious goal setting, followed by disappointment, followed by diminished motivation. Now, a year, though, is a completely different story. Most people wildly underestimate what they can actually accomplish in a year of focused, consistent effort. A year is actually a pretty long time when you're showing up every day, when you're making incremental progress, when you're learning and adjusting as you go. The amount of growth and change possible in 12 months is honestly staggering if you're actually putting in the work. So consistency over a year beats intensity over a month. Showing up for an hour a day for 365 days gets you way further than going all in for a month and then burning out. The daily practice compounds, the skills develop gradually, the results accumulate. Most people give up before they reach the 1 year mark though, and that's the problem. They sprint hard for a few weeks or months and don't see the dramatic results they actually expected, and then they quit before the compounding really kicks in. You can genuinely transform your life in a year. I'm talking about complete transformations. You can go from a beginner to a pretty competent person at a skill. You can build a meaningful side income. You can get in the best shape of your life. You can develop deep knowledge in a new field. The key is just having a monthly pace that you can actually sustain for 12 months rather than an unsustainable pace that burns you out in 6 weeks. And if people underestimate what's possible in a year, they really, really underestimate what's actually possible in 5 years. 5 years of consistent effort in any direction will take you so far that you'll barely recognize your starting point. You can become world-class at something in 5 years. You really can. You can build a substantial business. You can completely reconstruct your life. The distance you can travel in 5 years is almost unlimited if you're moving in the right direction consistently. And most people can't really think in 5-year time frames. That's the problem. It feels too long, too abstract. They can sort of imagine a year from now. 5 years feels like forever though. So they don't actually plan for it. They don't set goals that far out. They don't commit to long-term paths that would require sustained effort over multiple years because they know they would have to put in the work for pretty long. And they stay stuck in short-term thinking, always looking for the quick win, never building towards something bigger that would actually take years to realize. And 5-year thinking requires patience that most people don't have. You're committing to a path knowing you won't see the full results for years. You're doing today's work for a payoff that's actually years away. And that delayed gratification goes against our own wiring. We want immediate feedback. We want immediate results, immediate validation that we're on the right path. The willingness to work for years towards a distant goal is pretty rare, which is why the people who do it end up in such different places than everyone else. 5 years gives compounding enough time to really work its magic, right? The first year you maybe make modest progress. The second year, you build on that progress. The third year, things start accelerating since you now have more skills, more knowledge, and more resources than when you started in the beginning. And by year 4 and 5, the growth is basically exponential. You're operating at a completely different level than you were at the start, but you only get that compounding if you stay on the path long enough. And where you'll be in 5 years if you stay focused on growth is so dramatically different from where you are now that it's hard to even imagine. The person you'll become, the capabilities you'll have, the life you'll be living, it's all potentially radically different. But you have to believe that transformation is actually possible. You have to trust the process for long enough to see it play out. And most people bail out after a year or two when they're right on the edge of the exponential growth phase. So 5 years is an investment time frame, not a sprint time frame. You're investing today's time and effort into future returns. You might not see much payoff in year 1 or 2, and that's okay. That's just the foundation building phase. The payoff comes later, and when it comes, it's substantial, but you have to be willing to invest without immediate returns, right? Which requires a level of delayed gratification and long-term thinking that's increasingly rare nowadays. And small changes in trajectory matter way more over 5 years than they do over 1 year. A tiny course correction today, a small habit change, a slightly different focus, it might not make much difference this month or even this year, but compound that small change over 5 years and you end up in a completely different place. This is why the decisions you make now matter so much even when their immediate impact seems so minimal. And here's where it gets really interesting though. The same people who underestimate what they can do in a year, they simultaneously overestimate how much value they're currently bringing to the table. They think they're already pretty good, already working pretty hard, already doing quality work, already learned enough. They just know everything and they have an inflated sense of their current contributions. And then when they don't get the recognition or compensation they think they actually deserve, they get resentful. And most people are pretty bad at assessing their own value accurately. You know your intentions, your effort, how hard you're actually working. You know all the changes you're dealing with that other people don't see. So in your own mind, you're doing great. You're working hard, you're contributing, you deserve more credit. But other people don't see your effort or intentions. They only see your output and results. And often there's a gap between how much effort you're putting in and how much value you're actually creating. And effort doesn't equal value. You can work incredibly hard and still produce mediocre results if you're working on the wrong things or using ineffective methods. And the market doesn't pay for effort, it pays for results. Otherwise, the richest people on earth would be the hardest working ones. So the market pays for results, for value created, for problems solved. Understanding this distinction is actually crucial because you might be working harder than everyone else, but if your output isn't correspondingly better, you're not creating more value. The effort is necessary, but it's not sufficient. So your standards might be lower than you think they are. What you consider good work might be average or even below average when compared to what's actually possible. And you're comparing yourself to your past self or to people around you who might also have mediocre standards. And when you haven't been exposed to truly excellent work, when you haven't seen what top performers in your field produce, you don't really realize where your work actually stands. And this is why getting feedback from people who are better than you is so valuable and so uncomfortable at the same time. People get really defensive when their self-assessment gets challenged. You think you're doing great work and someone points out ways you could actually improve, ways in which your work maybe falls short, and your immediate reaction is often defensiveness. You want to explain all the reasons why you did it that way, all the constraints you were working under, all the effort you put in, but that defensiveness is what prevents you from actually hearing the feedback and improving. It keeps you stuck in your current level of performance. And real feedback about your value is hard to get. Most people won't tell you the truth. They'll be polite. They'll say your work is actually fine. They'll give you vague encouragement. The market, though, gives you honest feedback. If you're struggling to get clients or employers at the rates you want, if opportunities aren't flowing to you, if you're not getting the recognition you think you deserve, that's actually the feedback. That's the market telling you your value isn't what you think it is. You can get mad about it or you can use it as information to improve. The gap between your self-assessment and reality can be painful to confront. Nobody wants to discover that they're not as good as they thought they were. It's ego bruising, basically. But that reality check is also incredibly valuable. Once you see the gap clearly, once you understand where you actually stand, you can do something about it. You can develop the skills you're lacking. You can raise your standards. You can close the gap between your current value and what you want your value to be. And here's the flip side, and this is what makes it a paradox. While people overestimate their current value, they massively underestimate their potential value. They think they're already pretty good, but they also think this is close to their ceiling. They don't realize how much room there is to grow, how much better they could become, how much more value they could create if they really pushed themselves. You're capable of way more than you think you are. Way more. And I know this sounds like a cliche, but it is true. The ceiling on your potential is probably 10 times higher than where you currently believe it is. You're operating at a fraction of your capacity. You could be twice as productive, twice as skilled, creating twice as much value if you're really committed to growth. The limitation isn't your inherent capability. The limitation is your belief about what's actually possible for you. You look at other people who are operating at high levels and you assume that they have something you don't, like a special talent or better circumstances or more resources. Sometimes that's true, but more often they just believe that they could reach that level and they put in the work to get there. They didn't have some magical advantage. They just had a higher belief about what was possible for them, and that belief drove the actions that created the results. You could do the same thing if you adjusted your beliefs about your own potential. Underestimating your potential is actually just comfortable in a weird way. If you believe you're close to your ceiling, you don't have to push harder. You don't have to learn more. You can coast at your current level and tell yourself that you're doing about as well as you're capable of doing. Admitting you could do way more, that your current performance is nowhere near your potential, that's uncomfortable because it creates a gap that we naturally want to close. It means you're leaving a lot on the table. It means you have no excuse for really staying where you are. And you're more valuable than you think right now with your current skills and knowledge and experience, you're more valuable than you're giving yourself credit for. You've got capabilities that other people need. You've solved problems that other people are still struggling with. You've learned things that would help others. You're just not packaging it, not presenting it, and not putting yourself out there in the ways that would allow others to recognize and pay for that value. You're too close to your own knowledge and skills to see their value clearly. Things that seem obvious or easy to you are actually hard for most people. You've forgotten what it was like to not know what you know now. And you've internalized skills that are actually valuable in the marketplace. You discount your own expertise since you're intimately familiar with all the things you don't know. But the market doesn't compare you to perfection. It compares you to other people, many of whom know way less than you do. So you're probably undervaluing what you offer, you're charging less than you could, and you're not promoting yourself effectively. You're accepting opportunities that pay less than you're worth, and part of this is just imposter syndrome, and part of it is just not recognizing your own value. Part of it is fear of rejection, but the result is the same. You're leaving money on the table. You're not getting the opportunities you could get since you're underestimating your value and therefore underselling yourself. Perfectionism is one of the main things that keeps people from recognizing and expressing their full value. You think your work needs to be perfect before you can put it out there, before you can charge what it's worth, and before you can go for bigger opportunities. So you hold back. You tinker endlessly. You find flaws that need fixing, and you wait until everything is just right. Meanwhile, people with half your capability are out there making things happen since they're not paralyzed by perfectionism. Healthy standards are good. Perfectionism is something else entirely. Healthy standards mean you care about doing quality work. You have benchmarks you're trying to hit. You're not satisfied with sloppy results. Perfectionism means you're never satisfied and nothing is ever good enough. And you're always finding problems that need to be fixed before you can actually move forward. And that distinction matters. Standards drive you forward. Perfectionism typically keeps you stuck. Now, perfectionism is usually fear in disguise. You're afraid of being judged or afraid of failing or afraid of discovering you're not as good as you think you are. So you use perfectionism as protection. If you never declare something finished, if you never put it out there, you never have to face potential criticism or rejection. You get to stay safe, but you also stay stuck. You don't grow, you don't get feedback, you don't create value for others. And the returns on perfectionism are severely diminishing. Getting your work from 80% to 90% quality might be worthwhile. Getting it from 90% to 95% takes way more time for minimal improvement, and pushing from 95 to 98% takes even more time for even less improvement. Meanwhile, that time could be spent starting the next project, learning a new skill, creating more value. Perfectionism makes you spend time polishing things that are already good enough while missing opportunities to do more impactful work. And done is better than perfect in almost every situation. Done means you're shipping, you're putting work out into the world, you're getting feedback, you're making impact. Perfect means you're still tinkering, still holding back, still protecting yourself from judgment. The person who ships good work consistently beats the perfectionist who ships perfect work occasionally. Volume matters, iteration matters, getting feedback matters. All of that requires actually finishing and releasing things rather than endlessly refining them. And you learn way more from shipping imperfect work and getting feedback than from trying to perfect something in isolation. Real world feedback tells you what actually matters, where the real problems are, what resonates with people. Your perfectionist polishing in isolation is often focused on things that don't actually matter to anyone but you. Ship it, learn from the response, improve the next variation, and that cycle is how you actually get better. Iteration beats perfection every time. Make something, ship it, learn from it, make the next version better, and that process gets you to excellent work way faster than trying to make the first version perfect. The first version is never perfect anyway, no matter how much time you actually spend on it. There are things you can only learn by shipping, by getting real feedback, by seeing how people actually use or respond to your work. Perfectionism delays that learning process indefinitely. And unhealthy expectations are the partner of perfectionism. You have these ideas about where you should be, what you should have achieved, how good your work should be. These expectations are often completely arbitrary and disconnected from reality. And maybe you're comparing yourself to people who are 10 years ahead of you. Maybe you're holding yourself to standards that nobody actually cares about. These expectations become chains that hold you back from making progress. Every time you hear yourself think, I should be further along or this should be better, that's an expectation talking. Question where that expectation actually comes from. Who says you should be further along? Based on what timeline? Compared to whom? Often these expectations are just internalized judgments, either from other people or from some imaginary standard that you've created. You're the creator of this. They're not based on any reasonable assessments of what's actually possible or what actually matters. Comparison is the thief of joy, as they say. When you're constantly comparing yourself to others, to where you think you should be, to some ideal standard, you're never satisfied with where you are. You can't appreciate your progress since you're too busy focusing on the gap between your current reality and your expectations. And that constant dissatisfaction actually prevents you from recognizing your value and building on your strengths. And most of your expectations are arbitrary. You decided you should be making an X amount by a certain age. You decided that your work should be at X quality level. You decided you should have achieved X by now. Where did those decisions actually come from? Usually they're just numbers or standards you just picked up from somewhere and internalized without ever questioning them. And they're not based on your actual circumstances, your starting point, your unique path. Letting go of arbitrary expectations frees you to make progress on your actual path rather than constantly feeling like you're failing to live up to imaginary standards. And unhealthy expectations create constant pressure. You're always measuring yourself against the standard and finding yourself lacking. And that pressure doesn't actually motivate you to do better work. It actually paralyzes you. It makes you anxious and self-critical. It drains energy that could be going into actually creating value. And when you release those expectations, when you focus on simply doing good work and improving consistently, the pressure lifts. You can actually perform better since you're not carrying the weight of constantly feeling inadequate. And the wild thing is that most of these expectations are completely self-imposed. Nobody else is holding you to these standards. The pressure you're feeling isn't actually coming from external sources. You're doing it to yourself, which means you can also choose to stop. You can decide that your current pace is fine. You can decide that your current quality level is good enough for now. You can give yourself permission to be a work in progress rather than demanding that you already be finished. Because in reality, you're always going to be a work in progress. And if you're not, then you're probably doing it wrong. So releasing unhealthy expectations is incredibly freeing. You can stop beating yourself up for not being further along. You can appreciate where you actually are and the progress you've actually made. And you can focus your energy on creating rather than on self-criticism. And that freedom will allow you to operate at a higher level since you're not weighed down by constant judgment of yourself. So you have to unchain yourself from these limiting beliefs and expectations. You have to stop underestimating your potential while overestimating your current value. You have to drop the perfectionism that keeps you from shipping, and you have to release the arbitrary expectations that make you feel perpetually inadequate. All of these mental chains are keeping you from expressing the value you actually have and developing the value you're actually capable of creating. So give yourself permission to be where you are right now while also believing you can go much further. You don't have to be perfect today. You don't have to be as far along as you think you should be. Where you are right now is fine. And it's your starting point for the next phase of growth. You can acknowledge that you have room to improve, that your current value isn't your ceiling, without making that mean that you're inadequate right now. Both things can be true at the same time. So you're on a journey. Journeys have waypoints, not just destinations. Every point along the way is valid, and where you are now is a legitimate place to be. It's where you're supposed to be given your path so far. You'll be somewhere different next year and somewhere different 5 years from now. But trying to skip ahead, trying to be at the 5-year mark today, just creates suffering. Be here now, do the work that's right in front of you, and trust that consistent effort over time will get you where you actually want to go. Focus on the process rather than constantly evaluating whether you're good enough yet. Are you showing up consistently? Are you doing the work? Are you learning and improving? Are you shipping things? If you answer yes to those questions, then you're on the right path. The results will come. Your value will increase. Your capabilities will expand. But that all happens through the process, through the daily practice, through the consistent effort, through the boring work. The process is what you can actually control. Let go of trying to control the timeline or force the results. Your potential is way bigger than you think it is. You can create way more value than you're currently creating, and you can reach way higher than you're currently reaching. The main thing holding you back isn't a lack of talent or opportunity, it's your beliefs about what's possible for you, your perfectionism, your unhealthy expectations, your tendency to underestimate yourself. Remove those chains and see what happens. Bet on yourself. Push towards your actual potential rather than settling for the artificially limited version you've been accepting so far. So with that said, let's go over the review. We went over the overview. We talked about the sacred suffering, the infinite expansion, the wealth paradox, the self-investment law, the value paradox, the review, and finally your action items for the day or the next few days. First, stop running from hard work and start seeing it as the blessing it actually is. Find something difficult to pursue, something that scares you a little bit, and commit to the process of struggling towards it. Then make a significant investment in yourself this month. Anything. Take a course, hire a coach, buy some books, buy the tools you need, put real money on the line, and watch how it comes back multiplied. And then finally, let go of the perfectionism and the arbitrary expectations holding you back. Ship your work even when it's not perfect. Trust your potential. Unchain yourself and see how far you can actually go. And with that being said, if you want this document along with this training, then make sure to join the free community from the first link in the description. And if you want to work with me personally one-on-one, especially if you're an entrepreneur, creator, or a professional, then make sure to book a call from the second link in the description. With that being said, thank you for being here, and I'm going to see you in the next one. All right, hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is the circle of becoming. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is first the overview itself, comfortable sabotage, the drift problem, the alignment standard, the replacement strategy, the long-term cycle, the review, and then your action items for the day or the next few days. Now, before we start, I must say that this can be a bit of a controversial training because what we're going to be essentially talking about is why you need to cut out probably most of your friends, or at least a big part of your circle, and maybe other relationships as well. So with that said, whether you want to watch it or not, that's completely your choice, but I've made that caveat ahead of time. So let's start with comfortable sabotage. So most people never notice how their friendships gently sculpt their behavior, their identity, and their destiny. Every social environment basically carries invisible incentives that reward certain actions and punish others, and you absorb these cues without necessarily realizing it, which means that you end up living inside the gravitational pull of your circle, and that pull often drags you down instead of lifting you up, at least for most people. And you become like the people you're closest to because your brain actually mirrors the emotional tone, the expectations, and the habits of your tribe. And these micro mirrors actually alter your choices across the day, but also across your life with shocking precision. Now, most people stay stuck inside the same circle for years, even when they know that that circle is slowing them down. And people usually pick comfort over growth because comfort actually feels safe, even when it keeps them small. And once you see how that really works in real life, you'll stop blaming yourself for outgrowing people, and you'll start understanding why it happens so often. Now, most people build friendships during the versions of themselves that didn't have standards, didn't have discipline, and didn't have a clear direction. A lot of people have friends from childhood, for example. And now, well, when they level up, the friendship stays built around that same old version of themselves. And you can already see how that kind of traps you. The circle was basically created by a past identity, someone else, essentially. And you carry it forward even when you no longer match it. And you end up preserving a social world that really belongs to someone you stopped being, almost a different person. And these old friendships feel easy because they don't necessarily challenge you. And sure, ease feels pretty nice in the moment, but it slowly lowers your standards because you keep stepping back into an environment that expects the old version of you. And so the relationship, if you think about it, these kinds of relationship almost never change. They almost never evolve. The conversations stay the same and you bend yourself to fit the old rhythm. You just do what you've always done with these people. And over time, that rhythm becomes your ceiling. You start drifting down to basically match the group, because it's quicker to shrink your ambition and your goals and everything than to hold a higher standard around people who don't necessarily share it. And so you stick with these friends because you know them and they know you, or at least they know a version of you, someone you used to be. And that familiarity can feel safe even when it's slowly keeping you from becoming the person you're trying to grow into, even if you know it. And so you remember the good old times and you give the present version of the friendship a lot more credit than it actually deserves. And you unconsciously step back into the old character that they expect. And each time you do, you basically reinforce a version of yourself you've already outgrown. You're basically living two different lives. And so this relates to social capital theory a lot. The theory basically suggests that relationships function as assets, a form of capital that basically requires investment and generates returns. So it was developed by sociologists Pierre Bourdieu, James Coleman, and Robert Putnam, and it argues that your network has inherent value that can be leveraged on both sides of the relationship, both on your side and their side, for tangible benefits like information, opportunities, emotional support, and influence. And social capital operates through three key mechanisms: network resources, which is the people you know basically provide access that you wouldn't be able to get alone; trust and norms, which are basically shared expectations that enable cooperation; and investment dynamics, meaning relationships require time and energy, but they generate returns. And so social capital can both accumulate through positive interactions, but also depreciate if relationships aren't actually maintained or become misaligned with your goals. Now, not all social capital is equal. Bonding capital is the one type of capital here, which means strong ties with similar groups, provides emotional support and trust, while bridging capital, meaning weak ties across diverse groups, provides access to novel information and opportunities. So the quality and the alignment of your network matters more than its size. Now, when the friendship stays built around the old version of you, the social capital embedded in that relationship begins to depreciate. The relationship was invested in at a particular developmental stage, but as you evolve, the returns shift from positive, meaning support, belonging, and shared growth, to negative, meaning drift, pressure to basically regress or energy drain. And as I said earlier, you remember the good old times, so you give the present version of the friendship way more credit than it deserves. And this is the social capital equivalent of the sunk cost fallacy, which means continuing to invest based on past returns rather than current or future value. So the history you have with them basically creates a feeling of obligation in a way that keeps you invested even when the relationship no longer serves your growth. So every hour maintaining relationships that expects the old you also represent opportunity cost, because time not spent building social capital with people aligned to your current trajectory, meaning you don't actually get the time to spend time with people that will further your goals in your current trajectory, because you're spending time with relationships that are misaligned. So the ease of old friendships masks their true expense. They occupy network space that could be filled with relationships that accelerate you rather than hold you back. So the strong bonding capital you have with them, like deep familiarity, shared history, emotional comfort, etc., has now basically flipped from an asset to a liability. These friends know you deeply, but they know who you used to be, and that can become a constraint. The same closeness that once supported you now creates pressure to step back into the old character that they expect, which generates a negative return on your development. So social capital theory suggests that optimal networks require periodic rebalancing, meaning maintaining relationships that align with your current goals while gracefully releasing those that don't. And this means that you need to be able to basically recognize when your social portfolio has become misaligned and when it needs restructuring, not because the relationships are inherently bad, but because they no longer match your direction. So when your growth outpaces your environment, the environment pushes back. And so this is where people start feeling guilty for basically saying no, or they start explaining themselves too much, or they shrink their dreams to avoid making others feel uncomfortable. And little by little, basically what happens is your friend group becomes the biggest source of pressure against your progress. So your circle feels the shift even when they don't really talk about it. They sense that you're basically moving faster than them. And that creates tension because your progress makes their stagnation feel a lot more obvious. So their bodies react there before their minds do. In fact, they feel uneasy, anxious, or even threatened around your ambition and your goals, and that tension comes out in subtle comments or jokes that basically make you second guess yourself. And every time you bring up something new that you're working on, you can feel the energy basically drop because your growth essentially forces them to confront what they haven't done. And so they try to pull you back without even realizing it. And you'll see it in the invitations, the suggestions, the come on just this once moments. These aren't real accidents. They're actually patterns, and they encourage the old behaviors you're trying to walk away from, because those behaviors keep you predictable and familiar, and it also enables them to engage in the same behaviors if they're doing the same things. Very easy example is alcohol. People will encourage you to drink alcohol because it makes them feel more comfortable consuming alcohol. So they need you to stay the same because it preserves the comfort of the group, even though that comfort costs you your growth. And as this pressure builds, you basically start feeling the emotional mismatch between your new direction and your old circle. Now, growth in general changes your interests, and it changes your interests faster than your environment can really keep up sometimes. So you start reading books, for example, leveling up, building new habits. You think about long-term goals, and suddenly the people who you used to click with start feeling out of sync with you. And it's on both sides. And it's not because you're better than them in any way. It's really because you're becoming someone different. It's not the person that they got to know in the beginning. So you care about things that they don't think about. And when you bring up the things that you're learning or doing, you basically see blank stares or dismissive reactions. And the conversations that used to feel fun now just basically feel empty because the topics no longer match your actual priorities anymore. And so you sense that gap widening every time you try to talk about something meaningful. And maybe you've begun valuing progress, health, growth, discipline, purpose, all of these things, and they value comfort, entertainment, distraction, and stability. And these value differences, which, by the way, having similar values is one of the strongest markers of a long-term relationship with anyone. These value differences create tension in the air, even if nobody says anything out loud. So spending time with them starts to feel draining because you're essentially pretending to be someone that you're not anymore. And when that mismatch becomes too obvious, something deeper kicks in that basically changes how you see the entire dynamic. So you can think of your life as a game character that's leveling up across health, wealth, love, and self, for simplicity's sake. When you basically hit a major streak, you might go from level 10 to level 40 or 60 in a very short period of time, but your friend group basically stays at the level where the friendship was originally built, unless they're also moving at the same pace as you, in which case you wouldn't necessarily have a big problem with them. And that level difference becomes impossible to ignore if they're staying at that same level. So your growth happens fast because you're stacking habits, discipline, and information while their life speed stays slow. And so the gap widens each month, even if you're still meeting up, and you start seeing the patterns that kept you stuck for years. And so your environment freezes you at the level where it was created. And since your social world was basically built at that old level, visiting it pulls you back into that level each time. So you act like your old self because the environment actually expects it, and the people around you cap your growth more than you've ever realized. So once you see that those levels exist clearly, you also start noticing the darker instinct that basically shows up when one person grows faster than the rest. And that instinct is the crab mentality. Now, the crab mentality kicks in when people basically feel threatened by your growth, and it's basically human biology. The crab mentality concept in general emerged from a simple but very brutal observation that was first documented in the Philippines, though the phenomenon itself predates the Lepo by centuries. But fishermen basically noticed that when they trapped crabs in a bucket, no lid was really needed. Any crab that tried to climb out would be pulled back by the others below. And when one crab climbs towards the top of the bucket, the others grab it and pull it back down. Not because they're cruel, but because their survival instinct sees escape as threat to the group's equilibrium. So the term crab mentality, which is sometimes called crab bucket syndrome or tall poppy syndrome in different cultures, became widely recognized in the 20th century as social scientists basically looked for metaphors to explain collective behavior patterns that keep groups stuck. So the pattern isn't unique to crabs. It's actually observed across different species and cultures because it reflects deeper evolutionary logic about group survival and status hierarchies. So similar patterns actually appear in chickens and primates, and different societies developed their own names for it. So in the mid-20th century, psychologists began studying the phenomenon scientifically, and they connected it to social comparison theory, relative deprivation, and zero-sum thinking, which is very important here in order to understand why it even appears. So Leon Festinger's social comparisons theory explained why people measure their worth against others in their immediate circle, which creates the conditions for crab mentality. So economists and anthropologists linked the behavior to scarcity mindsets that were developed during resource-limited ancestral environments, which is basically zero-sum thinking, meaning your win must be their loss. So social media amplified the pattern even more exponentially, and now the bucket basically extends globally, and anyone's visible progress can basically trigger the pulling down reflex from thousands of observers simultaneously, and we often call these people haters nowadays. So humans evolved in basically tribes where status was relative and resources were finite. And so if one person rose too high, that shift threatened everyone else's position in the hierarchy. So your success makes them look worse by comparison, even if nothing about their life actually changed. And their brains basically treat your win like their loss, because ancient survival zero-sum thinking logic assumed opportunity was scarce. So that instinct still runs in the background today. When you basically level up faster than your circle, their nervous system flags it as destabilization, and they unconsciously work to restore balance by slowing you down. And they don't plan it, they don't say, let's hold them back. It just happens beneath conscious thought. The crab mentality is just a reflex. It's an instinct, not necessarily a choice. And it shows up in jokes, skepticism, and even invitations that were just basically designed to keep you at their level. So when someone in the group levels up too fast, the rest feel like they're losing connection, they're losing status or even identity, and they pull the person back without even meaning to. And basically what's happening is they're afraid you'll outgrow them, leave them behind, or make them look stagnant by comparison. And this creates subtle defensiveness around your wins. And they ask questions that basically their whole goal is to poke holes in your dreams, because your dreams stretch their comfort zone and a lot of the times even their imaginations. And so some will sabotage you without even realizing it. They'll invite you to a party when you're trying to wake up early, or they'll crack jokes about your goals, or they'll tempt you to go back into old habits, or they're going to ask you to eat something with them that's probably unhealthy, even though you're maybe on a diet and trying to get leaner. These tiny pulls matter because human behavior in general adapts fast to the expectations of the group, because we're afraid of being kicked out and basically being on our own. So if you keep saying yes, the group shapes you more than your goals do. And after a while, all these pulls create an emotional pressure that's hard to ignore. Now, growth in general forces you to say no more often, and this makes you feel like you're being a bad friend, but you're not. You're just changing. And guilt tricks you into believing that you owe your old self to people who only know that version of you. And so you start to feel responsible for things that basically don't reflect who you are anymore. And your progress makes you feel like you're abandoning people, even though growth always shifts your environment and your interests and everything around you. And so this guilt keeps many people stuck because they fear being misunderstood. And this is the craziest part. Part of you wants to move forward and progress in life, and part of you wants to avoid hurting anyone. And that internal conflict is what's going to slow you down and create that cognitive dissonance that basically slows down your growth unless you face it directly. So you realize that your life now depends on which part you want to listen to. And the person you're becoming needs room to breathe. And that room won't necessarily exist if you keep carrying obligations that no longer fit your identity. So once the guilt fades, you finally see the most dangerous part really of staying in misaligned circles, which is staying with the wrong circle. Meaning staying with the wrong circle takes a toll on your health, energy, discipline, focus, and belief in yourself. And you don't necessarily feel it at first, but the slow drag adds up over time. And you lose weeks, months, or even years because you're basically trying to stay loyal to a level that no longer fits you. And you feel drained because your mind burns extra fuel trying to bridge the gap between who you want to be and who your environment expects you to be. And so the constant push and pull becomes heavy, and your mental clarity fades because you live in two identities at once. You're trying to be two people at the same time. And then your progress slows down when you basically surround yourself with those people who reinforce your old habits and limit your momentum. And you slide back into comfort behaviors because you're around people who reward them. literally. And so you stop moving forward even though nothing external has actually changed. So the next step is to really understand what it really takes to shift towards the kind of relationships that match who you're becoming. So the real danger in keeping the wrong circle around you isn't just the sabotage or arguments, but also the quiet drift that starts the moment your environment no longer matches your direction. And so what happens is actually pretty simple. The room you're in begins shaping the identity you fall back into, and that identity starts shaping every choice you make. And these small shifts add up, and without noticing it, you'll start sliding back towards an older version of yourself. And this is why understanding drift is important, because once you recognize how it works, you stop wondering why you feel pulled in different directions, and you actually start seeing the invisible forces steering your habits and decisions. Now, drift isn't very noticeable. It feels like a soft slide. You don't notice a big shift from one day to the next. You basically blend into the emotional temperature of the people you're around. And the mind loves harmony, so it tunes itself to match the environment, even when the environment doesn't support really the direction that you're aiming for. And as you spend time around people who still expect the older version of you, that version slowly resurfaces and you become it again. So you don't choose it on purpose. It just starts showing up through basically tiny actions that feel harmless in the moment, but they actually stack up over time. Now, once you notice how gentle that slide is, it becomes clear why drift is so easy to miss until it's already shaping your whole days. Now, the first real sign of drift usually shows up as an inner split. One part of you leans towards growth, progress, discipline, and purpose, while another part tries to preserve familiarity with the people around you. And that tension will create the feeling like you're living between two identities. And it pulls your energy in opposite directions. So you want to move forward, yet there's basically a pull to maintain who you used to be. And so the more these identities collide, the heavier the emotional load becomes, because you can't hold both versions of you without feeling that kind of strain and friction. So this inner conflict will start draining you pretty quickly, since you're constantly shifting between two modes of being, each with its own expectations and rhythms, and you try to stay aligned, but you also try not to disturb the old dynamics, and that juggling act basically wears down your mental bandwidth. So over time, your habits start loosening around the edges through repeated tiny adjustments that weaken your discipline, and your sense of direction becomes hazy, since you're pulled toward what feels socially safe instead of what moves you forward. And with that internal tension growing, what happens is you start feeling a subtle pull back towards your old patterns. And this pull doesn't show up as like force, but rather as convenience and familiarity. And you say yes to small things you don't believe in anymore, simply to avoid the awkwardness or tension. And a habit gets pushed from morning to evening, and then from today to tomorrow, and then from this week to I'll get back to it at some point. And the shift feels gradual, almost unnoticeable. And drift shows up as energy leakage before it really shows up as any regression. You start losing momentum in places that used to feel effortless. Your mornings become scattered, your focus weakens, your standards become flexible. And the tricky part is that these shifts don't feel dramatic. They actually feel just easy. And you bend your routine here, you soften a boundary there, and your mind starts adjusting itself to match what your environment rewards instead of what your goals really require. So you can spot these leaks early if you're actually willing to look at them honestly. Now, the signals always appear before the slide becomes obvious. So things that once felt automatic start getting postponed, and at first, it's just small tasks, and soon it's fundamental habits. Your thoughts become noisier since your actions no longer line up with your intentions, and that mismatch creates low-level tension and cognitive dissonance. And as more and more leaks show up, that tension builds into internal pressure, and you feel torn between what supports your future and what maintains your role in the group. And you start questioning your path, since the people around you don't necessarily reflect the direction you're actually aiming for. And every moment of doubt slows you down by just a little, but those little moments add up in a big way. And when the slowing builds up, you find that something heavier really starts forming beneath the surface: guilt. Now, guilt plays a major role here, not because you're doing anything wrong, but because you're shifting away from a version of yourself that others are still attached to, and you feel bad for growing faster. You feel bad for wanting different things, and you feel bad when your habits no longer match the rhythm of your old circle. And even though none of this is actually wrong, that guilt pushes you to soften your boundaries so you don't disrupt the comfort of the group. And this often happens completely subconsciously. Now, that guilt basically creates stories that sound logical in your head, even though they're rooted in emotion, not clarity. So you feel like you owe loyalty to people who were part of your past chapters, even though loyalty to a past identity costs you your future. And you worry that they'll judge you or misinterpret your distance, so you adjust your decisions to basically avoid uncomfortable conversations. And soon, you basically start trading long-term progress in your own personal life for short-term emotional relief, and that trade keeps many people stuck for years. You choose peace over alignment since peace basically feels easier in the moment, but in the process you lose small pieces of your progress until your goals feel further and further away. Now, drift eventually turns into emotional fatigue as you switch between two identities throughout the week. When you're alone, you act as the person that you're actually becoming. When you're with your old circle, you snap back into who you used to be. And that back and forth drains your energy since it never lets you live from one stable identity. And the more you switch, the more mentally tired you feel, even if nothing dramatic is really happening. So this constant switching creates a cycle where your old habits and new habits are basically fighting for attention. And your strongest routines weaken since they don't have enough stability to anchor themselves. And you start feeling frustrated with yourself and with the people around you, since part of you knows you're capable of more. And eventually the emotional weight becomes clearer than the guilt, and you start recognizing that staying in place costs more than moving forward. And you reach a point where maintaining the old version of yourself hurts more than actually outgrowing it. And once you notice that, something inside you starts shifting into a more honest space. You'll start seeing that drift is never neutral. It always moves you somewhere. It either moves you forward or backwards. And once you truly realize this, you can't necessarily unsee it. You'll realize that your environment shapes your identity even when your intentions are strong, and you'll understand why staying aligned with your next level actually requires more than just motivation. It requires guarding your direction with the same seriousness that you guard your time, energy, and your standards. And naturally, once you see drift with this level of clarity, the next question becomes how to actually understand the people around you through a sharper lens, through a clearer lens, so you know who fits you in your next chapter and who doesn't. So let's talk about the alignment standard. Now, up to this point, you've seen why drift basically happens and why staying in the wrong circle slowly takes you out of alignment. But knowing that something pulls you off course isn't really the same as knowing how to judge the people around you with clarity. So you need a clean way to basically evaluate your relationships, not through emotion or some kind of nostalgia, but through alignment. And once you see alignment as the filter, it becomes much easier to understand who fits your future, who anchors you to the past, and who sits somewhere in the middle. And you'll stop guessing, doubting, and feeling guilty for actually setting boundaries that protect your growth. So the core idea here is pretty simple and a bit uncomfortable. Not every relationship really deserves a seat in your next level, even if it played a meaningful role in your last one. So what that means is that the criteria you used to choose friends before you grew won't help you much now. You need a different filter, one that's basically built on values, direction, and energy rather than some kind of familiarity. And this is the standard that reveals who's aligned with your trajectory and who isn't. And once you start using it, things will snap into focus pretty quickly. So once the standard becomes clear, you'll start seeing the specific traits that show you where each person stands. See, shared values matter far more than shared history. History only tells you who someone was alongside you, not who they'll be next to you as you grow. And when you shift your priorities towards progress, discipline, health, or purpose, the friends who don't share those values will stop syncing with your rhythm. And so this mismatch shows up in very subtle ways, like the tone of conversations, as we discussed, the things they celebrate, or the things that they minimize. And these cues reveal a lot more than you'd think. You can basically spot this value mismatch in everyday moments. Those moments will basically tell you plenty if you're willing to pay attention. And I know it's difficult to pay attention when it comes down to your friends. But for example, whenever you talk about the things you care about now, the room maybe gets flat or the energy goes down, and the values behind those goals don't match theirs, or they downplay the things that matter to you, or they joke or make them into jokes or overreactions, which basically exposes a gap in yours and in their priorities, between yours and their priorities. And so, on the other hand, a friend who basically shares your values might not be on your exact path, but they create space for your growth and they respect the direction you're moving in. And in fact, both you and them get actually inspired by each other, even though you're on different paths. And they may not understand every detail of where you're going and what you're doing, but they respect the intention and they offer encouragement instead of friction. And they show you a willingness to basically evolve, even in small ways, which creates mutual movement forward. And once you look at those values, the next really big thing that naturally comes into view is how someone responds to your direction, to your movement forward and to your direction. So people who fit your next chapter don't necessarily need to be at the same level or even on the same mission, but they do need to be moving. It's the forward movement that syncs people together more than anything else. Someone who's stagnant might feel familiar, but the familiarity becomes a weight when your pace picks up. And you notice the difference though through basically the way their choices and habits pull your attention backwards. So friends who have momentum in their own life tend to uplift yours, even without trying. They talk about ideas, projects, or even improvements that they're just working on, which keeps your mindset in this feeling of growth and keeps you in this forward trajectory. And their daily rhythm leans towards progress rather than distraction, which reinforces the energy that you want to live in. And the relationship with them basically just in general feels like an investment because it inspires you. Meanwhile, people who resist movement often look at your growth as a threat to the balance that they're used to. And they want the version of you that makes them feel safe even when that version no longer fits your goals. And basically spending time with them slows your pace down since their environment pulls you back into older patterns. And the relationship with them feels more like a cost because it drains you. So every relationship either reinforces your identity or it erodes it. And this isn't about some kind of blame or negativity, but rather it's about influence. People carry emotional weight, intentional or not, and some lift your standards simply by being around them, while others lower your standards without even realizing they're doing it. And once you notice the impact someone has on your discipline, mindset, or mood, it becomes very clear whether that person really aligns with your path or not. So the people who lift you up don't need to lecture you or push you. Their presence, just by them being there, nudges you upwards without force. And they make your mind quieter, which makes room for clarity. And you naturally make better decisions after spending time with them, and you don't even know why at first. And people who drain you, on the other hand, take small pieces of your attention every time you actually interact with them. And you leave the interaction feeling slightly off, or unfocused, or frustrated, and your habits just dip a little after them. Your goals feel a little heavier, and your excuses feel a little easier. And so most people in your life actually fall into three broad groups: aligned, neutral, and misaligned. The aligned group moves with you. The neutral group doesn't help or hurt your growth, and the misaligned group basically pulls you backwards even if they don't mean to. And so you don't treat those groups the same way. Alignment determines access, not your feelings. And so these are the people whose values, energy, and direction sync with yours in a meaningful way. These are the aligned people. You feel a sense of respect and ease around them since your growth doesn't necessarily threaten them, and you give and receive energy in a way that feels balanced. Now, neutral people aren't harmful, but they're not helpful either, and that neutrality basically creates a gray zone. They're fine in small doses, but too much exposure drags you slightly off course, and you don't need to completely remove them, but you do need to manage the frequency of the time you're spending with them. Now, the misaligned people are the people who create friction with your goals through their habits, attitudes, and just emotional pulls in general. Their lifestyle basically reinforces behaviors that you're trying to grow out of. And in turn, if you associate with them, you basically enable and reinforce those behaviors in them too. So it's a double-edged sword. Their energy usually leaves you feeling heavier not lighter, no matter how much history you actually share. So the strongest indicator of alignment is how someone responds to your growth. You learn everything you need to know by basically watching how they handle the changes that you've made in your life. Some people get curious, some get inspired, some get supportive, some get uncomfortable, and some get even defensive. And that response reveals their internal world far more accurately than their words ever could. So when someone is aligned with you, your progress actually inspires them rather than threatens them. They're genuinely glad to see you level up, even when it highlights their own areas for improvement. In fact, they get inspired and curious precisely because it highlights their own areas of improvement. Their responses often feel open, even if they don't fully understand your path. But when someone's threatened and not aligned with you, they basically react with subtle pushback. They make comments meant to reduce your confidence or to question your goals, and they highlight your mistakes or downplay your wins to basically restore the old dynamic. Like Drake would say, they scream out my failures and whisper my accomplishments, and that's what basically they do. Now, the last part of this standard is about access, because you don't cut people out emotionally. You adjust their access to your life based on alignment. The more aligned someone is, the closer they sit. The more misaligned they are, the further away they should be moving. It's that simple. You're not punishing anyone. You're just organizing your environment around your identity so you don't drift backwards. Now, the people who fit your next level will earn more time, more energy, and more presence. And you'll build deeper conversations that reinforce yours and their directions. The people who don't fit your future shift into lighter, more distant forms of interaction, meaning you interact when it feels right, but stop giving them full access to your inner world and maintain respect without necessarily sacrificing your progress. So once you organize your relationships this way, the next step is really learning how to build a new circle that lifts your identity instead of pulling it backwards. So let's talk about the replacement strategy. So you need a way to basically actually rebuild your circle so it supports your growth instead of pulling it apart. So cutting people out without replacing the social structure around you will often leave a vacuum. And that's not entirely a bad thing always. Sometimes the isolation is exactly what you need to get clear on what you actually want out of life, what your goals are, and so on, away from the noise and the influence of others. But other times, that vacuum can basically turn into hesitation or backsliding to that old circle if it isn't handled with intention. So this whole section is here to basically give you a clean, grounded way to rebuild your environment person by person in a way that actually matches who you're becoming. And it's less about finding better people and more about creating relationships that help you stay aligned with the direction you're moving in. So the first shift happens inside you before it ever happens outside of you. You stop choosing people based on familiarity or history, and you start choosing them based on alignment and direction. Once that internal shift takes place, you'll basically stop clinging to the past version of your social life and start seeing your circle as something you get to build rather than something you just inherited by accident. So that mindset alone will basically change how you show up in conversations and where you spend your time and who you're naturally drawn towards. Now, the first practical step here is creating space. You basically can't invite new relationships into a life that's crowded with old ones that no longer match your direction. And it's common sense, yet most people don't even think about this. If you can look at it as a house. If your house, unless you're a hoarder, if your house is full of things, you will have no space to put more things in there. And you won't want to because it's full. There is no space. But if you clean up the house and it's empty, well, now you have plenty of space to actually bring in better furniture and so on. So you let your schedule breathe a little. And so you give yourself open evenings, open weekends, open pockets of time where something new can actually fit. And without that space, growth doesn't have room to basically get into your life. So you'll notice that when you clear your room in your week, when you clean room in your week, new opportunities start showing up in subtle ways. Someone asks you to join, for example, a workout group or a mastermind or a book club that you would have ignored before. And you'll meet people in places that your old circle never would have brought you to because you're now available to go where your values lead you. And with these openings, your world also gets quieter, which makes it easier to basically spot the people who naturally match your direction because you're no longer pulled in every direction. You now have some space, you have some time, you have clarity to think and to actually look at the people you're spending time with. You'll have more mental room to reflect on what relationships you actually want rather than reacting to whoever reaches out first. And you'll start noticing that the people who energize you are going to be there first. And also, they're going to be energizing you without any effort on their part or on your part, simply because there's no noise drowning them out. They're just going to be there. So you'll notice those people. Who are the people that actually energize you, and who are the people that actually bring your energy down? Once you create some room, once you create some space in your day-to-day life, you'll be able to notice that way easier. Now, aligned people don't appear out of thin air. They basically gather, if you think about it, in environments that are built around growth, challenge, or shared values. And the moment you place yourself inside those spaces, the quality of the people you meet will shift immediately. And these places do the filtering for you. You don't have to wonder who's serious about their life, because those environments attract people who already are. Now, there are a few types of environments that consistently attract aligned people. And these are just examples, and you can just take them with a grain of salt, because not all of them are like this. But for example, gyms, and I'm not talking about casual gyms, but like strength focused, training focused, improvement focused spaces where people are actively working on their body and discipline. Another place is courses, masterminds, communities built around skills or personal growth or business, where people invest in their mind rather than just their comfort. And if you want to join our community, just click the first link in the description, or the second link in the description. Now, the third one is spaces where people build things. Companies, content, creative work, physical challenges, all of these naturally filter out low commitment people and low commitment mindsets. Now, the energy of these environments basically gives you an immediate read on who people are. You'll spot the ones who show up with intention because their body language tells the story, also their commitment. If you see them there often, well, you basically know that they're committed. The ones who return again and again become natural candidates for deeper connection. And for example, me personally, I've made so many connections just through the gym from with people that just are there basically every day, just like me. So they're there and we just happen to talk at some point. And all of a sudden you have these connections, different people doing different things, and it inspires you to keep going. And on days where, for example, you don't feel like going to the gym, it can actually inspire you to go to the gym because you know they are there. And even if it's a little bit of a competitive feeling, that's still value and valuable. So you don't need to be outgoing or loud to build new friendships. You just need to signal openness and consistency. People trust what's repeated, not what's said once. So you start with small interactions that feel natural and honest. And those interactions slowly expand as the people see you as someone who's actually stable, serious, and aligned. And so the smallest cues show people who you are long before your words actually do. For example, showing up consistently builds way more trust than any introduction ever could. And asking simple, real questions will help people see you as someone that's worth talking to and that is actually interested in them. And these small interactions naturally grow into deeper conversations when you let them breathe instead of forcing anything. So you'll notice who matches your values because the conversation feels easy and grounded. And those people keep appearing in your life without any effort because your paths just align. And you no longer need to basically text people and so on to see each other because you're just naturally going to see them. So real alignment comes from depth, not frequency. You don't need 10 new friends. You just need 2 or 3 real relationships that reinforce the person that you're growing into. And those friendships don't come from just constant contact and constantly trying to schedule the next meetup. They come from meaningful interactions where both people leave the conversation slightly better than they entered it. High quality friendships have a few universal traits that already show up very early in the relationship. You can talk about goals, about challenges or ideas without feeling like you're bragging or shrinking and complaining. You walk away feeling clearer and more grounded, not drained or smaller. And there's always an energy exchange where both people bring something to the table. So they support your direction and want to see you expand, and they show up with stable energy rather than some unpredictable reactions. Now, the thing is, standards don't mean judgment. They mean clarity. So you're not trying to control anyone or shame anyone. You're trying to curate your environment so it matches the identity you're actually building. And you do that by holding your standards quietly and consistently. People who align with them will just stay naturally in your life. People who don't will just naturally drift away without conflict. So the way you live becomes the boundary. You don't have to set any strong boundaries and enforce them. You just literally live the way you live, based on your identity. And the way you live just becomes the boundary, not something you argue about or something you have to enforce all the time. You should just keep your routines, your habits, and your choices, even when others pull in a different direction. And the ones who align will just match that energy without you needing to force anything or enforce anything. And the people who don't match those standards won't feel comfortable staying close. They'll just drift into a more distant category because your direction doesn't match theirs. And the distance happens naturally without hostility or blame. So it's that simple. And after your standards take shape in this way, something interesting will start happening with your future social circle. A new circle will start forming gradually through repetition, trust, and alignment. And you don't find it, you simply grow into it. Each aligned person anchors you further into the identity you're building, and each misaligned person fades quietly into the background. And after a while, the people around you will reflect the person that you're actually becoming. Your environment will stop pulling you in all these different directions, and you'll expand faster than ever before because the friction has disappeared. And your circle becomes a living structure that reinforces your habits, beliefs, and direction. And your goals will start feeling lighter since the environment supports them and everyone in that environment. And achievements compound because nothing around you really slows you down anymore. And once your new circle starts taking shape, the final thing to understand is really how this process repeats itself as you climb through new levels of life. So the next step is to really talk about the long-term cycle. So up to now, you've basically seen why your old circle pulls you backwards, how drift happens even when you're disciplined, and how to rebuild a new environment that lines up with who you're becoming. But there's one more layer that you've got to understand if you want long-term stability. Your social circle will keep evolving basically every time you level up. And it won't happen once, it will happen over and over as you move through your new phases of life. If you expect friendships to always stay stable while your identity keeps changing, you'll feel confused or betrayed every time people fall away. Once you understand the cycle, you'll see that this isn't necessarily a sign of failure, it's just a sign that the system is working. The cycle tells you that the growth is actually real. So here I'll show you why this pattern will repeat, how it will feel each time, and how to navigate it with clarity instead of panicking and thinking that people are betraying you and you feeling guilty and so on. So the first thing to understand about this cycle is that every major upgrade in your life changes the kind of people you actually resonate with. So you won't notice it right away, but after a few months of new habits, new goals, and just new standards in general, you'll start feeling out of sync with people who used to feel familiar. And the shift will basically keep happening as long as you keep growing. Every new level will basically create a new emotional frequency, and only certain people will match that frequency. So the cycle will repeat each time you step into a bigger version of yourself. It's just inevitable. Now, once you see that each level changes your frequency, it becomes basically clearer why different people enter or exit your life depending on the direction you're moving. Now, your identity will change several times over your lifetime, and each time you evolve into a new identity, you'll notice that the relationships that matched your old identity might not feel the same anymore. And it's not about liking people less, it's just about your inner world shifting in ways that make certain conversations, habits, or values feel out of place. They just don't feel part of you anymore. And as your identity expands, your tolerance for that misalignment shrinks because the gap becomes too obvious to ignore. So your identity will evolve in layers, and each layer brings new challenges that basically require different kinds of support. When you step into a harder challenge, you'll need people who can stretch with you instead of holding you in one place. And when your standards rise, you'll need people who live in the same rhythm, since misaligned rhythms will just pull you out of your lane and it will slow you down. So your identity will act like a filter, and the people who no longer match the filter won't stay close for too long, naturally. You'll feel that quiet tension again around them, since they'll mirror a version of you that's no longer accurate. And you'll drift into distance without really trying, because identity mismatch always creates that emotional space we were talking about earlier. So your pace won't stay the same through life. There will be periods where you grow fast and periods where you basically stabilize. During the fast growth phases, your environment will shift the quickest because your values, your habits, and priorities will basically change at high speed. And during those phases, you'll see people fall away faster because the pace difference becomes too large for them to keep up with. But when your pace stabilizes, you'll hold on to relationships more easily since your rhythm isn't changing as rapidly. And this is all part of the cycle. Growth creates pressure and stability creates bonding. So in rapid growth seasons, you'll leap multiple levels at once sometimes, which will widen the gap between you and the people who stay still. And you'll start stacking wins, skills, habits at a speed that your old circle will not recognize. And as your pace accelerates, your environment will either rise with you or disconnect from you. In calmer seasons, you'll basically consolidate your gains and deepen your foundation. And you'll strengthen the new identity you're building, which lets aligned people move closer again. And you'll see who stayed with you because now they fit your future. Now, each cycle has emotional markers that basically show you where you are in the process. You'll feel a burst of clarity when you grow, then you'll feel some friction with your old environment, then you'll feel a period of guilt or confusion. And finally, you'll basically feel a wave of relief when your social circle realigns itself around your new identity. Now, these rhythms don't signal a problem, they just signal progress. So at the start of a new level, you'll feel focused, motivated, and certain about your direction. Your vision will feel stronger and more crystallized, which will help you make new decisions easily. You'll cut through uncertainty faster because your direction is clear, and each choice will feel like a natural extension of where you're headed rather than a gamble. You'll have more emotional fuel since your habits match your goals, and this alignment will create a positive feedback loop where actions feel lighter, progress feels natural, and you wake up with genuine momentum instead of forcing yourself through the day. Your focus and attention will strengthen as distractions are starting to lose their pull, and you'll notice yourself filtering out noise automatically, staying locked in on what matters, and maintaining concentration for way longer without as much fatigue. So your self-trust will also deepen because you're consistently following through on what you set out to do. And this will build internal certainty that makes you less reactive to doubt, criticism, or external pressure, and you'll just trust yourself and be confident in yourself. As your environment tries to keep you in the old level, you'll start to feel pressure or resistance pushing back against your growth. And this friction will show up in subtle ways. People questioning your new choices, social pressure to basically return to familiar routines, or a general heaviness when you're around certain environments that used to feel comfortable. Now, conversations will feel off, like you're speaking a different language, and old habits will just start feeling heavy because they no longer align with the identity you're building. And you'll notice yourself feeling drained after interactions that basically used to energize you. You'll notice yourself outgrowing old patterns faster than usual, and you'll see that behaviors and dynamics that once seemed normal now feel constraining or limiting. You have recalibrated to a higher standard. So you'll experience a persistent discomfort when trying to fit into old social dynamics, as if you're wearing clothes that no longer fit. And this feeling isn't a sign that something's wrong. In fact, it's proof that you've expanded beyond the container your old environment provided. So you'll sense an unspoken tension in the relationships where you're holding back parts of your growth to basically avoid making others feel uncomfortable. And this self-censoring will basically create an internal split that becomes increasingly exhausting to maintain over time. And then the guilt phase will show up. It will be triggered by the fear of losing familiar people, and this guilt often feels irrational because you know logically that the relationship no longer really serves your growth anymore, yet emotionally you feel like you're abandoning someone or breaking an unspoken loyalty. Now, the guilt can make you question whether your growth is worth the cost, and you might find yourself replaying memories or imagining how the other person will basically react to your distance. So you'll feel pulled to shrink a little so people don't feel that feeling of being uncomfortable. And this pull will manifest as self-censoring your wins, like not mentioning them, downplaying your progress, or avoiding topics that highlight how much you've actually changed. And you might catch yourself dulling your energy or just reverting to old jokes and behaviors just to keep the dynamic familiar, even though it feels exhausting and inauthentic. And you'll feel sad about losing certain relationships, even though they don't match your path anymore. And this sadness isn't really about regretting your growth. It's about mourning the version of yourself that those relationships were built around. And you're grieving basically a shared history, the comfort of familiarity, and the hope that maybe things could have evolved differently, even when you know deep down that the misalignment is just too fundamental to bridge. Now, the final emotional stage is relief. Once your social circle adjusts to your new level, this relief isn't just a temporary feeling, it's just a deep sense of rightness that settles into your daily experience. You'll notice it in basically small moments of conversations that energize rather than drain you, gatherings that feel natural instead of forced, and interactions where you don't have to edit yourself or manage other people's reactions to your growth. So the relief comes from no longer carrying the invisible weight of misalignment. And it confirms that the discomfort you pushed through during earlier phases was actually worth it. So you'll breathe easier because the old tension will basically disappear, and the constant background stress of navigating relationships that no longer fit disappears completely. And you'll stop second guessing what you share, stop bracing for judgment or resistance, and stop feeling like you're code switching between different versions of yourself depending on who's around. And your nervous system will in general just relax in ways that you didn't realize were possible, and you'll have more mental and emotional bandwidth for the work and relationships that actually matter. And you'll enjoy the natural flow that comes when your environment and your identity match. Everything will feel less like effort and more like momentum, and conversations will in general unfold without friction. Collaboration will happen organically, and your daily rhythm in general will feel coherent rather than fragmented. So you'll find yourself making progress faster because you're no longer fighting invisible currents that are pulling you backwards, and the people around you will amplify your direction instead of questioning it. And this flow state becomes your new baseline, making it clear how much energy you are actually wasting trying to maintain connections that didn't align with your path. So this social shedding isn't random. It actually follows a pattern that repeats each time you step into a bigger version of yourself. You evolve, your values shift, your habits change, your pace increases, and then naturally your circle reorganizes itself. The cycle will always follow this same sequence. Once you accept that pattern, you'll basically stop fighting the natural movements that your life makes during those growth seasons. So this pattern will show up each time you hit a major life upgrade. You'll stretch into new areas of health, wealth, purpose, or relationships, and your circles will basically recalibrate themselves around your new standards. The more cycles you go through, the smoother each shift becomes, and you'll stop seeing endings as failures and start seeing them as normal parts of your growth. So your standards will rise with each level you reach, and those standards will force the people around you to shift with you or drift away. And you'll tolerate less friction, less drama, less aimlessness, and less inconsistency as you evolve. And your circle will start reflecting those higher standards naturally without you having to police anything. Your standards won't change suddenly. They will just become gradually different, and you'll notice when someone's energy, habits, or attitude pulls you off course, and you'll be able to make cleaner decisions about who you give access to. Higher standards always pull in higher quality people. People who value discipline, honesty, growth, and clarity will just naturally feel drawn to you, and people who value comfort, avoidance, or stagnation will fade out soon after your standards rise. So each time you grow, your circle will shed one or two people who matched your old level but can't match the new one. And that shedding is just nature. It's the emotional version of leveling up. As you move, some people will stay in place and the gap will widen until the connection becomes unsustainable. And that's okay. It's just unavoidable. This shedding will happen even with people you actually care about. And life will move you into different environments where those relationships no longer actually function. And so you'll feel this emotional distance first and the practical distance second. So it is necessary because it will protect your identity from actually being diluted. And after each cycle of shedding, your environment will rebuild itself around your new identity. You'll settle into a circle that basically matches your standards, your goals, and your direction. And this integration phase will always bring stability, confidence, and clarity, and it will feel smoother than the growth phase, and you'll feel more grounded than before. And your new identity will anchor itself through repetition. Your habits will start to feel automatic because your environment actually supports them now, and your thoughts will feel cleaner since nothing around you creates conflict. Your relationships will start to feel aligned and effortless, and you'll feel no tension about shrinking or explaining yourself. You'll feel supported simply by being around the right people. And obviously, naturally, this integration sets the stage for the next phase of expansion, which means, unfortunately or fortunately, this entire cycle will begin again with new lessons and new upgrades. So with that being said, it got darker around me, so I hope it didn't ruin the video, but let's go over the review. We talked about the overview, we talked about comfortable sabotage, the drift problem, the alignment standard, the replacement strategy, the long-term cycle, the review, and finally, your action items for the day or the next few days. First, look at the people in your life through the lens of alignment and decide who will move closer, who will move to the edges, and who will fade out so your identity has room to grow without friction. And then place yourself in environments that will match the standards you're actually stepping into so new relationships form naturally around the person you're becoming. And finally, hold your habits, rhythm, and direction until your environment reshapes itself around your new identity, and each cycle of growth becomes easier to navigate. With that being said, I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, make sure to comment below, let me know, give it a like, subscribe to the channel if you want more trainings like this. And if you want to work with me, especially if you're an entrepreneur, creator, or a professional, if you want to work with me one-on-one, make sure to book a call from the first link in the description. And if you want to join the community, get this training along with this document, then make sure to join the community from the second link in the description. With that being said, thank you for being here, and I'll see you in the next one. And actually, the links might be the opposite way around, but never mind. Thank you for being here. I'll see you in the next one. All right, hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be talking about today is the mirror principle. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is the observer and the fabric of reality, the mirror principle, reflections in the physical world, mastering creation through consciousness, shared reality, and the illusion of separation, the review, and then your action items for the day or the next few days. So without further ado, let's get started and talk about the observer and the fabric of reality. So reality only really becomes real when someone observes it. You could walk through an empty forest, and the moment your eyes land on the trees, they'll seem to appear for you. Without that act of witnessing, they really stay as potential, unformed energy waiting to basically take shape. So the universe operates like a canvas that basically stays blank until your attention paints something on it. Wherever your focus goes, energy condenses into form. And that's why your presence changes the world around you, literally. Now, everything starts with awareness. The moment you bring your consciousness to something, you create a relationship with it in a way. In physics, this shows up as the observer effect. The simple act of just watching an electron will basically cause it to behave differently. It's like reality is waiting for your cue to perform. The same rule applies in your life. People behave differently when you're watching. Opportunities shift when you actually pay attention, and what you focus on in general will start to form structure, direction, and pattern. And at the quantum level, particles exist in superposition, meaning they hold all possible states at once until they're measured. And the act of observation basically collapses that wave of potential into one definite outcome. Now, reality doesn't exist in fixed form until awareness interacts with it. When scientists shoot electrons through two slits without watching, the electrons behave like waves and create an interference pattern. The moment a detector observes which slit the electron passes through, the wave collapses and the electron behaves like a particle. The presence of observation basically changes the nature of what's being observed. And so the observer effect reveals that measurement isn't passive. The tools, the intent, and the consciousness involved in observation will influence the system being studied. And this means that there's no such thing as a neutral observer. Every act of watching participates in shaping what's being seen. And this quantum principle scales into everyday life. When you focus on a goal, on relationships, or outcomes, your attention collapses possibilities into probabilities. The more you observe something with clarity and intent, the more it solidifies into form. Awareness isn't just perception, it's creation in motion. And so this idea becomes more than science when you actually apply it to your personal life. Like, your thoughts will create ripples in that unseen fabric of reality. Every assumption, every emotion, or expectation you hold will press into it and produce a reaction. You'll start to see how outcomes basically line up perfectly with the internal frequency you've been living in. It's like the universe mirrors your dominant state. And when you feel grateful, you'll notice more things to appreciate. When you carry resentment, life will send you more reminders of what's unfair. It's pretty obvious if you think about it. Now, you can think of your reality as a fabric, something alive and reactive, and it's soft enough to mold, but it's firm enough to push back. Every choice you make, from how you speak to how you think will send pressure through that fabric. And over time, you'll begin to live in the shape you've pressed into existence. A person who constantly expects conflict, for example, will build a world full of arguments. A person who expects peace will unconsciously adjust their behavior to maintain it. The world is both your mirror and your clay. And if you look around, you'll see proof of your existence in small physical traces. The dust that does or doesn't pile up because you haven't or have cleaned it, or the trash that fills up because you live and eat, or the creases on your shoes that prove that you're moving. All of it shows that reality bends around your interaction. Entropy, which is the natural pull towards disorder or chaos, slows wherever you bring order. You exist because things stay organized under your influence. Without your hand in the system, nature will reclaim everything. And so your participation is the act that keeps form alive. Now, entropy is the second law of thermodynamics made visible. Everything in the universe naturally moves from order to chaos unless energy intervenes. A clean room becomes dirty. A healthy body decays without maintenance. Your beard will just grow unless you do something about it. Order doesn't sustain itself. Consciousness sustains it. Every time you organize something, you're pushing back against the default state of the universe. That resistance isn't for nothing. It's actually a sign of life. Living systems create pockets of order within a sea of disorder. Your existence is proof that consciousness can reverse entropy, at the very least, locally. And so you can in a way, measure your influence by looking at what decays when you stop caring for it. The garden that overgrows, the friendship that fades, the skill that atrophies. Entropy will always show where your attention has withdrawn. It's a ruthless but honest teacher. And so understanding entropy will really shift how you see maintenance. It's not a burden, it's the cost of keeping reality shaped to your will. Every act of care, whether cleaning, training, or organizing, is you stamping your consciousness into the physical world and saying, "This matters to me." Entropy respects that claim only as long as you actually reinforce it and repeat it. So every object in your environment becomes a silent reflection of your consciousness. The clutter in your room will echo your mental noise. The order in your workspace will match your focus. If relationships around you seem tense or distant, you'll often find the same energy mirrored in your internal dialogue. The external world becomes a feedback loop. It won't punish or reward, it will just reflect. When you see chaos and entropy all around you, you're basically looking at energy that started inside and spilled outwards. So once you understand that the observer influences the observed, you'll start to take your own attention more seriously. You'll notice that what you ignore tends to decay, and what you care for tends to grow. And this principle will show up in your finances, in your health, in your relationships, in your goals in general. Money that isn't watched will, for example, leak away. Muscles that aren't trained will atrophy. Friendships that aren't acknowledged will fade. Attention is nourishment. Energy follows where it's fed. And so this means you're never just a passive witness of your life. You're an active participant in building it. Every reaction, every emotional response, every decision adds another stitch to the fabric of your reality. The moment you understand this, responsibility stops feeling like a burden and starts feeling like a creative power. You'll realize that nothing is actually fixed unless you believe it is. Reality will always adjust itself to your dominant assumption of what's true. So understanding this observer-reality connection will change how you move through the world, and you'll stop waiting for proof to believe in something and start realizing that belief itself generates proof. The outside world will begin to look less like a static object and more like a mirror that's basically waiting for direction. And this shift will move you from reacting to reality to actually authoring it, one thought and one perception at a time. Now, once you grasp the living connection between observer and reality, the next step is learning how that connection reflects back to you through every part of your external world, from your environment to your relationships to the patterns that keep repeating until you finally see what they're actually trying to show you. So let's talk about the mirror principle. So every experience you have is a reflection of your inner state. Life acts as like a mirror. It doesn't show you what you want to see, it shows you what you are. So the world around you will keep handing you evidence of your own beliefs until you decide to change them. This is pretty obvious if you think about it, really. You'll always perceive and interpret reality through the emotional lens you wear. When the lens is cloudy with fear, guilt, or resentment, or sadness, the reflections will seem harsh and distorted. When the lens is clear and focused on purpose, peace, or clarity, everything around you will appear more aligned, cooperative, and supportive. So every thought you think produces a vibration, and it's not just metaphorically, but neurologically and behaviorally. That vibration will influence how you speak, how you hold yourself, and how you interpret events. The moment your mind expects rejection, for example, your body will slightly tense, your tone will change, and your words will unconsciously push people away. The mirror of reality will reflect back the rejection you feared, and this is why self-awareness will always precede transformation. Until you see what you're projecting, you'll keep assuming the mirror is broken when it's really just accurate. So most people will reject this principle the moment that they hear it, not because it's wrong, but because it's inconvenient. It will strip away every excuse they've been using to avoid responsibility. Blaming the world is way easier than examining yourself. So pointing at your boss, your partner, or your circumstances will always feel more comfortable than admitting that you've been the common denominator in every story you tell. So the ego will fight this truth with everything it has. It will say, but what about the things that happened to me? What about the abuse, the loss, the betrayal? And while those experiences are real and valid, the mirror principle doesn't deny their existence. It just refuses to let you stay a victim to them. The moment you accept that your current state is projecting your current reality, you reclaim the power to change it. But that reclamation requires sacrifice, the sacrifice of your favorite stories. And so people will prefer the comfort zone of perceived powerlessness or helplessness over the weight of responsibility. If life is random and unfair, then you're off the hook. If life is a mirror, then you're the artist, the architect, and the editor all at once. And that's exhausting to accept if you've spent years building an identity around being unlucky, misunderstood, or perpetually wronged. The mirror will show you the truth, but only if you're brave enough to actually look at it without flinching. And so here's the worst part. Most people won't do the work. They'll hear this, nod along, and maybe even feel inspired for a day or two, and then they'll go back to complaining about the reflection. You can't blame the mirror for reflecting you wearing a hat when you're wearing a hat. Unfortunately, self-awareness isn't a one-time epiphany. It's a relentless, uncomfortable practice that basically demands you question every assumption you've ever made about yourself, and that's just too much for most people to sustain. So think of your life as a feedback loop that never lies. If your home is messy, that mirror is showing you mental clutter. If people keep letting you down, the reflection might be your hidden pattern of expecting disappointment. The boss who never values your work will often reveal how little you've been valuing your own contribution, or that you don't value other people's contributions. Once you start looking at life as an extension of your own consciousness, patterns that once felt random will start making perfect sense. So to work with the mirror, stop trying to fix the reflection. You'll never change what's in the glass by rearranging what's behind it. You'll change your outer life by altering the source, your perception, your meaning making, your assumptions, and yourself. The world will shift the moment that you stop fighting the symptoms and start understanding the cause. So look closely and you'll see that life will repeat the same themes until you integrate their message. The same arguments, the same setbacks, the same emotional spirals. All of them are loops meant to wake you up to the part of yourself you've actually ignored. Each repeated pattern is life showing you a blind spot you've refused to face. So the moment you acknowledge it with honesty instead of resistance, the loop will dissolve and what remains will be feedback you can actually use. So the mirror principle is related to projection in a way, the psychological truth that your mind will externalize whatever it can't accept internally. So for example, when you judge someone for being arrogant, you most likely feel that others are going to judge you if you're confident too, which is why you aren't. It's usually your own unexpressed confidence trying to be seen. When you feel intimidated by someone's success, you probably believe that you'll intimidate people if you become successful too, which is probably why you aren't, if you aren't. When you can't stand people who seek attention or create content, it's often because you've denied your own need to be seen. You've learned to equate visibility with ego, so you hide in fake humility and resent those who express what you secretly want permission to do. When you judge people for chasing status or money, you might be projecting your own buried ambition and believe that others will judge you if you chase status or money. You've convinced yourself that wanting more is shallow, so you sabotage your own drive and criticize it in others to feel morally safe. When you keep attracting unreliable people, it's often reflecting that you are unreliable with people or with yourself. The mirror keeps presenting that pattern until you restore integrity. Now, the mirror also works through symmetry. Whatever energy, belief, or behavior you extend into the world will eventually loop back through the people and situations you attract to you. So life doesn't copy what you say you want, it copies what you are. So, for example, when you're being indecisive, you'll soon find yourself surrounded by people who can't make up their minds. You'll get clients who hesitate, friends who delay, and opportunities that stall, all reflecting your own pattern of hesitation and indecision. When you often say, "I'll think about it" before investing in yourself, you'll start attracting clients who say the exact same thing to you. The universe basically mirrors your own buying behavior through your buyers. Your energy teaches others how to respond to you. Another example is when you constantly underpay others or seek discounts. You'll notice people try to negotiate your prices or undervalue your work. The market reflects your own relationship with value. If you treat value cheaply, it will return that same currency. Another example is when you judge successful people and secretly think they're lucky or fake, you'll basically repel success yourself. The mirror will assume that you want distance from what you criticize and will make sure that you stay separate from it. Another example is when you gossip or speak poorly of others behind their backs. You'll attract people who do the same about you. And so the world will personify the disowned traits or your disowned traits so you can finally reclaim them. You'll realize that everyone you meet is a fragment of your own psyche playing a role to help you grow. So start observing where your emotions spike, and those moments will reveal where your projections live. The person who irritates you is holding up a mirror to the trait that you have buried. And the situation that triggers fear is reflecting a story you've been unconsciously telling yourself about what's possible. Every reaction is a breadcrumb leading back to your internal state and beliefs. Now, once you trace the pattern inwards, take ownership instead of blaming the world. When you own the trait or emotion, the reflection will change instantly, and the mirror has no delay. It only echoes what you feed it. And so the more you own, the freer you become. Now, finally, integration will happen when you stop splitting parts of yourself into good and bad. You'll see that arrogance is just distorted confidence, fear is just misdirected awareness, and jealousy is just unrealized potential. Every reflection, no matter how uncomfortable, will carry a gift once you accept it. Now, awareness will make you powerful in this process. So when you catch yourself reacting, ask yourself, what is this showing about you? Or what is this showing you about you? When the habit of asking that question will basically dismantle years of projection. So you'll stop giving power to people and start reclaiming it, and life will stop feeling random, and every person, event, and moment will turn into a teaching tool for self-understanding. Now, even after you clear your old patterns, new layers will appear as you grow. It's part of life. Regular reflection should become a lifelong practice. So journaling, meditation, honest self-inquiry will act like a daily cleaning cloth for your perception. The goal isn't to keep your reflection flawless, but to keep it accurate. And so once you see that everything you experience is feedback, nothing will really intimidate you anymore. Failure will become data, rejection will become information, chaos will become an indicator that you've outgrown an old version of yourself. You'll start to appreciate the mirror even when it shows you something unpleasant, because you'll know it's just showing you the next piece to master. And when you understand how reflections reveal your inner state, the next realization is even deeper. That the physical world itself, from your home to your body to your results, is also mirroring your own consciousness. The outer environment will always carry the imprint of your inner condition, and that's where the work becomes tangible. So let's talk about reflections in the physical world. Now, the physical world isn't separate from you. It's the visible representation of your invisible mind. Everything you see, everything you touch and move through will carry traces of your consciousness in it. The way your home looks, the way your body feels, the way your money moves in and out of your life, all of it is communication. The universe doesn't speak in words, it speaks in symbols, and your environment is the clearest language it can use. So when you start reading it, you'll stop feeling like life is happening to you and start seeing that life is happening through you. And so take a moment to look at the world around you, your room, your car, your phone screen. They'll all tell a story about who you currently are. If you live in constant chaos, it's usually because your inner world is spinning faster than you can process. So if you keep your space organized and it's intentional, it's because you've already trained your mind to value clarity. So the outer world will always show what the inner world believes deserves attention. Nothing stays in your environment by accident. It's there because a thought invited it. And so you can think about how your home behaves when your emotional state changes, for example. When you're going through stress, probably your dishes start piling up. Laundry will sit for longer and dust will thicken. When you're centered, the same space will almost maintain itself. The mirror of the physical world will always respond to the quality of your energy and thoughts. So every object becomes a snapshot of your awareness at the moment you last interacted with it. When you start to live consciously, you'll notice how quickly your surroundings become cleaner, sharper, and more aligned without actually forcing it. Now, once you start reading these physical reflections, the next step is learning how to use them as feedback instead of judgment. So your environment will constantly report back to you on where your energy is leaking or stagnant. So, for example, a cluttered desk will show you an overloaded mind. Unpaid bills will reveal procrastination or avoidance around responsibility. Broken objects you've stopped noticing will basically represent neglected areas of your life that are quietly asking for repair. So when you treat your environment as data, you basically gain direct access to the state of your subconscious. The more attention you bring to these reflections, the more quickly you'll shift what they actually represent. So start by bringing small areas of your world back under conscious control. When you clean your room, for example, you're not just tidying up your space, you're reprogramming your nervous system in a way to prefer order. You're bringing order and reversing entropy. So the act will create new neural patterns of completion and self-respect. The next time you look around, that environment will basically echo back that progress and actually reinforce it. And so you'll also notice this feedback loop everywhere. The more you respect your body, the stronger and more cooperative it becomes. The more gratitude you express towards your finances, the more opportunities will seem to appear. Life won't reward you, it will mirror you. And so each action of respect towards your physical reality will also anchor that energy deeper into your consciousness. So the same principles extends beyond your home and your body. It includes the people, the experiences, and the events that actually show up in your life. So the friend who always cancels plans will mirror your own inconsistency. The client who doesn't really value your time will actually reflect how you've been undervaluing other people's work. The relationship that keeps repeating the same emotional dynamic will actually point directly to an internal belief that's still unresolved. So once you start to see people as mirrors instead of problems, you'll stop trying to fix them and start updating the part of you that they reflect. So when you catch yourself blaming someone, actually ask yourself, what version of you are they mirroring? Are they showing you your suppressed anger? Are they showing you your fear of being ignored or your resistance to change? Life will always bring people who reflect the next layer of truth you're ready to face. So take ownership of every reflection that triggers emotion. When you accept the lesson without guilt, the reflection actually loses its grip. People will change their behavior without you even forcing it because you've changed yourself, because you've already changed the frequency that attracted that version of them in the first place. So as you keep practicing this awareness, you'll start to notice how physical circumstances will rearrange themselves when your internal patterns shift. So the person who used to irritate you will all of a sudden seem pleasant. The same traffic that used to frustrate you will turn into quiet time to think. When your inner world stabilizes, the mirror calms down too, and reality will begin to behave like an ally instead of a test. You'll move through life like you're adjusting dials instead of fighting storms. And so a powerful way to anchor this is through intentional observation. So every day, take 5 minutes to actually study your environment, and don't criticize it or judge it. Just try to decode it. Ask yourself what each area is saying about your current mindset, and then take one small physical action that represents the internal change you want to see. So clean a drawer to basically symbolize some clarity, or clean your room to symbolize clarity. Pay a bill to symbolize responsibility. Declutter your wardrobe to symbolize identity renewal. Pay your taxes to symbolize that you're actually a business owner. These small actions will send strong signals through the mirror, and the reflection will update accordingly. So make this a ritual, not a chore. When you align physical movement with conscious awareness, the subconscious mind will accept these new instructions faster. The universe doesn't need some big action. It just needs congruence. Every aligned action will ripple outward into your relationships, into your work, and into your results. So reinforce these new signals by staying aware of their impact, and notice how your energy feels lighter after cleaning, for example. Notice how new opportunities appear after you release old clutter. The more you acknowledge these links, the more automatic this alignment becomes. Now, over time, you'll basically stop separating the spiritual from the practical, and you'll understand that manifestation isn't about wishing for some vague goals, but rather about calibration. So you'll calibrate your mind through awareness and your environment through action, and together they'll form a unified mirror that reflects clarity, abundance, and coherence. And you'll no longer wonder when your life will change. You'll see it evolving every day in the small, visible shifts all around you. And once you've learned to basically read and reshape the reflections in your physical world, the next realization unfolds, which is that the same power shaping your environment can actually consciously be directed to shape your future. And that's where creation becomes deliberate rather than accidental. So let's talk about mastering creation through consciousness. So once you understand that reality mirrors your consciousness, you'll see that mastery comes from stabilizing your state of mind. So thoughts will build the framework, but your state will determine whether that framework actually holds. And so the world around you will always match the level of order or disorder in your mental field. Creation isn't about passion or intensity, it's about steadiness. A clear mind will build a clear life. A fragmented mind will scatter everything it touches. So when you learn to hold your internal state like a steady flame, reality will shape itself to that rhythm. So reality doesn't respond to what you wish for. It responds to the tone of your awareness. Your mental state will act like a filter through which every event, person, and decision passes. If that filter is clouded with anxiety, you'll misread opportunities. If it's disciplined and neutral, you'll interpret things accurately and act efficiently. So the state you maintain throughout the day will quietly program every outcome you experience, and mastering your mind will always be the highest leverage skill. Now, once you see that your state governs the reflection, the focus shifts from chasing outcomes to commanding inner order. So intention begins in mental alignment, not emotion. You don't need excitement to manifest, you just need certainty. And when your thoughts, language, and actions move in one direction, your state becomes concentrated. And concentration is what bends reality. A scattered mind leaks energy, a centered mind directs it. And so the moment you decide something with conviction and hold that decision without second guessing, you'll notice events start to organize themselves around it. So define your direction with precision. A mind that knows what it's building stops producing noise. Clarity will compress your mental energy into focus, and focus will collapse probabilities into results. Then hold that clarity until it becomes habitual. Reality will test your steadiness, and every distraction, delay, and inconvenience will try to pull you out of alignment. When you stay calm through it, the mirror will stabilize, and consistent mental posture will create consistent external response. So keep your state clean of contradiction. If your words say one thing while your inner dialogue says another, then reality will mirror the confusion. Alignment between thought and action builds magnetic coherence. So your state of mind is the true creative engine. It's the silent posture that shapes your interpretation of everything. When your state is stable, you'll move through chaos without being distorted by it. And that calm command will act like gravity, drawing situations into order for you. reality will bend for you. And so if you maintain composure while everyone else reacts, you'll notice that circumstances bend around you instead of against you. So spend time daily returning to mental stillness. That practice by itself will become your reset point. When your mind holds neutrality, you'll think with precision, you'll speak with weight, and act without waste. And the more time you spend in that baseline of composure, the faster the world will start reflecting clarity back to you. And train your state to remain unshaken by outcomes. The mirror often actually delays results to measure your steadiness. The moment you stop needing external validation to stay calm, life begins to comply. And discipline of state will outperform bursts of motivation every single time. And then finally, keep your awareness rooted in the current moment. The present is the only frame where reality can actually be influenced. You can't influence it yesterday. You can't influence it tomorrow, right now. You can only influence it right now. So every time you drift into past or future, you lose leverage. When your mind stays here, fully engaged, observant, and decisive, the field around you adjusts instantly. So conscious creation doesn't mean waiting for reality to change. It means acting from internal authority instead of reaction. So every moment you make from a composed state will carry amplified weight. You won't waste effort compensating for confusion, and you'll instead move with precision because your internal signal is clean. So prepare your external systems to reflect that mental order. The more structure your outer life has, the easier it will be to maintain internal structure. Systems remove friction, and friction breaks focus. So execute decisions quickly once your mind is settled. A disciplined state will make hesitation unnecessary, and clarity will remove emotional noise, and speed will follow naturally. Then finally, try to trust the sequence of cause and effect. Reality will always follow your mental tone. Always. The delay between thought and result isn't some kind of a punishment or anything like that. It's calibration. Stay in command long enough and the reflection will always catch up. Now, when life mirrors instability, don't take it personally. Treat it as data. Every misalignment is actually feedback on your current state. If the reflection looks distorted, it means your mental field has drifted. So try to return to center. Every reset strengthens your command. Over time, you'll stop needing to control outcomes and instead maintain that state that guarantees them. So true mastery actually really happens when state becomes identity. You'll no longer have to remind yourself to focus or calm down. You'll live from mental discipline as your default posture. And life will start arranging itself before you even have to think about it, because the reflection will move in sync with your awareness, because your awareness won't fluctuate anymore. So you'll become the still point that the rest of reality orbits around. And the more consistent your internal state becomes, the less chaotic your outer world will feel. Discipline will replace that emotional reactive state, and clarity will replace confusion, and life will begin to operate like a clean feedback loop. And you'll realize that control was never about force. It was about steadiness. And once you've developed that command over your personal state, a deeper layer of creation becomes visible, understanding how multiple stable minds interact to form shared patterns of reality and collective experience. And that's where personal mastery begins to extend into collective influence. So let's talk about shared reality and the illusion of separation. So after you've learned to stabilize your own mind, the next understanding is that reality isn't that personal, but more so it's collaborative. So every human being is an observer pressing into the same universal field. And what you experience as your world will overlap with countless other individual fields and people that think that is their world. And the meeting points between them are what you call society, culture, and shared experience. So recognizing this will free you from the belief that you operate alone. It will also teach you why discipline of mind is more than a personal advantage. It's a contribution to the order of the world around you. Now, when multiple observers share a common state, their realities begin to synchronize. So that's why groups who believe strongly in the same idea will eventually see it manifest collectively. The atmosphere of a company or a family or a culture isn't random. It's a shared mental tone that's sustained by the states of its participants. So the more stable minds within that group, the stronger its collective direction becomes. And this is why leaders who maintain internal command will always shape environments faster than those who react emotionally, if they can even shape environments at all emotionally. So once you see that other minds actually affect your environment as much as you do, you'll stop fighting reality and start navigating it like a system of mirrors reflecting back collective thought. So influence begins with internal consistency. A steady mind will broadcast coherence into any environment, and that coherence will either attract or repel depending on how stable others are. So when your state is stronger, others will unconsciously adapt to it. Conversations will calm down around you, and conflict will lose heat. Even physical spaces will feel more grounded in your presence. This is why power often feels quiet. It's the stillness that dominates noise. So stability always sets the tone. When you hold a composed state among scattered minds, people will orient themselves around your calm. They won't know why, but they'll feel safer and clearer in your own presence. And so stability is contagious. It reorganizes those group dynamics without you even saying a word. So another tip here is having boundaries or strong boundaries. Strong boundaries basically protect the field you generate. So the moment you actually allow every external emotion to enter your system, your influence dissolves, and guarding your mental state becomes more important than ever, because it isn't about isolating yourself from the outer world. It's more so about maintaining that balance. The cleaner your mind, the more impact your presence will carry. And finally, leadership in this context doesn't mean authority. It means responsibility. So when your mind is ordered, the world around you benefits. You become an anchor point that stabilizes others through resonance, not some form of instruction or command. The highest form of influence is silent calibration. So every exchange you have with another person is a meeting between two states of mind. If you approach from clarity, you'll elevate the conversation. If you approach from irritation, you'll distort it. And the mirror principle works between people just as it does between you and the environment. You'll notice that others act as amplifiers of whatever you project, and those interactions will reveal how well you maintain your baseline. So start noticing how quickly your internal state shifts in contact with others. When you sense your mind is being pulled off center, it's feedback showing you where your boundaries are weak. So learn to remain calm while staying engaged. That balance will actually allow you to influence everything around you without really absorbing anything. And try to treat difficult people as diagnostic tools, as weird as it sounds. They'll expose the exact tone that still exists within you. So the impatient coworker shows you your own hidden haste, and the controlling partner reveals where you still try to force outcomes. So these reflections aren't punishments, they're calibration checkpoints. And when any tension arises, don't try to rush to fix the person. Restore your state first. The moment you stabilize, the interaction will shift because the mirror adjusts to your new tone. And this is how mastery actually translates into leadership, through consistency of mind, not persuasion of words. And every shared environment, from cities to civilizations, is actually built from the overlapping patterns of thought among individuals. The laws, the structures, and values you live within are the external architecture of collective states of consciousness. So when those states become fearful, systems collapse. When they become disciplined and visionary, societies start to thrive. And this is why personal mastery will always scale into collective impact. Your mind becomes part of the blueprint. So when you interact with systems larger than yourself, your goal isn't to dominate them. It's to align intelligently. Aligning doesn't mean conforming, by the way. It means identifying the governing principles of that collective and then navigating them consciously. You'll move faster through systems when you actually respect their structure while maintaining your own internal authority. And your contribution to the collective comes through the quality of your own thought, not the volume of your opinion. So every idea you hold and every decision you act on adds a micro adjustment to the shared field. And when more people cultivate disciplined minds, the collective reality becomes more functional. You change the world by thinking, and thinking clearly. And so with this understanding comes responsibility. You can't claim to want a better world while broadcasting chaos from within. Think about it. Every thought carries weight. Every reaction sends a signal. And so the disciplined observer actually realizes that internal command is an act of service to the shared field and to the world and to the collective. So the illusion of separation begins to dissolve once you realize that consciousness operates as one field expressing through many perspectives. The edge between you and them actually blurs when you see that every reflection is a conversation between fragments of the same intelligence. This doesn't erase your individuality, it actually refines it. You'll still act as a distinct observer, but now with the awareness of your connection to the larger system. And integrating this awareness will end loneliness. You'll stop seeing yourself as isolated and alone and start seeing yourself as a node within a living network. And each moment becomes a dialogue between you and the rest of existence. When your mind is clear, that dialogue becomes harmonious. And once you accept this unity, manipulation loses appeal. You won't need to control others when you understand that they're extensions of the same field you influence through your own state. And by mastering yourself, you actually guide the whole. You actually guide the whole world in a way. And so shared reality functions like a hall of mirrors, billions of perspectives bouncing off of one another, forming a collective picture of existence. And the clearer each mirror, the cleaner the reflection. When you maintain internal clarity, you help sharpen the image for everyone else. Over time, as more minds stabilize, the collective mirror will begin to reflect higher order, stronger systems, and more conscious evolution. And this is the practical side of what philosophers call unity, order through awareness. And once you understand that reality itself operates as a web of reflections, whether they be personal, physical, and/or collective, you'll be ready to learn how to use that awareness deliberately and translate that insight into direct action that shapes your life from the inside out with intention. And in that way, shapes other people's lives from the inside out. So with that being said, let's go over the review. So we talked about the observer and the fabric of reality, the mirror principle, reflections in the physical world, mastering creation through consciousness, shared reality, and the illusion of separation. We're at the review. And finally, your action items for the day or the next few days. First, spend 7 days just observing your mental state before reacting to the external world. And each time something irritates or distracts you, try to pause and note the quality of the mind you were in. So you'll start to see how your state precedes every outcome. And by the end of the week, you'll know which state produces order and which breeds chaos. And try to choose one small area of your life to use as a mirror for calibration. So it can be your workspace, your health routine, it can be your relationships. Each day, just refine your internal state first and then take one physical action that represents that clarity. And watch how the external reflection will adjust within days, if not hours or even minutes, when that internal tone remains steady. And then finally, practice holding a consistent state of composure for at least 1 hour each day, regardless of circumstance. So use your breath, your posture, or focus to anchor yourself. And as you maintain this discipline, you'll notice that life starts responding more predictably and stable. People behave more calmly around you, and opportunities will align more smoothly. And stability will begin to replace force as your default mode of creation. So with that being said, I hope this brought a lot of value. If it did, make sure to let me know in the comments. Give this video a like, subscribe to the channel for more. If you want to work with me one-on-one, then book a call from the second link in the description. And if you want this document along with this training, then join the free community from the first link in the description. Again, thank you for being here, and I'm going to see you in the next one. All right, hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is the high frequency human and how to unlock the state of magnetic energy and effortless flow. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be discussing more specifically is first the overview itself, then the energy spectrum, the frequency builders, the magnetic state, the review, and then your action items for the day or the next few days. So without further ado, let's get started and start with the energy spectrum. So every living thing runs on energy. And the quality of that energy basically shapes how you experience life. When your personal energy is low, everything feels harder. You think slower, your body feels heavier, and the world in general seems a bit off. But when your charge is high, everything sharpens. You focus better, things flow easier, and people can feel it the moment you walk in. Now, this isn't some abstract idea. It's actually measurable through your body's electrical system, your nervous response, and even your cellular voltage. So, energy in this sense isn't just spiritual, it's biology in motion. And once you realize that your state isn't random, but in reality it's pretty measurable, you start to see energy as something you can train, not just something you happen to wake up with. And so here's where it gets pretty interesting. Every thought and emotion you have creates a measurable change in your nervous system. Your cells work like batteries, storing and releasing charge as your body moves through stress, recovery, and focus. And when you eat poorly, sleep irregularly, or stay in constant emotional tension, those batteries drain faster than they recharge. Over time, that drop in voltage will start feeling like anxiety, brain fog, and indecision. So when you raise your baseline charge, you lift everything else. Your focus, your mood, and your magnetism all depend on that single internal current. Now, your nervous system is what decides whether to burn or conserve energy. And that choice depends on how safe your body feels. So if it senses danger, it will tighten up. It will slow digestion, it shortens your breath, and it shifts blood away from creativity towards defense. That's why mental stress will drain you faster than physical work. But once your body starts feeling safe again, through calm breathing, steady routines, and physical grounding, the nervous system flips back into rest mode, and that's when your energy naturally refills. And without this back and forth between effort and recovery, no supplement or mindset trick will ever raise your charge in a sustainable way. So, in fact, in 1994, neuroscientist Antonio Damasio published Descartes' error, showing that emotions actually don't start in the mind, but in the body. The heart, lungs, and muscles, and hormones in general, react first, and then the brain interprets those changes as feelings. And that means emotion is really a form of intelligence, the body's way of basically communicating with the brain. And when you sense anxiety before knowing why, that's your body signaling imbalance before thoughts catch up. So, Damasio's research on patients with brain injuries actually revealed that when the link between body and emotion breaks, decision-making collapses. And these people could reason perfectly, but couldn't choose because they had lost the body's emotional markers. Those markers, like subtle shifts in heart rate, breath, or tension, they all store the memory of past experiences. And when faced with new choices, the body replays those signals to guide the brain towards or away from action. Now, what we call intuition is often just this body-brain memory basically working faster than thought. And this same feedback loop drives your energy and focus. When your body feels relaxed, the nervous system relaxes, digestion resumes, and the brain in general opens up to creativity. But when tension stays high, the body keeps signaling danger and your mental clarity starts dropping. And regulation isn't about really controlling just your thoughts, but also about calming the body so that the brain gets accurate data. So slow breathing, grounding, steady routines, all of that restores that balance. And when the loop between body and mind runs smoothly, your energy, focus, and mood will rise together, all powered by a clear internal signal. Now, all of that basically leads to flow. Your mental and emotional energy always mirrors your physical charge. So you simply can't feel confident when your biology's voltage is low, and you can't be intuitive when your body's in threat mode. So when you take care of your body, you're not just being healthy, you're maintaining the frequency that lets flow states appear. And you can think of it like tuning your instrument so it can actually play. Now from here, the next step is really learning how to build that charge on demand and keep it high no matter what life throws your way. Now, energy isn't just physical. Like we discussed, it's also emotional. Emotion is energy in motion, literally emotion. Each emotion carries a measurable vibration that shows up in your heart rate, also in your breathing and in your muscle tone. So gratitude and joy expand your body's field, while resentment and fear tighten it. And that's why two people can be in the same situation and have completely different results. One expands and attracts, the other contracts and repels. So your emotional frequency broadcasts through the world before you even speak. And that's why you want to practice daily gratitude, not because it sounds nice, but because it literally rewires your perception towards abundance, which raises your energetic amplitude. On the other hand, watch for emotional leaks like gossip, constant complaining, or guilt. They drain charge faster than lack of sleep. And every negative loop you entertain is like leaving the lights on all night. So once you see emotion as electrical current, you can start treating your day like energy management instead of a willpower battle. And next comes your surroundings. They always tune your energy field, whether you notice it or not. So light, sound, color, and people, all of them carry frequencies. Spaces filled with clutter, noise, or conflict lower coherence in your system, while order, nature, and quiet strengthen it. Now, most people underestimate how quickly their environment can override their mindset. One toxic conversation can undo a week of meditation if you're unaware of it. So start by checking the spaces you spend time in. Clean them, simplify them, add things that remind you of your higher frequency self. And then protect your proximity. The people closest to you will either amplify or dull your vibration. Energy is contagious. So spend time with people who expand yours. So if energy is shaped by body, emotion, and environment, the next logical step is really learning the specific habits that build charge and raise your frequency deliberately. So here's the data piece. There's real science behind all of this. Heart rate variability, hydration, blood oxygen, and breath rate are all tangible indicators of your energetic quality. So high frequency people show steady rhythms in these markers, not erratic spikes. And when your physiology stays stable, your presence feels stable too. And you can sense it when someone with grounded coherence walks into a room. And their energy will draw attention effortlessly. So start tracking your body's signals. Notice how caffeine, social media, or even just lack of sleep shift your internal rhythm. And then use that feedback to make small adjustments every day. The goal is not to be perfect there, but more so stability. So a steady frequency will always outperform short bursts of intensity. And by this point, it becomes pretty clear that energy management is a skill, not luck. Like any skill, it really gets stronger with consistent practice. So coherence means your thoughts, emotions, and actions are all lined up in one direction. It's basically the opposite of internal friction. When you reach coherence, your energy output multiplies because nothing leaks between what you intend and what you do. And you will feel lighter but stronger, calm yet alert. And that's the real foundation of magnetism. Now, because of that, coherence helps you manifest faster, make decisions faster, and attract better opportunities since your frequency stops contradicting itself. But keeping coherence takes honesty. The moment you act against your values or suppress what you feel, your field loses balance. And so you need to stay truthful with yourself, and your charge will stay strong. So now that you understand what governs the energy spectrum, biology, emotion, environment, and coherence, the next step is to focus on the practical systems that build and maintain that high charge every day. And these are the real habits that turn theory into lived experience. So let's talk about the frequency builders. So raising frequency is really the result of a series of daily inputs that shape your physical charge, emotional rhythm, and also mental clarity. So every choice you make, from what you eat to how you move to how you think, either increases or decreases your energetic bandwidth. And when those inputs get refined and aligned, your frequency rises on its own. And you start to feel lighter, faster, clearer, and life begins to organize itself around that higher signal. Now, once you start seeing your frequency as something you can actually build instead of something you have to chase, you'll basically stop waiting for good energy days and start engineering them on purpose. And here's the first part. Food is basically electricity in biological form, if you really think about it. Every food actually has energy in it. It's kilojoules. That's actually a measurement of energy. And so every meal will either charge your cells or cloud them. Whole living foods carry electrons that feed the mitochondria, the actual batteries of your cells. But ultra-processed foods do the opposite. They steal charge to digest what your body doesn't recognize. So when you eat clean, your cells fire faster and your mental focus sharpens in a way you can literally feel within hours, and if not, days. And that brings us to hydration as well. Water conducts your body's entire electrical network. When you're dehydrated, your blood thickens, nutrient transportation slows down, and your frequency dulls like static in a signal. So start each morning by saturating your system with mineralized water so that every electrical pathway in your body fires cleanly. And then match your eating rhythm to your body's natural cycles. So when you eat at random times or overload your system late at night, or you snack all day or in between meals, your circadian clock drifts out of sync. So keeping steady meal timing actually anchors your metabolism and stabilizes your emotional field. And it also stabilizes certain hormones like ghrelin and so on. And once your physical charge begins to stabilize through proper fuel, you can move naturally into the next layer of frequency building, movement and oxygenation. So the body's voltage increases through motion, muscle contractions, pump lymphatic fluid, oxygenate tissues, and clear stagnant energy. So when you sit for too long, that field actually collapses inward, and it's trapping emotion and dulling cognition. So strength training, walking, and breath work, or exercise in general, all act like power switches that recharge your internal grid. So, for example, lifting weights actually trains the body to handle stress without losing rhythm. Each repetition basically teaches your nervous system to hold energy under pressure. And that's the same skill you basically rely on for emotional regulation. Now, breath, on the other hand, conscious breathing, is the simplest and fastest way to really shift your frequency. Slow nasal breathing raises carbon dioxide tolerance. It also improves oxygen delivery to your brain. So deep diaphragmatic breaths also send safety signals to your nervous system, and it instantly lifts your baseline energy. And in between, small consistent movement throughout the day, like stretching, walking, standing, or just buying, for example, a treadmill for home and just doing that for 15 minutes every couple of hours. All of that keeps blood and lymph flowing, which clears energetic stagnation. When the body flows, the mind follows. So physical vitality builds the foundation, but emotional charge is what really amplifies it. So energy isn't stored only in your body. It's stored in how you feel and how you process what happens to you. So every emotion carries a frequency. Fear and resentment create contraction in your field, while joy, gratitude, and excitement expand it. So the real difference between high frequency and low frequency people often comes down to how quickly they can shift emotional state. High frequency people don't stay in emotional debt. They feel, release, and recalibrate. So when tension builds, don't push it down or try to ignore it. Move it through. Physical movement, expression, or even just deep breathing can convert that emotional charge back into flow. So this is really about transmutation of emotions here, if you think about it. And a lot of artists use this exact skill as inspiration for their art. And by artists, I don't necessarily just mean painters. I also mean music artists and so on. A lot of the times they take these emotions and they turn them into something. They express them in one way or another. And doing that, you can, as I said, convert that emotional charge back into flow, but also into creativity. It can inspire you rather than hold you down. And then choose gratitude as a daily discipline, not just a nice idea. Gratitude literally rewires your perception to look for order instead of chaos. So you're specifically looking for the things that are actually going okay. And that also programs your reticular activating system as well to a degree. So that obviously raises the brain's electromagnetic coherence. And finally, protect your energy with boundaries. Every unresolved argument or act of people pleasing really drains your charge. Because at the end of the day, if you do a lot of people pleasing, you probably hold a lot of resentment because you're pleasing everyone but yourself. And then you hold that resentment towards the others, when in reality, you really have resentment towards yourself because you haven't set your boundaries and because you know you can't, or because you know it's difficult for you subconsciously. So you simply can't maintain high frequency if your emotions are managed by other people's expectations. Now, as emotional regulation starts to take shape, the next variable to master is really your environment. Because even the strongest internal state eventually absorbs the energy of the spaces it occupies. And this is where the idea of the extended mind, that I'm going to talk about more in other videos as well, this is where the idea of the extended mind comes in. Cognitive scientists Andy Clark and David Chalmers proposed in 1998 that the mind doesn't stop at the skull. It extends into the tools, spaces, and the people that help us think. So to give you an example, if you wrote down something on your notebook, in a way your notebook has now become a part of your mind. This is what the extended mind theory, basically, the idea is. It extends into the tools, the spaces, the people that help us think, the notebook, the phone, the workspace, even the rhythm of a morning routine. All of these act as external pieces of your nervous system. They hold part of your memory, attention, and focus, and energy, if you really think about it. So your environment is not neutral. It either amplifies or drains your regulation. A cluttered room, for example, and some harsh light or unpredictable noise adds background stress your body has to process. By contrast, an organized space, some natural light, and some rhythmic sounds give your nervous system steady sensory data, which also lowers its workload. So you can think of it as emotional ergonomics. You know how a lot of people buy ergonomic chairs? You can think of this as emotional ergonomics, the design of your surroundings to support mental clarity and physiological calm. So when the body is balanced but the environment isn't, the nervous system still has to spend energy managing the mismatch. So mastery isn't just internal regulation, it's creating external alignment. So the mind extends through what it touches. The room you're in, the people around you, the technology you use, all of them feed back into your state. And once you treat your environment as part of your biology, not just a backdrop, you can finally stabilize your focus, energy, and frequency from both directions, meaning the inside out and the outside in. So your physical and social environments constantly tune your frequency up or down. Now, every room, sound, color, and person emits a pattern that either stabilizes your energy or disrupts it. So high-frequency people design their environments on purpose, knowing their surroundings will basically amplify whatever state they're in or whatever state they bring in. And so keep your home and workspace minimal, ordered, and filled with things that lift you up. Clutter represents unfinished decisions, if you think about it, which quietly basically weigh on your attention and lower your energetic clarity. And try to use sound strategically. Music tuned to calming frequencies or nature sounds or even silence. I sit in silence personally most of the day, will cleanse your nervous system and create coherence. Meanwhile, constant background noise, especially from screens, fragments your focus and leaks energy over time. So then there's light. It regulates your circadian rhythm and it also influences hormonal balance. So morning sunlight anchors your sleep-wake cycle and primes dopamine for motivation. Artificial light, on the other hand, especially late at night, does the opposite. It scrambles that rhythm and drains the next day or the next day's energy. And finally, people. And a lot of people, especially people who watch this channel, who watch my channel and watch these trainings, don't like this, but relationships act like resonance chambers. So try to spend time with people whose energy matches or exceeds yours. And yes, that might mean cutting out some people. It's not crazy to think that if people are holding you back, they're maybe not the best for you in your life. Depends on exactly what kind of life really you want to live. I mean, if you do want to live their kind of life, then keep them around. Because at the end of the day, you are going to become a mix of the people you surround yourself with. So when you connect with high frequency individuals, on the other hand, your nervous system will entrain. And so it will create a shared field that amplifies clarity, confidence, and creativity. So your nervous systems, they basically synergize, they entrain together. So once your environment supports both your biology and your emotions, the next area to work on is really mental structure. How you think, focus, and talk to yourself. So thought carries measurable electrical activity, and the quality of that current basically shapes the quality of your reality. So each thought either builds voltage or drains it. So repeating heavy, fear-based stories can make your neurons fire in chaotic, wasteful patterns, which drains mental energy. Basically, it can be like background apps on your phone, or if you have 1,000 tabs open on your computer in a different window, and then you wonder why your computer is running slow. So focus, coherent thinking does the opposite. It conserves charge and directs it toward useful outcomes. And so since your brain can't really tell the difference between what's imagined and what's real, every thought basically rehearses the future or a future. So when you imagine desired outcomes with emotion behind them, those neural pathways will strengthen and your body starts operating as if those outcomes already exist. And that's how high frequency thinking basically reprograms your body for higher voltage living. So practice single task focus like a muscle. Every time you notice yourself multitasking, and try to bring attention back to one thing. You're increasing neural coherence that way. And the brain rewards that with sharper concentration, faster recall, and deeper calm. And each focused moment is like a rep in your mental gym. Over time, focus will become natural instead of forced because of this. Next, try to pay attention to your self-talk. It's very important what you say to yourself. Every sentence you say to yourself acts as an electrical command to your nervous system. Because what you say to yourself carries emotions with it, whether you believe it or not. It carries stories with it, whether you believe it or not. So when you repeat things like, I'm exhausted, or I always mess this up, what kind of energy do you think you're sending to your mind? You send a depressive signal straight to your physiology. So replace those loops with grounded statements such as, I'm restoring my energy, or I'm learning precision. With repetition, those phrases will reset your body's baseline and your energy will rise to match it. And then try to add emotional practices that lift voltage directly. So forgiveness releases emotional knots that choke flow. Presence anchors awareness in the body and keeps energy from scattering into worry. And laughter, we all know about laughter. It floods the system with oxygen. It floods the system with endorphins and instantly loosens tension and recharges your cells. That's why people say that laughter is the best medicine. When done daily, these clear static from your field faster than most physical hacks ever could. And just like you'd keep your body clean, try to keep your mental environment clean. So thought hygiene is something not a lot of people talk about. And thought hygiene is to energy what nutrition is to health. So the mind has to match the charge, or energy will start leaking through contradictions. So when you think one thing and feel another and act differently, you basically create short circuits that drain vitality. So audit your inner dialogue and keep it aligned with your values and direction. Each congruent thought seals your field tighter, and it makes your energy less reactive and more magnetic. And finally, try to schedule silence like an appointment. As I said, me personally, I sit in silence most of the day, like zero music, zero sounds. So quiet resets the nervous system and gives your subconscious room to integrate. When input stops, your brain starts sorting, repairing, and connecting ideas you didn't even know you were forming. In those quiet minutes, clarity lands, intuition strengthens, and your energy stabilizes. So protect that silence as much as possible. It's basically like your charging dock. And once your mind stops scattering energy through distraction, doubt, or internal noise, everything like your body, emotion, and environment starts syncing up. The charge you've been building begins to hold steady, and that stability turns into influence. And at that point, you feel more pull than push. Your frequency doesn't only sustain you, it begins to move the world around you. It starts to bend reality around you. And so now, high frequency isn't basically built through random bursts of effort, but through rhythm. So doing the right small things at the same time each day synchronizes your biology and psychology. So consistency compounds like interest. The body loves rhythm. It thrives on predictability. And so when your days follow a steady cadence, your energy becomes self-renewing. So start each day with a grounding routine that basically clears stagnation and builds energy and charge. Hydrate, move, breathe, and just set an intention before the outside world has reached your mind, before you even grab your phone, before you do anything. Try to move, hydrate, breathe, and set an intention for the day. And end each day with decompression. Dimming your lights, some gentle stretching, some reflections, writing down in your journal. All of these things signal closure to your system and prime deep overnight recovery. And as that charge stabilizes and the rhythm takes hold, something new happens. Your energy basically stops fluctuating with circumstance. It starts to radiate outwards, and it affects everything it touches. And that's the point where we step into the final stage of this process, where energy basically turns magnetic and influence becomes effortless. So let's talk about the magnetic state. So the highest expression of energy isn't intensity, it's magnetism. So when your body, mind, and emotion are aligned, energy stops leaking and starts radiating. And you'll begin to feel it first as a calm power, as an amused mastery of life of sorts, a kind of quiet steadiness that doesn't need to prove anything. Other people will notice it too. They'll lean in without knowing why. And this is what happens when your frequency becomes coherent enough to shape the environment around you. So magnetism is what replaces effort once frequency is stabilized. The moment you reach this state, you'll basically stop pushing for results and start pulling them in by the sheer weight of your energy field. So to reach that level, you basically have to understand what magnetism really is and how it behaves in your life. So magnetism isn't charisma, although it can be a synonym for that, and it can look like it. It's not even confidence, though it can feel like that from the inside. It's more so a biological and energetic coherence that makes people and opportunities synchronize with you. So when your field is stable and your emotion is consistent, when you don't have these crazy swings, others will subconsciously relax around you, and they'll mirror your tone and your rhythm. And even animals and technology will seem to respond more easily. The world will begin to move smoother because your signal will no longer be chaotic. And you'll start to notice how conversations flow differently. People will share more, open faster. They will trust you sooner. And that's because your nervous system will broadcast safety, stability. And every nervous system around you will basically respond to that. Every system around you, not just a nervous system, will respond in that way. So this level of magnetism will let you lead without dominance. Your energy will basically carry quiet authority. And you won't have to convince or chase. The field you emit will do that work for you. And now that we've got basically what magnetism feels like, let's look at what actually builds it and keeps it stable day after day. So the first layer of magnetism is grounding. High frequency doesn't mean floating. It means stable current. Grounding will connect that current to the earth through movement, breath, and presence. So you can walk barefoot outside when you can, and you can feel your body weight sink into gravity. And each time you drop awareness from your head into your chest or your feet, you close the circuit between mental and physical energy. And the more grounded you are, the stronger your field will get. So try spending 5 minutes a day in total stillness, just sitting upright, breathing slow, eyes open, and just feeling every point of contact between your body and the ground and your surroundings. Your nervous system will learn to regulate faster from that state. And try to surround yourself with natural frequencies like trees, running water, sunlight. The body will absorb electrons from the earth, and it will lower inflammation and restore electrical balance. So magnetism builds faster when your system recharges in natural conditions. And once you're grounded, that current needs direction, because raw energy without intention will scatter. So magnetism strengthens when energy has a purpose to basically orbit around. So you can think of intention as a gravitational pull. It's the core your energy field rotates around. So if you wake up without direction, your charge will basically disperse throughout the day and you'll feel like you don't know what to focus on. But when you begin the morning by basically anchoring one clear focus, one clear intention, whether it's peace, progress, or creation, your field organizes around that target. That's why intentions are so powerful in the beginning of the day. If you wake up and you set an intention, the world will move around that intention of yours. And so you'll start to notice synchronicities that align with it. So try to spend a few minutes each morning defining how you want to feel, what you're creating, what you're doing, and who you're becoming. That simple act will basically command your frequency to align with that outcome. And then follow through on that intention or that focus at the beginning of the day with small daily actions. Just act on that intention. Energy obeys evidence. So when you act consistently with your intention, belief strengthens and magnetism grows. And once intention gives the field direction, emotion gives it charge. And that's where things really start to expand. So emotion is voltage. Every strong feeling you cultivate adds power to your magnetic field. And when you live with emotional coherence, meaning your thoughts, your feelings, and your actions all line up, the body emits a stronger electromagnetic pulse that's measurable by science. So heart math studies have shown that the heart's field can extend several feet beyond the body. And that field changes based on your emotional state. So gratitude, appreciation, and joy produce a smooth, strong waveform, while anger and frustration distort it. And there was an image of that earlier in this video. You can reverse the video and see it. But keep that in mind every time you choose how to react. And use gratitude and appreciation deliberately. So pause midday and reflect on one thing that's working, even if it seems small to you. Because, as I said earlier, you're literally creating order out of chaos based on what you choose to focus on. So feel that sense of thankfulness until your chest softens. That's your energy increasing in coherence. And try to watch your emotional habits like comparisons or complaints. Every time you indulge in them, you basically scatter your charge and energy. So stay aware, reset quickly, and the field will stay clean. And try to practice emotional regulation through breathing or pausing before you react. The more you can hold composure, the stronger your frequency will get. Power always feels calm because it's steady current, not spikes. So when your emotions start holding steady, the next step is really to learn how to project that energy outwards so it interacts with the world rather than staying internal only. So your frequency isn't passive, it will radiate into every space you enter. The goal here is to become conscious of that projection and use it intentionally. So before entering a meeting or speaking to someone or creating something, pause for 5 seconds and bring your energy forward. Imagine your presence basically filling the room or wrapping around the person you're talking to. That small mental gesture will actually change your tone, timing, and your trust in that interaction. So direct your awareness to others fully when they speak. Your energy will follow attention and people will feel that focus as presence. So presence itself is magnetic. So maintain soft, steady eye contact with people. This signals full presence and creates a neural connection that builds trust and openness. And then turn your body fully towards the person speaking. Leaning slightly forward will actually show engagement, and it will tell their nervous system that you're receiving their message. And then pause before responding. When people talk to you, take a moment to actually listen to them. Pause after they say something. Think about what they said. Maybe even repeat what they said. Let their words land fully before you formulate your reply. A lot of people think of what to say next while the other person is talking to them, which obviously decreases connection. It decreases energy. Instead of you being fully present in that moment, listening to the person, understanding what they're saying, understanding where they're coming from, what they might be feeling, you're thinking about what to say next. And then you wonder why you feel like nobody understands you. You do that to others. So this will create space for deeper understanding, and it will also show respect for their communication. So try to speak slower, breathe deeper, and just use some pauses. Your voice actually carries the waveform of your energy. So a grounded tone will actually regulate others, and it will also increase their receptivity to you. And try to reduce your speaking speed by 20%. And the way you can actually practice this is by first speaking uncomfortably slow, very slow, taking a lot of time between sentences or between parts of sentences. And it will feel awkward. It will feel very awkward. But try to just embrace that. Slower speech will actually give your words more weight, contrary to what you might be thinking. And it also allows others to absorb what you're saying without them straining, without them having to think. And try to breathe from your diaphragm before speaking. So deep breaths will actually lower your vocal pitch naturally. And it will also add resonance that others find calming and trustworthy. And don't find it awkward if you actually take a deep breath mid-conversation. And try to use pauses deliberately between your thoughts. Silence will actually create emphasis. It also allows reflection. And it also prevents your energy from becoming scattered or rushed. And a lot of the times, what pauses do is it first allows you to basically think of what to say next without filling up that silence with filler words, which first off, by the way, people will see you as way more confident because of that. And secondly, anything you say after a pause sounds amazing. So use that deliberately. It shows presence. It shows that you're comfortable in your skin, that you're confident, that you're there. And it brings anything you say after a pause has a lot more weight to it. So now look, every text, every call, every post also carries frequency. Everything you see online carries a frequency. This is why it's honestly devastating to basically be watching short form content, because every video you see carries a frequency. So imagine how many frequencies you're passing through while you're doom scrolling. So write and speak from centeredness, not from hurry. The digital field responds just as much as the physical one. So try to take 3 deep breaths before sending any important message. This first off will center your energy, but it also ensures that your words come from clarity, not from reaction. And try to read your message out loud before you send it. So if it sounds rushed or defensive or unclear, try to rewrite it from a place of calm. So digital communication amplifies your emotional frequency as well. And try to delay response by a few minutes if needed. So a thoughtful reply from high frequency will always land better than a quick one from scattered energy. So when your projection becomes deliberate, when magnetism stops being something that happens occasionally and turns into a living rhythm that operates in everything you do, things change. Magnetism compounds. And every time you act from alignment, you basically reinforce the charge. Every night of rest, every clean meal, every moment of gratitude adds 1 more volt to your field. Over weeks and months, obviously that accumulation creates a baseline of energy that feels impossible to lose. And you'll wake up charged, and that charge will carry you through the day without any effort. So try to protect your energy like an asset it really is. So schedule recovery the same way you schedule work. When you overextend without recharge, your voltage will dip, your energy will dip. So treat energy preservation as strategy. And end each day by reviewing where your energy expanded and where it leaked. So that awareness in general will refine your field faster than any new practice. And so small corrections that you actually make daily will keep your frequency consistent, and it will keep it high. And this is the stage where magnetism becomes creation. Manifestation isn't about wishing. When your frequency stabilizes, reality basically starts rearranging itself to match it. Your thoughts act as blueprints, literally. Your emotions as charge and energy, and your consistent behavior as the proof that locks it into form. So you won't attract outcomes randomly. You'll magnetize them through coherence. You have to be aligned. So your actions, your thoughts, your emotions have to be aligned. You'll notice that coincidences become, or quote unquote coincidences, become constant. Doors will start opening without you even pushing them. And things you used to chase now move towards you naturally. And this is the science behind ask and it is given. The universe doesn't respond to words. It responds to stable fields, to a stable current, to stable energy. So use manifestation as conscious direction rather than a desperate request. Define what you desire clearly, feel it as present, act as if it's done, and hold that emotional tone long enough for the field to organize matter around it. And your manifestation won't arrive because you demanded it. It will arrive because you became the frequency of the reality where it already exists. And you became the person in that reality that has created what already exists. And so eventually magnetism begins to create its own ecosystem. Opportunities will find you faster. Conversations will click more naturally. Life will start feeling like it's moving in rhythm with you instead of against you. And at that point, manifestation stops being a technique and it becomes a way of existing, where what you think, what you feel, what you do, all align and echo through the field, and reality keeps answering back in perfect time. So, with that being said, let's go over the review. We talked about the energy spectrum, the frequency builders, the magnetic state, the review, and finally, your action items for the day or the next few days. First, start each morning by grounding yourself in the body. So hydrate, breathe, move, get sunlight before looking at a screen. This single pattern will actually anchor your energy for the day. So lock your nervous system into safety and set the tone for high frequency coherence that will follow you everywhere. And then try to build emotional voltage on purpose. Take 2 minutes 3 times a day to feel gratitude deeply. And let it spread through your chest until you can sense your energy rising. And use forgiveness to clear resentment, presence to quiet noise, and laughter to release any stored charge. These are daily voltage switches that will lift your frequency faster than any supplement. And then finally, end each day by checking where your energy expanded and where it leaked. And notice how you spoke, how you moved, and how you showed up. Then set an intention for who you'll be tomorrow. And when you repeat the cycle, ground, amplify, and project, you'll basically stabilize your magnetism. You'll turn focus into attraction and make manifestation the natural side effect of how you live. So with that being said, if you enjoyed this training, make sure to give it a like, comment below and let me know what you liked or what you would like to see next, and subscribe to the channel if you want to see more. Now, if you're a professional, an entrepreneur, or a creator, and you want to work with me one-on-one, make sure to book a call from the second link in the description. And if you want this training along with this document, then make sure to join the free community from the first link in the description. With that being said, again, I hope you enjoyed this, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is the law of reversal and using opposites to manifest faster. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is the quantum mirror, polarity, inversion, harmony, the review, and your action items for the day or the next few days. So without further ado, let's get started and talk about the quantum mirror. So in quantum physics, there's a rule called wave-particle duality, and it basically describes how light, electrons, and even entire atoms can exist in two completely different states at once. And when observed, they behave like waves, spread out, fluid, existing everywhere and nowhere at the same time. But the instant you actually measure or look at them, the wave collapses into a particle, something solid, defined, and local. In other words, you can basically argue that the act of observation doesn't just reveal reality, it basically creates it. And so the observer and the observed are entangled in the same event. There's this famous double slit experiment that basically revealed this madness in the early 1900s. Basically, scientists fired electrons at a metal plate with 2 tiny slits, expecting them to behave like bullets. Instead, they produced a wave-like interference pattern, proof that each electron passed through both slits simultaneously. But when researchers added a detector to basically watch which slit it actually went through, the pattern vanished, and the electrons suddenly acted like individual particles again. Merely observing them basically changed the outcome. And reality literally reorganized itself depending on attention. The discovery shattered classical physics. It meant that the universe wasn't a collection of fixed things. It was more so a field of possibilities waiting for consciousness to choose which version would solidify. And so the deeper scientists looked, the fuzzier things actually became. Particles dissolved into probabilities, location dissolved into relationships, and the one variable that consistently altered reality wasn't matter or energy, it was observation. And at the subatomic level, awareness is an active ingredient in creation. It's as if existence needs you to look before it decides what it will be. And so the same rule governs your psychology. When you fixate on failure, it becomes an identity. When you observe fear without necessarily clinging to it, it stays a wave, just energy passing through. And every emotion, belief, or event in your life exists in both forms, wave and particle, potential and manifestation. Now, the moment you define something too tightly with phrases like "this is who I am," or "this is how it always goes," you collapse the wave. You freeze a fluid probability into a rigid fact. And the irony is that the more you really try to control reality by labeling it, the less room it has to move. So look at any major transformation you've actually gone through in your life. There was most likely a moment of confusion, loss, or uncertainty that basically felt unbearable at the time. That was the wave state, the space before definition. Then at some point, you named it. You said, "This means growth," or "this means I'm done with who I used to be." And instantly, your energy basically shifted. The story you told about the chaos determined what it became. You didn't change because the situation changed. You changed because your observation changed the situation, and you collapsed a new version of yourself into being. And this dance between wave and particle happens everywhere. The blank page is the wave, the written sentence is the particle. Brainstorming is the wave, execution is particle. Attraction is wave, commitment is particle. The wave shows up as potential energy, basically emotions, impulses, ideas. The particle is the behavior that follows. Now, mastery isn't about choosing one over the other. It's about learning when to stay open and when to collapse, when to observe and when to define, when to be possibility and when to become form. So most people never realize they're doing quantum physics with their emotions. They react too soon, define too early, and solidify patterns that were meant to stay fluid. Then they basically keep collapsing the same version of themselves over and over. But the ones who rise, the ones who reinvent, attract, and manifest, learn to pause before collapse. They hold the wave a little longer. They can look at pain without turning it into identity, and they can experience failure without making it final. And they live at the intersection where reality is still malleable. That's exactly what this training will unlock for you. The law of reversal, or what we'll later call polarity shifting, is the psychological application of wave-particle duality. It teaches you how to turn fixed outcomes back into fluid potential, how to alchemize one pole into the other. Success and failure, pleasure and pain, light and shadow are simply different observations of the same wave. And when you master this movement between opposites, you stop being a passive observer and start acting as a conscious creator. And so the universe isn't hiding its rules, it's demonstrating them in every moment. And this training will basically show you how to use them deliberately. With that being said, let's talk about polarity. Look, everything in life comes in pairs. Every experience, emotion, or outcome has its opposite sitting right beside it. And you probably already know the Kybalion, but if you haven't heard of it, it is basically a book from 1908 that presents 7 Hermetic principles, basically ancient philosophical teachings that are attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, if I said his name right. One of its core ideas is the principle of polarity, which states that everything has 2 poles, and opposites are identical in nature but different in degree. Heat and cold, love and hate, success and failure aren't necessarily separate things. They're the same thing showing up in different degrees of the same spectrum. Now, once you start seeing it this way, life gets a bit lighter. You stop fighting bad moments and you start recognizing that they're part of the same system that produces the good ones. And it's all connected. So when something goes wrong, you pause for a second and remember that the opposite is already contained within what you're facing. Every setback carries the vibration of a breakthrough hidden inside it. And that failure you're spiraling over today is the same energy that will fuel your future success once it flips polarity. And so once that clicks, you'll stop reacting emotionally. You'll start reading every event as feedback. Now, imagine this principle as a spectrum. There's no real line separating fear from courage. There's only movement between them. Same for abundance and scarcity, or love and indifference. You're always standing somewhere along that line. So instead of trying to destroy one pole, learn to move along the scale. Small shifts in perception will move you faster than these big bursts of effort ever could. So here's how it plays out. When you resist one pole, you actually charge it with energy. The person who hates failure keeps reliving it because their focus keeps feeding that vibration. Once you stop resisting, the energy will basically balance itself out and you'll drift towards the other end naturally. The less you fight, the smoother it flows. And so you need to start catching yourself in the middle of that resistance. Awareness breaks the automatic swing. You'll notice that just observing the feeling will actually loosen its hold immediately. And so from there, you'll start seeing how neutrality isn't indifference, it's actually control. When you're neutral, you're steering. You're no longer being tossed around by emotion, you're the one adjusting the dial. You always have a choice about where you place your attention. When you realize that fear and faith share the same mind, you'll basically stop being a victim of your mood and you'll start deciding which pole to energize. The more deliberate you get about that, the more consistent your results become. So keep reminding yourself that movement starts inside first. The thought comes before the shift, and the shift comes before the evidence. If you tune your mind higher, your world will catch up. Now, once momentum builds, life starts meeting you halfway. People, chances, and ideas will basically start showing up because they're responding to the pole you've chosen to occupy. So imagine someone trying to manifest confidence but feeling insecure. They think that they need to kill the insecurity. They try to fake it, bury it, hide it, but that energy doesn't disappear. It just multiplies. When they stop fighting it and simply notice that insecurity is just the early stage of confidence forming, everything softens and that self-judgment fades and genuine confidence starts actually rising naturally. That's polarity at work. One pole always gives birth to the other once you stop resisting it. So once you understand polarity, life starts feeling a lot less chaotic. You'll stop freaking out when things swing in the opposite direction because you'll know it's temporary and the pendulum always balances itself out. The less attached you get to one extreme, the faster you'll find yourself at peace. Neutrality speeds up manifestation because nothing is clogging the signal anymore. Now, to make this a bit more practical, when something goes sideways, don't immediately react. Instead, name its opposite and do one tiny action that represents that new frequency. If you're feeling small, straighten your posture and speak with authority, even if your voice shakes. If you're broke, give something away. Those small acts basically tell your subconscious that you're living at the other end now. And keep repeating that until it becomes second nature. Over time, you'll start to appreciate both sides. You'll realize light means nothing without darkness and that your drive came from the friction of frustration. You'll stop labeling emotions as good or bad and actually start using them as signals. And that's when you become emotionally unshakable. You'll flow with contrast instead of fighting it, and everything around you will start feeling easier. Now, what you could do is take a second each night to check where you stood on your scales. Basically, were you confident or doubtful, open or guarded, grateful or bitter? Just notice and don't judge. And you'll start seeing patterns that show where your energy hangs out most. And once you know that, you'll know exactly what to tweak to shift your vibration higher. As you keep doing this, your understanding of polarity will actually deepen. And you'll stop seeing problems as threats and start seeing them as tools. And you'll interpret life less emotionally and more strategically. Your emotions won't control your actions anymore. Your awareness will. And that's when you start creating reality on purpose, not by accident. So eventually you'll reach a point where you can flip any situation by choice. You'll use the same energy that once drained you to propel you forward. And you'll take the heaviness of contrast and turn it into jet fuel for progress. That's when polarity stops being theory and actually becomes alchemy. When you don't just understand the law and instead you actually use it. So with that being said, let's talk about inversion. So polarity gives you awareness, but inversion gives you control. Once you know that every experience has an opposite built into it, the next step is really learning how to flip those states consciously. That's what alchemy really is, turning one vibration into another. It's not about avoiding darkness, it's about understanding how to move through it so it transforms into power. When you master inversion, you'll never feel stuck again because every limitation becomes raw material for expansion. So the main idea here is that inversion is the act of consciously moving towards the energetic opposite of what you're currently experiencing. It's the practical side of the law of reversal. When you feel fear, you lean into courage. When you feel scarcity, you create generosity. The action doesn't deny what's there, it just redirects it. This is how you start working with energy instead of fighting against it. The more you do this, the faster your reality starts flipping to match your intention. Now, most people try to manifest by pushing harder for what they want, but that keeps them trapped in the same polarity. You can't chase abundance from a mindset that screams lack, because that action amplifies the vibration that you're actually trying to escape. So instead, inversion says, stop reinforcing the energy you dislike and start embodying the opposite now, before the external proof appears. So the inner state will always lead the outer condition. First, notice the dominant feeling or story that's active inside you. The emotion is your indicator of which pole you're currently standing on. The faster you identify it, the faster you can actually flip it. And look at it directly without denial. If you're anxious, just say it. If you're angry, just feel it. Suppression will freeze that energy. Acknowledgement actually moves it. And so once you name the feeling, you'll notice that its opposite will instantly appear in your awareness. The human mind always generates duality. It can't help but see the other side once you name one. And so after that, you just move towards the opposite quality in small, grounded ways. You don't just think about courage, act as if courage has already arrived. Take one bold step while fear is still present, and the energy will start to rewire. This could be as simple as reaching out to someone you've been avoiding or saying the thing that you've been rehearsing silently. Action will invert emotion faster than thought ever could. When you behave like the opposite is already real, your subconscious will basically recalibrate its identity. You'll literally start becoming the new pole. Now, to make inversion part of your daily toolkit, start small. When you feel stuck in resistance, just pause yourself and ask, what's the exact opposite of what I'm doing right now? So if you're procrastinating, take a single small action. If you're tense, just try to relax your body. The trick is to build momentum towards the new state, one micro shift at a time. Over days, that will build emotional muscle memory. Let's say you're going through heartbreak. Instead of drowning in sadness, you apply inversion. You sit with the pain until it reveals what it's actually teaching you. It could be self-respect, independence, deeper love, or something else. Then you act from that insight. You create, you move, you rebuild. Slowly, the same energy that felt like a loss becomes the foundation of your power and the foundation of gain. Pain doesn't disappear, it just changes the polarity. And so there are a few simple ways to strengthen your ability to actually invert energy quickly. First, your breath. Your breath will always flip your nervous system's polarity first. When you're panicked, exhale longer than you inhale. It tells your body that the danger is over, which opens the doorway for a new emotion to form. Then it's your language and your words. Your words are polarity switches. When you catch yourself saying, I can't, replace it with, I'm learning to. And the shift might sound subtle, but it rewires the expectation that shapes your actions. The next one is movement. The body never lies. And so change your posture, walk faster, lift your chest. Those micro shifts in physiology will actually shift your chemistry instantly. You'll feel the energy reverse before you even think about it. Now, here's the thing. The more you practice inversion, the more you'll see how perception controls polarity. Reality itself won't change at first. Your viewpoint will. And you'll look at something painful and suddenly see potential. And you'll look at rejection and sense redirection. That perceptual flip is the moment reality begins to reorganize around you. So over time, inversion will stop feeling like a technique and start feeling like instinct. You'll respond to resistance with curiosity instead of avoidance, and you'll get excited when problems show up because you know they're carrying the opposite frequency of what you've asked for. Every shadow will become an entry point into light. And that's when manifestation accelerates dramatically because you're no longer fighting contrast. You're using it as leverage. Now, keep in mind, the more you live by inversion, the less emotionally extreme your life will become. You'll stabilize faster after shocks. And a lot of people actually love the emotional extremes and the emotional up and downs. They're actually addicted to them a lot of the times. And if you understand inversion, you won't be. And so you'll recover quicker from loss. You'll start seeing success, failure, pain, joy, and love as parts of one movement. The same current running in both directions. That inner balance will actually make you magnetic, peaceful, and incredibly efficient. And eventually, once you get comfortable flipping energy on demand, you'll reach a deeper level. One where you no longer really need to switch poles at all because you can hold both simultaneously. You'll stop thinking in terms of duality and start operating from unity, where opposites merge and creation happens almost instantly. That's the next step in the process where manifestation becomes effortless. So let's talk about harmony. Now, polarity gives you awareness and inversion gives you control, but harmony gives you peace. Harmony is what happens when you stop trying to swing between extremes and start holding both sides of reality at once. It's where true manifestation really happens, not in chaos or in conflict, but in coherence. When your mind, emotions, and energy stop fighting themselves, the universe stops resisting you. You'll stop creating through friction and start creating through flow. The real point of all of this, isn't really to live on one pole or the other, but to merge them. You'll realize that joy and pain, light and shadow, confidence and doubt, all belong to one complete whole. When you stop trying to fix one side and instead integrate it, you'll feel something click internally. And that click is the moment you stop fragmenting your energy. And from that moment on, everything you create will carry more weight, more coherence, and more speed. So harmony is really when your emotional state stays stable, no matter how wildly life moves around you. The steadiness can feel similar to indifference, but it's actually aligned neutrality. You're no longer being yanked by the opposites because you've dissolved the illusion of opposition itself. You'll still feel emotions fully, but they'll pass through you cleanly without leaving any residue. So this is where things start to get subtle. Stillness doesn't mean silence or lack of movement. It means internal calm, even when external circumstances shift. When your inner world stops reacting, your outer world starts obeying. And you'll notice that from this place, your decisions get sharper. You'll move faster, but with less effort. And because you're no longer clouded by polarity, clarity will rise naturally, and you'll see situations as they are without any emotional distortion. And as you hold that stillness, something pretty awesome happens. Your highs stop throwing you off, and your lows stop breaking you. You'll find that every experience has its own rhythm, and when you match that rhythm instead of fighting it, life starts to cooperate with you. The more you practice this, the more stable your energy becomes. You won't need to recover from setbacks because your baseline won't dip anymore. And that kind of balance will make your frequency magnetic. People will feel it before you can actually speak, and circumstances will align before you actually plan. Now, to reach this state, you've got to stop rejecting the parts of you that don't fit the image of who you think you should be. So real harmony starts with radical acceptance. You'll have to sit with your contradictions until you stop being scared of them. And you'll have to look at the chaos inside you and see that it's trying to return to order. And so once you stop suppressing parts of yourself, they'll integrate on their own. Here's how you do it in daily life. When a difficult emotion hits, don't try to just run from it and don't drown in it. Sit with it, breathe, and watch. Let it exist until it basically becomes soft. And then ask yourself, what message is this emotion actually carrying? The answer will come quietly, usually as a feeling of relief or insight. And that's harmony revealing itself, not through effort, but through allowance. So keep noticing the patterns. Every time you judge an emotion as negative, pause and trace its purpose. Anger often hides truth. Fear often hides care. And guilt often hides love. When you learn to read emotions instead of suppressing them, you'll become fluent in your own energy. And once you understand an emotion's role, you'll no longer resist it. It will dissolve naturally because you've listened to what it came to say. And that release will return your body and mind to flow, and that flow will pull your environment into harmony with you. So the reason harmony feels so magnetic is because it's deeply present. When you stop swinging between what was and what could be, you land in what is, and that's where creation actually happens instantly. Every moment of presence basically collapses polarity because it unites the timeline of the past, the future, the potential into now. And when you live here, manifestation speeds up because you're no longer split between directions. Harmony also means union with the shadow. You can't radiate light if you're terrified of the dark. So the most evolved version of you won't just tolerate contrast, it will love it. And when you can hold rage and peace in the same breath, you become whole. That wholeness is what ancient alchemists meant by the marriage of opposites. You'll stop chasing transformation and start embodying it. So picture this, you're stressed about money and old patterns of fear start coming up. Instead of drowning in anxiety, you actually pause, breathe, and observe the tension. You remember that fear and abundance are part of the same continuum. So you open your bank app, bless the numbers you see, and express gratitude for what's already there. Suddenly, your body relaxes. Within days, new opportunities appear. You take action because without action, nothing will happen. and things happen. That's basically harmony in action, a small energetic realignment that changes everything downstream. The more you live this way, the more consistent your manifestations become. And you'll notice fewer extremes, less burnout, fewer crashes, smoother growth. Harmony doesn't make life dull, it actually makes it symphonic. Everything moves in rhythm. Even challenges arrive on time to stretch you into a higher frequency, and life will start feeling orchestrated, like everything is playing together instead of against itself. Eventually, you'll understand that harmony isn't something you do, it's something you just become. And you'll stop needing to fix, force, or manage reality, because reality will respond to your steadiness automatically. And when you're internally balanced, external balance follows as a reflex. This is the state mystics called the middle path and philosophers called the golden mean. It's where polarity dissolves into wholeness and creation happens in real time. And from this space of total alignment, something deeper will start to unfold, a level of creation that doesn't require time or tension at all. It's where the reversal completes itself and every opposite becomes one unified force. This is where true creation happens, quietly, instantly, and without any resistance. With that being said, here's what we covered. We talked about the quantum mirror, polarity, inversion, harmony, the review, and finally your action items for the day or the next few days. First, spend the next 7 days watching polarity in action and notice moments when life swings from good to bad, calm to tense, certain to uncertain. Instead of reacting, track your position on the spectrum. The more you observe without judgment, the faster you'll start seeing how both ends belong to one process. When something feels heavy, practice the flip. Catch yourself in fear, frustration, or lack and ask yourself, what's the opposite of this state? And then take one small action that embodies the opposite. A single reversal done with awareness will begin reprogramming your entire energetic response pattern. And then finally, end each day with 5 quiet minutes of reflection. Review what you resisted, what you accepted, and what you transformed. And let your body relax into neutrality as you breathe out the day's polarity. And over time, you'll notice fewer extremes and more flow. Proof that harmony is starting to take root in your system. With that being said, thank you for being here. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to give it a like, subscribe to the channel for more, comment below what you'd like to see next. If you want to work with me personally, one-on-one, book a call from the second link in the description. And if you want this document along with this training, then click the first link in the description and join the free community. With that being said, again, thank you for being here, and I'm going to see you in the next one. All right, hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is how to achieve anything effortlessly. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is first the overview itself, the paradox of effortless achievement, letting go of the outcome, flow alignment, the review, and your action items for the day or the next few days. So without further ado, let's get started and talk about the paradox of effortless achievement. Now, before diving into the psychological side of this whole thing and of effortless achievement, it will actually help to ground the entire idea into something physical and observable, and something that actually, quite frankly, doesn't need you to believe in it or doesn't need any motivation in general. It depends only on the laws of physics and movement themselves, and that is fluid dynamics. Now, fluid dynamics is a branch of physics that studies how liquids and gases move. It's part of fluid mechanics, and it focuses specifically on motion, meaning how fluids flow, what forces act on them, and how they interact with their surroundings. What makes fluid dynamics powerful is that it applies to anything that flows, meaning water, air, sand, even crowds. But the core idea is basically understanding how substances behave under different conditions. Now, before you click away, this will become relevant pretty quickly, so keep watching. Now, there are 2 fundamental patterns, laminar and turbulent flow. Laminar flow is smooth and orderly, and you can think of honey that's pouring slowly. It moves in neat parallel layers with minimal mixing, and it's efficient and clean. Turbulent flow, on the other hand, is the opposite. It's chaotic. For instance, a raging river that's crashing over rocks with water going everywhere, or waves crashing at the beach. It's still moving forward, but it's wasting massive amounts of energy doing so. Now, the difference isn't always the fluid itself. It's often the conditions. So if you push water too hard, you get turbulence. If you let it flow naturally, you get laminar flow. If you add obstacles, you get turbulence. If you create a clear path, you get laminar flow. So once you see this, you can basically notice it everywhere. Another example is smoke from a candle. It starts smooth, which is laminar flow, and then it breaks into wild curls, which is turbulent flow, and that turbulence is often caused by wind. Now, this can be applied to everyday life as well. Your morning routine, your focus, your thought process when you're calm versus when you're stressed is the same principle. One flows and the other is chaotic. So fluid dynamics becomes a lens essentially for understanding how energy moves in general, how resistance forms, and why the smoothest path forward often requires no force at all. It exposes two fundamental ways of motion. One is smooth and efficient, and the other is chaotic and energy draining. And once you see these two patterns clearly, you can basically start recognizing the same patterns inside your own behavior. When you apply these two flows onto your own psychology, you'll start understanding why some days feel so smooth and almost impossibly smooth and everything seems to align perfectly, and other days feel like everything is trying to fight you. So effortless achievement happens when you realize that most of the struggle you experience doesn't really come from the task itself, but rather from the turbulence you create internally while pursuing the task or the thing itself, while doing the thing. People assume that pushing harder will speed things up, yet pushing, just like with flow, just like with liquids, often generates eddies, and they slow everything down. The paradox is that the more you try to force movement, the more resistance appears, just as turbulent flow intensifies when excessive force is applied to a fluid that would otherwise glide. Now, once you understand laminar flow, it becomes pretty obvious why your clearest thinking, your creativity, and your sharpest decisions have always happened in moments where you weren't gripped by urgency or some kind of pressure. Your mind was just quiet enough to move in parallel layers, smooth, focused, and aligned. And you begin noticing that trying harder doesn't actually equal moving faster, and that inner centeredness and calm often reveals solutions that pushing harder would have just obscured. So this kind of basically redefines what effort even means. Aligned motion often has a lot more power than pressured motion. Now, psychological turbulence tends to build gradually through three different sources. The first one is mental overactivity, and this is when the mind generates more thoughts than the situation actually requires. It simulates scenarios and outcomes, rehearses conversations, and maybe sometimes in the shower, like a lot of us do, and prepares for problems that don't even exist. It's basically noise disguised as productivity. All it does is burning cognitive fuel without actually moving you forward at all. So you're in mental overactivity when you're thinking about the same thing repeatedly without any new information or without any new insights. Each unnecessary cycle adds friction to your decision making and dims your perception of what's actually present. So the antidote is clearer thinking, reducing volume so that the signal can emerge. Now, the next one is emotional overinvestment. This happens when you attach disproportionate significance to the outcome or outcomes. You make every step feel heavier than it actually needs to be, and the goal becomes emotionally charged, and that charge distorts your perception and decision making. So you're in emotional overinvestment when success feels like survival. It feels like your life literally depends on it, and failure feels catastrophic, even when the stakes are objectively moderate or non-existent. So this increases stress, it narrows down your focus, and makes you rigid when flexibility would serve you actually better. So the remedy is emotional detachment, caring about the work without needing the outcome to validate your worth. Now, the next one is fear action, meaning taking action from the place of fear rather than alignment and clarity. And this is when decisions and behaviors are driven by avoidance, anxiety, or the desperate need to basically prevent imagined consequences. Instead of moving forward towards something meaningful, you're running away from discomfort. So you're acting from fear when your decisions feel forced, reactive, or like you're trying to avoid a catastrophe rather than create something. And fear-based action creates rushed, rigid behavior that lacks adaptability and often produces the very outcomes you are trying to avoid. So the solution is grounded action, pausing long enough to distinguish between genuine necessity and fear-driven urgency. Now, when all three of these combine, they create internal resistance that feels eerily similar to turbulent flow. It's disjointed, noisy, and energetically expensive. And this is why certain days feel heavy when your workload is the same. Inside turbulence, attention starts scattering, decision-making slows down, and you burn energy simply trying to stay afloat in the churn of your own thoughts. your inner world becomes this rapid river that is constantly crashing against the rocks and thrashing against itself without making any meaningful moves forward. The problem isn't that the goal is hard itself, it's that the mind is in a state that makes even simple things feel hard. And when you remove the internal rocks, such as overthinking, pressure, and attachment, the flow straightens and the same effort suddenly goes 10 times further. So ease does not mean complacency. A lot of people have this feeling that if something feels easy, or if they are experiencing the feeling of ease, that it means that you're being complacent or you're not doing enough. A lot of people are actually addicted to the overworking part, to the force part, to the pushing part of achievement, even though it doesn't get them any further than if they just relaxed. So sometimes it's simply alignment. Ease is just simply alignment. It's what happens when your mind moves the way laminar flow moves, cleanly, directly, without any unnecessary collisions. Now, ease doesn't mean that the task is small or actually easy, but rather that you're no longer fighting yourself while doing it. People often mistake tension, like I said, for effort and anxiety for a commitment, but anyone who has experienced genuine flow knows that performance peaks when the mind actually becomes light. So flow doesn't even necessarily feel hard. For example, musicians enter flow when they stop over-controlling their fingers. Athletes perform best when they trust the body they've trained, and entrepreneurs make the smartest decisions when their minds stop sprinting ahead of the moment. Now, ease allows your full capability to express itself without any interference from the noise of excessive control. And the moment you feel ease, it becomes painfully clear how much effort you've actually wasted before, because you could achieve the same thing with less, or not with less effort, but you could achieve the same thing with a feeling of ease rather than constantly fighting yourself and with a feeling of tension and pressure, and which is to a degree masked perfectionism, but that's a topic for another day. Now, tension, on the other hand, is what turns laminar flow into turbulence. It compresses your attention, it narrows your perception, and it also injects emotional significance into things that don't actually need it. So tension alters your mental physics and creates psychological eddies that break the natural continuity of your thinking. Suddenly, everything feels reactive instead of responsive. Everything is the end of the world if you don't succeed. And you push because you're tense, but pushing increases the tension, and the tension increases the importance, so you push more, and it becomes a vicious circle which creates even more turbulence. The loop becomes basically self-sustaining. Now, noticing the tension is often enough to begin dissolving it. The key is to stop mistaking it for determination. A lot of people think that tension they're feeling, that pressure they're feeling, they need to be feeling it in order to actually succeed at something or to actually get something done, when in reality, and they mistake it for determination. They think that if they just push through, it will work itself out, when in reality, it doesn't. It doesn't help in any way. Once the tension releases, your perception widens again, and you can start moving with the moment rather than against it, and actually move with flow. Now, presence is the mental equivalent of smoothing out the current so that the flow becomes laminar again. So when you're here, meaning actually here, not in some kind of imagined futures or replayed memories, your actions straighten themselves out. Presence removes the turbulence because turbulence exists only when the mind leaves the moment. Now, presence creates continuity, and continuity is what builds the effortless feeling that people refer to as flow. Now, what felt overwhelming then becomes manageable once you're dealing with a real situation rather than some kind of a mental simulation of it. And decisions that seem complicated now collapse into obvious next steps when the internal noise goes quiet. So alignment happens when your internal state fits the task without any resistance, without contradiction, without inner conflict. And when you feel aligned, your actions feel coherent, your pace feels natural. You're not rushing yourself or pressuring yourself, and your mind stops fighting itself. And this is laminar flow applied to human behavior. Now, misalignment always feels heavier than the situation itself, as if the mind is trying to basically drag the body through a terrain that it hasn't been prepared for. And when alignment returns, everything softens, everything becomes a bit easier, and even complex tasks stop feeling like these battles of survival, essentially, or of survival for your ego, at least. From there, momentum grows on its own because nothing internal is really blocking the movement anymore. And you waste enormous energy when you operate in turbulence. You ruminate, you tighten, you project, you predict, or try to predict, you micromanage, Once all of that noise dissolves, you discover how much capability was actually buried under all these emotional ups and downs. Laminar flow conserves energy because it eliminates unnecessary motion. Effortless achievement works the same way. It removes what doesn't help. It just amplifies what does. High performers look calm because they're not pouring energy into turbulence. They're not suppressing emotion. They simply have nothing chaotic to suppress. Their calmness communicates control, but not the emotional kind of control, but rather more the kind that comes from internal coherence, centeredness, and confidence. And when energy stops leaking, results compound in a way that feels almost unfair to people that are still stuck in turbulence. Now, effortlessness is ultimately a shift in your consciousness. So it's basically understanding that outcomes don't respond to pressure, but to alignment, intention, timing, and psychological balance. It's realizing that when the inner world organizes itself, the outer world becomes easier to navigate as well, because your perception stops distorting the environment. Effort becomes less about pushing and more about placing your energy where it naturally moves forward. You start noticing reality's subtle feedback signals, the ones that turbulence always blinded you to, and you begin to trust the intelligence of flow rather than the adrenaline of force. Now, nature moves through laminar flow everywhere. Roots find their water, waves sculpt shorelines, seasons shift. Nothing really forces itself into being. It simply moves in accordance with structure, with timing, and with balance. Humans struggle because they try to override these principles with emotional intensity, personal timelines, some fake weird deadlines, and excessive importance to things that don't matter. The Taoist principle Wu Wei mirrors laminar flow perfectly. Now, Wu Wei literally translates to non-doing, or action without force, and it emphasizes natural action that aligns with the flow of life rather than resisting it. It doesn't mean inaction or laziness, but rather it means acting at the right time, in the right way, without any unnecessary interference or over effort. Like water flowing around obstacles without resistance, it basically teaches us to move with situations rather than against them, to basically look for the path of least resistance while still reaching our destination. It is essentially intelligent action that comes from deep understanding and presence, not from forcing your will onto reality, but from responding skillfully to what is. Essentially, it's action without strain, progress without pressure, and movement without force. And when your behavior aligns with this principle, you'll stop fighting the moment and begin collaborating with it. And you return to a more natural mode of achievement, one that feels strangely obvious once you actually experience it. With that said, the next part is about the practical foundation of effortless achievement, meaning letting go of outcomes so your mind stops generating turbulence and starts creating the conditions for clean, predictable, efficient movement. So let's talk about letting go of the outcome. Now, letting go of the outcome is one of those ideas that I know sounds almost cliche in theory, but it becomes incredibly practical once you understand how much internal pressure dissolves when you stop gripping the future so tightly. Now, when you attach yourself to a specific result, you basically drag your attention out of the present moment and you're dragging it into a mental simulation that demands constant monitoring. So creating that simulation and the simulation itself produce tension, and the tension becomes resistance. Strangely enough, the harder you cling to the outcome, the more fragile your thinking becomes, because every small deviation feels like a threat. I know what you're thinking. Letting go doesn't mean you stop caring. It just means that you stop clouding the whole process with fear. And most people confuse detachment with indifference, yet they're not even remotely the same. In my opinion, at least, indifference means that you've withdrawn your energy and interest. Detachment, on the other hand, means that you've withdrawn your desperation. You have stopped placing a disproportionate amount of importance onto the thing, which actually gives you more energy to work with. So the moment you separate your identity from the outcome, your thinking expands, your judgment stabilizes, and your presence becomes stronger. You're more in the moment, essentially. And that alone restores the smoothness of laminar flow, because the mind stops creating artificial obstacles or some weird, impossible strive for perfection, which can never be reached. Now, attachment creates resistance because it forces your mind to interpret everything through the lens of, is this getting me there fast enough? And that question and questions similar to it generate pressure even when your progress is unfolding perfectly well. You start arguing with reality and you start protesting its timing and trying to basically bend it by force. And this is where internal turbulence begins. The outcome becomes heavier than the process, and that weight disrupts the flow. Once resistance appears, your attention breaks. You're half here, half in the imagined future, and that split is what weakens your clarity and what weakens your motivation and your joy and love for doing the thing. You can feel the split physically. Your breath basically starts going shallow, your thoughts speed up, your decisions become jumpy. The moment you notice that sensation, you're already inside turbulent flow. So letting go starts with loosening your mental grip on what must happen, and there's a quiet strength in allowing that outcome to basically breathe. So yes, you need to choose a direction, but at the same time, you should stop demanding that reality always obeys your script. And this will release psychological and physiological bandwidth, and that bandwidth can return to the task where it actually matters. And you can think about it, most of our creative ideas tend to appear the moment we stop trying to force them. When you release force, your intelligence reactivates and the path forward becomes clearer than anything you could have forced. So trust becomes the stabilizing force that replaces that attachment. You trust your skill, your preparation, your direction, and the natural unfolding of the process, which in turn allows you to actually enjoy the process. So trust doesn't eliminate uncertainty, but it prevents uncertainty from mutating into panic. And when trust is present, any setbacks feel like mere adjustments rather than catastrophes. At the end of the day, outcomes aren't earned through stress and pressure and tension. They're earned through consistency, presence, and aligned action, right? Once your trust takes root, you stop obsessing over when and you focus more on how well, which is what actually creates mastery as well. How well do you do the task? So people cling to outcomes because they're trying to control the uncontrollable. The only part of the process you truly command is really your behavior in the moment. Everything else can be influenced but not necessarily controlled. So letting go means you reclaim your energy from these fantasies that you have of control and redirect it where it actually produces movement and where you actually have control, which is in the doing of the task itself, in the action and the process itself. The more you try to dominate uncertainty, the more uncertain you actually feel. And the more you try to control the uncontrollable, the more out of control you feel. So the only thing you can control is really yourself. And the moment you reclaim control over your internal state, the external environment stops feeling like a battlefield. And the moment you start taking control of your internal state, you will feel in control of yourself, which means you will feel more in control of the external as well. Rather than pointing your attention outside, try to point your attention towards you. Just control yourself. Be here in the now and actually do the task and actually do the thing that you're supposed to do. And by doing that and being present and being in the moment, you'll feel way more in control of your life and of the external world as well, without you even actually trying to control the external world. So when you detach from the outcome, the process itself becomes lighter, it becomes cleaner, and it also becomes more enjoyable without you even really trying. You're not constantly checking your scoreboard, whatever that is, and you're not mentally measuring distance. You're simply doing what needs to be done and doing it to the best of your current ability. And ironically, this state accelerates results more reliably than force because it keeps you inside laminar flow. It keeps you flowing. And flow isn't something you manufacture. It's something that shows up when you remove the pressure that destroys it. So you don't even have to work on creating flow. You just have to stop doing the things that destroy it. With the outcome no longer looming over you, your actions basically reconnect into a continuous rhythm that feels far more sustainable and far more enjoyable. Attachment to the outcome tends to amplify your emotions in a way that distorts perception. So you essentially interpret neutral events as signs of failure or success, even though that label is something that you have attached to it, and you take setbacks personally and you catastrophize small delays. Reality becomes harder to read. It just becomes, in general, it becomes messy. So letting go quiets all of that emotional surge and it stabilizes you. And being still emotionally doesn't mean a lack of feeling. It just means you're not being dragged by your feelings. So you think more clearly because you're not reacting to imagined consequences of events that haven't even occurred. Letting go also widens your perspective. When you're not fixated on a singular outcome, you start seeing multiple pathways. You start seeing hidden opportunities, and probably some unexpected alternatives that would have been invisible under the pressure you were feeling. And this awareness will feed your creativity, and it will also improve your decision making because you're now navigating the full map instead of one narrow forced route. And you'll realize the universe is way more flexible than your initial plan, and sometimes the outcome you didn't expect is far better than the one you were trying to demand from the universe. So with a wider view, you adjust and you adapt way more naturally as well, which keeps the flow smooth even when the conditions change. Now, there's also a deeper layer of letting go, and it involves detaching your identity from the outcome. So when you believe your worth depends on a result, you create enormous internal turbulence because now failure becomes existential success too, rather than informational and purely data. So detachment removes that existential pressure. A failed attempt just becomes a failed attempt. It's not a verdict on who you are, and it's nothing else but an experiment. Your identity no longer sits on fragile ground, and this freedom makes you way harder to break. And you'll be able to start taking smarter, calculated risks because the emotional cost of failure has now completely disappeared. It's just you doing a task, and whether it succeeds or not, it doesn't really matter because you finally see it for what it truly is, just an experiment. And the final element of letting go is release. And this is the subtle moment when basically your nervous system recognizes it doesn't need to brace for impact anymore. Your body relaxes, your breathing steadies, your thoughts become more coherent instead of scattered, and this allows laminar flow to return because the internal disruption has now faded. Once that release is felt, once you actually feel that, you naturally move into a more balanced mental state, which becomes the foundation for the next part. So let's talk about the flow alignment loop. There comes a point where understanding the ideas isn't enough, and you need a way to actually use them in the middle of real life. So this is where the flow alignment loop becomes your anchor. It gives you a simple, memorable cycle you can run in seconds that brings you back into steady internal movement. Now the loop has three parts: lighten, level, and lean. And each one handles a different layer of turbulence so you don't get pulled into any emotional spirals. And it's not a ritual or a routine, it's just a way of becoming aware of the moment before the moment actually takes over. So you can think of it as a reset button that you use in small moments when you start to feel that you're getting out of alignment and out of balance. Maybe your breath shortens, or your thoughts start jumping around, or you start trying to predict every possible scenario, or maybe your stomach tightens. That's when you run the loop, because those small moments are where you either stay in flow or slip out of alignment. So the more often you cycle through the loop, the more natural it will become. And it's almost like muscle memory, but for your mind. So the first part of the loop is really important because you can't return to balance without removing the thing that knocked you off balance in the first place. And this is where lighten comes. So this part is all about really dropping that emotional weight you added to the moment. And almost all turbulence begins with overimportance or overthinking or some kind of invisible feeling of force, essentially. When we talk about lightening, it doesn't mean lowering your standards or caring less. It means taking the emotional inflation out of the situation so your head stops treating it like a crisis of some sort. So you do this by pausing for a second, noticing where you're feeling tension, and letting that tension dissolve, just becoming aware of it, just placing your awareness on that feeling of tension. It sounds very small and very basic, but it gives your mind room to breathe again. For example, you catch yourself rushing your words because you're afraid of messing up. So you take one slower breath and steady your tone. You notice your thoughts beginning to speed up while you're working. So instead of fighting them, you actually let them settle down by bringing your attention back to what's right in front of you. These seemingly small actions can seem almost too simple, but they pull you out of the spiral before the spiral even becomes strong enough to drag you. And they change your physiology just enough to pull you back into clarity. Now, lightening puts you back into a position where you can actually hear yourself think again, which sets you up for the part of the loop that brings the mind back to the center. And once that emotional weight drops even a little, your state shifts enough that you're ready to move into the part of the loop that restores your balance. Clarity only lasts if the mind settles into a neutral position. So Leveling is where you bring your attention back to center, and it's where you stop amplifying meaning, stop exaggerating consequences, and also come back to what's actually happening instead of what your mind is projecting. So when you level yourself, you're basically telling your nervous system that this moment isn't a threat and doesn't need to be treated like one. And that will pull the emotional distortion out of the situation. And you do this by asking yourself a simple grounding question like, what's actually happening right now? Or what's the real next step here? And those questions cut through the noise and pull you back into reality instead of the version of your mind actually invented. And when you level, you're choosing not to dramatize the moment. You're choosing not to let your brain create imaginary stories, and you're choosing the center. And the center is always where your best thinking actually happens. You'll feel your pace slow down in a good way, not in a lazy way, but in a stable way. And as your internal state starts evening out, your reactions will stop being reactions and start becoming responses, which is exactly what laminar flow feels like in the mind. So with the emotional weight dissolved and your internal balance restored, the next natural step is to move forward again, but in a way that doesn't reintroduce pressure and turbulence. So leaning is where you take the next action without force. It's the part of the loop where you move, but you move cleanly. You're not pushing, you're not rushing, you're not trying to jump 10 steps ahead. You're simply doing the next real step with a steady hand and steady mind. Leaning is subtle, but it's also powerful because it creates forward motion without really disturbing any of your balance. Leaning is not forcing yourself to work harder. It's not trying to bulldoze yourself through resistance. It's the opposite. It's letting yourself glide into the action that makes sense right now instead of the action you think will impress someone or prove something, which obviously comes from a wrong place. So when you lean in, actions link together almost automatically. One step basically leads to the next and the next and the next, and your mind stays quiet enough to notice what's actually needed instead of panicking about what might happen. So after a while, leaning in will become the most natural thing in the world. You'll start associating progress with steadiness and neutrality and grounded concentration rather than some force and push. This is where sustained performance comes from, right? Leaning is the kind of action taking that you can maintain for years instead of days because you're now not relying on just pushing yourself as hard as possible and thinking you're actually doing something or that you're actually changing something. So the beauty of this whole thing is that it's not a one-time sequence. It's a loop that you can go through over and over again. So you go through lighten, level, and lean again and again throughout the day, and you use it whenever you feel like you're going out of center. And it becomes a quick check-in with yourself. The loop will keep you in rhythm because you're always bringing yourself back before things spiral too far. And you can use it in the middle of a conversation or during work or at the gym or before you post content, while making decisions, or whenever. The loop gives you something stable to lean on, which keeps your inner world from getting hijacked by emotion or pressure. And the more often you run the loop, the faster your nervous system learns how to stay in balance without being pushed or forced in any way. So once you've been using the loop for a while, you'll start noticing that it doesn't just help you in intense moments, and it can become something that shapes the way you think. It also can shape the way you pace yourself and the way you move through your goals day after day and the way you move through life. You don't necessarily have to go through life pushing everything and forcing everything. A lot of the times that creates the opposite effect. Let's go over the review. We talked about the paradox of effortless achievement. We talked about letting go of the outcome. We talked about the flow alignment loop. And finally, the review and your action items for the day or the next few days. So first, start applying. Start using the flow alignment loop throughout your day. Whenever you feel like the moment is starting to feel heavier than it should, just run the loop in real time and lighten the emotional weight and level your internal state and just lean into the next step. And take a few minutes each morning to walk yourself through the 3 steps so that they're fresh in your mind before the day pulls you in 2 different directions. Just a quick mental reminder of lighten, level, and lean so that the loop becomes your default corrective pattern. And finally, use the loop during small situations, not just big ones, because the small moments are where turbulence usually begins and where most people miss it. When you practice the loop often, you basically condition your mind to stay balanced before any pressure has a chance to actually build up. And the more you rehearse it in low stakes moments, the easier it becomes to actually stay calm, clear, and aligned when the stakes rise. With that being said, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel for more, comment below what you'd like to see next. And if you're an entrepreneur, creator, or professional and you want my help in reaching your next level by mastering and optimizing your health, wealth, love, and self, then book a call using the first link in the description. We'll break down basically where you are right now, map out your next steps, and see if working together one-on-one would make any sense. With that being said, thank you for being here, and I'm going to see you in the next one. All right, hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is how to hyper-focus and actually get things done. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is first the overview itself, the foundations of hyper-focus, clarity targeting, environment lockdown, time boxing and ultradian cycles, execution rhythms, and the perfect week, and then the review and your action items for the day or the next few days. So without further ado, let's get started and talk about the foundations of hyperfocus. So in classical physics, the principle of energy conservation defines the entire logic of motion. Energy never appears out of nowhere. It simply transforms. Potential becomes kinetic, motion becomes heat, heat becomes radiation, and on it goes. Each step feeds the next. And so the total system energy remains unchanged even as it shifts between forms. And that same law quietly governs how your mind works as well. It may sound abstract at first, yet it captures something fundamental about attention itself. Like energy, focus doesn't disappear. It changes states. It can convert from curiosity into analysis, from analysis into fatigue, from fatigue into distraction, and then back again into alertness. The total amount stays the same, though its usefulness really depends on where you direct it. And so imagine a closed system where energy moves but doesn't vanish. The mind operates within that same boundary. Each change of task or glance at a new stimulus transfers mental energy from one process to another, leaking a little during every handoff, just as heat leaks away in a mechanical engine. And those small losses may seem harmless, but stacked together, they drain your capacity to think deeply. For example, in thermodynamics, every conversion between energy forms increases entropy, disorder that basically limits what's left for meaningful work. So cognitive effort behaves the same way. The more context you jump between, the more mental entropy builds, leaving less clean energy for actual focus. Once you notice this, it becomes obvious how your mental state mirrors a physical system. Now, extending the metaphor further, imagine your brain as a power plant that basically generates a steady current. If that current splits across too many lines, the voltage drops everywhere. One solid circuit delivers strength, while 10 broken ones flicker weakly. The math stays simple. Spread energy thin, and everything will dim. So neuroscience reinforces this idea. Each switch of attention burns glucose and oxygen. Each refocus consumes chemical fuel. Just like physical labor, mental work depletes limited reserves. Efficiency depends on sustained continuity rather than just speed, and every interruption wastes part of your finite charge. Seen this way, attention becomes resource management, really. Each moment turns into a decision about where to send limited energy, and mastery of focus becomes the mastery of flow, deciding which systems stay active and which must go dark so that the rest can actually run strong. From here, the idea becomes more tangible. Focus shapes your whole life's architecture. It determines whether your energy builds structure or burns away through noise. And every goal, every small evolution in skill or mindset rests on how cleanly you can direct that energy. Hyperfocus, then, isn't really talent, but rather trained control. It's the point where distraction stops stealing motion and momentum finally compounds. Building from that, you need to start treating attention as a scarce currency. Each morning brings a limited reserve of mental fuel, and every choice spends some of it. So most people feel drained not because they actually work hard, but because they work in a scattered way. The brain's craving for novelty will tempt you towards shallow stimulation, and every surrender will cost you focus and depth of thinking. Once you begin guarding your attention like your savings, the hours start feeling deliberate again. And so you'll notice how every feeling in your day actually traces back to your attention's direction. Scattered focus leads to restlessness. Steady focus calms the body. And so when concentration holds firm, time expands, thought sequences align, and actions follow smoothly. The pattern becomes predictable. Attention shapes your day, and the day shapes your results. Following that, remember that focus strengthens through repetition. Each time you actually hold your attention steady, you reinforce the neural circuits that make it easier next time. Each time you redirect yourself from distraction, you teach the brain endurance. If you keep at it, stillness stops being effort, it becomes instinct, and the system stabilizes through practice. Once that groundwork feels steady, the next question naturally arises: what exactly deserves that level of attention, and how do you maintain it once you've chosen it? Clarity becomes the bridge. The mind cannot deliver full intensity towards a vague target. Choose a single concrete outcome and then commit to it fully. Every act of choosing reduces mental noise, and creates a direct path forward. To do this, you need to trim your priorities down to one. Long lists fragment your energy long before you even begin. Focusing on one mission per work block removes friction and gives you a goal you can actually finish cleanly, and starts linking momentum from one task to the next. Now, before starting, write your chosen task in plain words. That small act by itself anchors it in memory and creates a visible cue. Each glance back at the note will actually renew your focus and it will keep drift from stealing your progress. Then tie meaning to it. When purpose fuels the action, focus feels lighter and lasts longer. So the reason energizes the repetition, giving weight to every minute you actually stay locked in. Next, you need to start sharpening the boundary. Attention strengthens through removal, and deliberate subtraction protects depth. So choose what stays out of reach and enforce those limits with the same discipline as deadlines. When distraction shows up, recognize it and gently bring attention back. That simple move, if you repeat it, builds the control loop. The more you return, the shorter the gap between wandering and presence becomes. And after each cycle, try to finish clean. Step away, breathe, and acknowledge the focus that you held. That brief recognition will actually wire the satisfaction to concentration, turning effort into a reward instead of fatigue. And now, with that clarity set, you'll see the next challenge actually forming: the external world itself. So the rooms, screens, and the tools that are surrounding you must now support what the mind is learning to protect. So environment then becomes the stage where your focus either thrives or fails. Every object, sound, or an alert competes for your limited bandwidth, and you can't expect precision in chaos. So design your surroundings so that everything you see and hear reminds you of what you came to do. Now, first, you need to begin by removing what doesn't serve execution. An uncluttered workspace lowers your friction and signals clarity. And each cleared surface quiets part of the brain, making entry into flow feel easier and faster. So keep your setup predictable. Same chair, same light, same background sound. The repetition itself will cue your nervous system automatically and will teach your body when to enter deep work mode without thought. And then guard that zone. Silence devices, close doors, communicate your hours. Once others see your clear lines, interruptions will fade naturally. And finally, treat technology as an environment of its own. It amplifies discipline or distraction depending on how you actually configure it. So remove or hide digital clutter and applications that are designed for quick rewards. Every reduction preserves more mental bandwidth for creation. And then let systems take over in your weaker moments. Focus modes, blockers, and automation, all of them carry discipline forward when your willpower slips, and make sure that attention stays where you intended it to stay. So with the foundation set, the natural progression leads us to having clarity around what to use that energy for. So let's talk about clarity targeting. Now, focus doesn't last if you don't know what you're working towards, and that's something most people forget. The brain is built to chase clear goals. It wants direction before it can actually give you full effort. So when your goals are vague, your energy spreads out like light through fog, and you end up feeling tired without much progress to actually show for it. But once you define a target, everything in your body and mind begins to organize around it, and thoughts start to line up. Attention sharpens and your actions follow a straight line instead of zigzagging in every direction. So this section will show you how to pick a goal that's concrete, realistic, and motivating enough to actually keep your attention steady. So building on that idea, strong focus starts when you know exactly what you're trying to finish. Clarity gives purpose to motion. Many people stay busy without ever feeling productive because they never define what done actually means, which leaves them stuck in constant motion without any momentum. And you'll notice a real difference when you can picture completion clearly. Work feels lighter when it has an end point. And it's not about working endlessly, it's more so about working with a finish line in sight. And once you define your goal in simple, measurable words, your mind will begin to find paths towards it naturally. So the more specific you get, the more your habits and motivation will start supporting you automatically. So clear goals actually train your mind to aim rather than to wander. And so now, how you make that practical is by shrinking large or overwhelming tasks into small steps that you can actually finish. When you write one simple sentence that basically defines what finishing means, you're giving your brain direction it can follow without hesitation. Big, unclear goals actually cause hesitation and overthinking, while smaller, precise ones let you move forward with ease because your effort has a clear direction. And when your goal feels concrete, your brain will automatically commit more energy because it can imagine success clearly. For instance, don't just say work on an essay, since that leaves you pretty much guessing where to start. Instead, make it more clear and say something like write 2 body paragraphs and review the thesis statement, which makes the task smaller, it makes it clearer, and it makes it easier to begin. Once you start, your brain releases chemicals like dopamine that make continuing feel way more satisfying, linking action to reward and strengthening the habit loop. Then, after defining your goal, plan exactly where and when you'll do it so your brain can actually build a routine around that context. So choose a place that feels right for focused work and then decide how long you'll stay there before taking a break. This structure will actually tell your body it's time to shift gears, and when your brain knows what's coming, it will stop worrying and start performing naturally. And this method works so well because structure gives your mind a sense of safety. When everything is planned, you no longer waste energy making small decisions, and the energy you save can now go straight into doing the work itself. Now, once you've written the goal and prepared the plan, take a few quiet moments to imagine the end result. Picture yourself actually finishing. Feel the relief, the pride, and the satisfaction of actually completing it. It's a way to train your brain to expect success. When you visualize the finish, your brain rehearses that same neural pattern needed for real action. And that's why athletes, musicians, and top students use this technique. It helps bridge the gap between thinking and doing and makes the goal actually feel achievable before you even start. So with your goal now clearly defined and visualized, the next step is to make starting smooth, because clarity only matters when you can act on it easily and consistently. So getting ready ahead of time connects intention to action. When your space, tools, and mindset are already prepared, focus will start feeling natural and easy to maintain. And you won't waste precious energy deciding what to do first, because everything you need is already waiting for you. Over time, this habit by itself becomes a small ritual that quietly signals to your brain that it's time to focus. And the less friction you have between decision and action, the faster you'll find your attention locking in and staying there. So create a small pre-focus ritual that you can repeat before every work session. It could be sitting in your favorite chair, taking a slow breath, or writing down the task you're about to start. These consistent cues will train your brain to associate those actions with focus, and after a while, the simple act of doing them will really automatically help you slip into deep concentration. Along with that, use a single visual cue to represent your start. It might be an open notebook, a timer, or a certain background sound that marks the beginning of focus time. As you repeat this, your brain will actually recognize that cue and settle faster each time, building a fast track into flow. Then, as you begin, allow your focus to warm up gradually. Just like warming up muscles before lifting weights, start light and give your mind a few minutes to actually find its rhythm. This kind of soft start helps your concentration last longer without actually burning out or mentally straining. And if your mind slips early on, don't worry, that's part of the process. Instead of getting frustrated, simply return to your starting ritual. Each time you do, you strengthen the habit and make it easier to recover attention the next time. Now, once you've started, the first 20 to 30 minutes are actually the most important. During this window, your brain shifts from surface level thinking to deeper focus. So treat this time like a sacred ground. Protect it from interruptions, multitasking, or noise. And if you can hold your focus steady through this stage, your concentration will naturally deepen and stabilize. So to help with that, use clear time blocks, 25, 30, or 45 minutes, or 90, and promise to yourself to just work only on one thing during that window. Now, timers help by removing the urge to constantly check the clock and keep your attention fixed where it belongs. And once the timer goes off, try to take a short break to reset your mind. Stand, stretch, move, or just grab some water. These short pauses will actually refresh your energy so that when you return, you can drop right back into focus while your brain is still in gear. And once starting feels automatic, the next step really becomes protecting that attention. Even perfect clarity won't really matter if your distractions keep breaking your flow. So the best focus happens inside clearly defined boundaries, since structure acts almost like a shield around your attention. So you can think of these boundaries as invisible walls that basically protect your time and mental space from interference. Don't rely only on willpower to resist distractions. Instead, make it impossible for them to even reach you. Turn off phone alerts, close unused tabs, and tidy your workspace before you even begin. Every small improvement makes your environment more supportive of focus. So begin with your physical environment and make it reflect your intention. Adjust your lighting, close your door, and play instrumental music that basically signals work mode. The brain responds strongly to sensory cues, and when your surroundings communicate focus, your mind will naturally align with them. So from there, let people around you know when you're working and when you'll be free again. Setting these expectations up front will actually reduce interruptions and removes the pressure to multitask. It also is clear communication, and clear communication lets you stay focused without guilt. To take it a step further, you can also add visual or auditory reminders that you're in work mode, like headphones or a do not disturb sign, or even putting your phone on do not disturb, or some kind of a focus playlist. These cues will actually reinforce your boundaries and help others recognize your commitment to staying focused. Now, just as your space needs to be clear, your mind needs to be uncluttered too. So before starting, Jot down any random ideas or to-dos that might pop up later so your brain doesn't hold on to them. This mental offload will clear cognitive space and keep you light and present. And when distractions still appear, and they will, acknowledge them calmly and redirect your attention without any judgment. Each return to the task is actually a repetition that strengthens your mental focus, building a kind of an internal endurance that grows over time. And as you know, and I have another video on my channel that basically talks about this specific concept of consistency, where consistency isn't necessarily defined as just doing the thing every day consistently, but rather being able to return to the thing. And that relates to returning to the task and how it strengthens your mental focus as well. Each time you actually do it, you become better at actually directing your attention and focusing on the right things. Now, after finishing your session, try to close it intentionally. Save your work, clean your area, and just take a moment to basically recognize what you've accomplished. Closure will actually tell your brain that focus time is complete, and it will leave you with satisfaction rather than a feeling of heavy exhaustion. Now, finally, try to end by reviewing what went well and what you could improve next time. Now, with your goals clear, your start smooth, and your focus protected, the next step will be nailing down your environment. So let's talk about environment lockdown. So the place where you work has a huge effect on how your brain actually performs, and understanding this connection will completely change how you approach focus. So every sound, color, smell, and light sends signals to your brain that shift how alert, calm, or restless you feel. And because of that, your surroundings can either help you sink deeper into work or quietly pull you away from it without you even noticing. In 1998, philosophers Andy Clark and David Chalmers introduced the idea of the extended mind. And they basically wrote a famous paper where they argued that tools, notes, computers, and even the physical space you work in all become parts of your thinking system once you use them to hold or process information. The boundary of the mind moves outward to include whatever helps it think better. And here's the simple version. When you write down a thought, your notebook becomes part of your memory system. In a way, when you rearrange an object on a desk to visualize an idea, the desk becomes part of your reasoning process. When you organize your workspace to reduce noise and distraction, you're literally reshaping how your brain operates inside that environment. When you write something down on a whiteboard, the whiteboard becomes an extension of your mind. So a cluttered environment forces your brain to basically do double duty. It has to both think about your task and constantly filter irrelevant signals such as colors, noises, and clutter. And that burns through working memory, the small, limited part of your mind that handles short-term problem solving. But a calm, ordered environment offloads that load, and it takes away unnecessary decisions, irrelevant inputs, and background noise. And that frees up mental bandwidth, which is why your thoughts will feel sharper in a tidy, intentional space. So try to actually notice how much your environment shapes your mind as you begin to work. A messy, noisy space will actually make your brain stay on edge, scanning for something new or worrying that it's missing something important, which drains the mental energy you could be spending on actual thinking and creation instead. Over time, when your surroundings stay cluttered, your brain picks up on the chaos even if you don't consciously notice it. And that's when you start to feel restless, anxious, or scattered for no clear reason. This happens because your mind is actually reacting to too much stimulation. It's trying to process every cue in the room at once. On the other hand, when your space feels calm and clean, your body relaxes automatically, almost like a reflex, and the brain stops scanning for problems and finally allows you to focus on one thing at a time. And you'll start to feel lighter, clearer, and far more motivated to actually get started when the world around you supports that mental state. So think of your workspace like a stage where your focus is the main actor. The lighting, the sound, and the background all matter. A chaotic stage basically distracts the audience, while a clean, well-lit one makes the actor shine. And the same thing happens in your head. Your environment can either make your focus stand out or drown it in noise. So picture yourself trying to write a test or finish a puzzle while someone keeps tapping on your shoulder, the radio is blaring, and the bright light is flickering in your eyes. That constant background chaos will make it almost impossible to really think clearly or stay steady. So a cluttered, noisy workspace has the same effect. It keeps your brain half distracted. But when you tidy your space, turn off the noise, and make things calm, it's like putting on noise-canceling headphones for your brain. Everything suddenly feels clear, direct, and under control. So once you realize that focus depends more on your environment than on pure willpower, everything starts to make sense. Instead of blaming yourself for being distracted, you'll begin fixing the space that causes it. That small shift by itself will make concentration feel far more natural. Now from here, start treating your workspace as part of your mental toolkit rather than just a place to sit. So think of it as one of the most important tools for your focus that you own. Begin by making sure everything actually has a purpose. Arrange your desk so that what you use most often is within reach, and remove items that only take up space. Each object should basically earn its place by helping you think, plan, or create. Now, once organized, take another look and ask yourself if you can simplify even more. A simpler space will keep your brain calm, and the less you have to manage visually, the faster you can actually concentrate on what matters. And then let your setup send a clear message. It's time to focus. The moment you sit down, the environment should remind your brain what to do. A clear surface, good lighting, and an uncluttered view will all reinforce that cue. And finally, use this space often and consistently. Each time you work in the same place, you actually train your brain to associate it with focus. I personally always just work in this room. I rarely even take my laptop out of here. So over time, just sitting down there in that space will basically flip your brain into deep work mode automatically. Now, after you've set this foundation, take a moment before you begin working to actually look around your space. Notice the details you normally ignore: the hum of electronics, the vibration of your phone, the clutter sitting in your line of sight, or the low background chatter. Each of those tiny things actually steals just a bit of attention, and together they basically add up. Now, the brain has evolved to react to every sound or movement as a potential threat or opportunity, and that's still true today. So when you realize how much of your attention your environment is constantly demanding, you'll see that real focus means actually reducing friction, not just pushing harder. So as you start, try to pay attention to how your environment changes your mood from moment to moment, and ask yourself if this space makes you feel calm or distracted, motivated or tired, productive or lazy, and try working in different spaces to actually feel the difference directly. You'll see how much easier it is to think when your desk is clean compared to when it's buried in random items. This is also why some people feel more motivated and more productive in a cafe, for example. Their own space is actually not conducive to productivity. And even something small like the smell of coffee or how bright the light is can actually shift your energy instantly. When everything feels clean and balanced, your mind will match that feeling. Now, before doing anything else, try to make a quick mental list of the things that constantly catch your eye or interrupt your flow. This list might include your phone, it could be cables, it could be a pile of books, or that noisy air vent in the corner. The goal is to see the distractions as specific, fixable details, not as some vague problems. And notice the physical sensations your environment actually creates: the temperature of the air, the brightness of the light, or the texture of the chair you're sitting on. These small cues actually all affect your energy level more than you might think, and adjusting them can make a big difference in how long you stay focused. It's almost like optimizing every little detail on a Formula One car for speed, basically, and for performance. The same goes for your workspace. So pay attention to how you move through your workspace. Do you fidget? Do you get up often? Or do you constantly shift around? All of these small behaviors are actually cues that something in your setup isn't right. So fixing the flow of your workspace often fixes the flow of your thoughts. So next, pretend that you're walking into your workspace for the first time and look at it like a visitor would. What catches your eye first? What feels unnecessary? Try to keep what supports your focus and then remove what doesn't. When your workspace actually looks intentional, your brain mirrors that order and starts working with the same clarity. Then you just test different setups to find your ideal environment. Face your chair toward a blank wall if you're easily distracted, or sit by a window if natural light helps you focus. I personally have a window right in front of me, and you can actually see it in the glare of my glasses. The reason for that is because I personally feel more productive when I'm close to daylight and close to natural light, because for me specifically, it makes me feel better, and by feeling better, I feel more productive and can actually focus better. So try adjusting your lighting, your background music, or even your chair height until it actually feels right. Your chair height actually can be a very big distraction. If your chair is too high or too low, it will cause you to sit in a different way on your desk, and that will by itself be a small annoyance that you might not even notice, and it might be stealing your focus. Just keep adjusting until the moment you sit down, your body already knows it's time to work. And then try working in different types of light throughout the day. For example, morning sunlight or indirect daylight, or some warm artificial light at night. And notice how each one of those actually changes your mood and alertness. This will help you find what type of lighting supports your best focus rhythm. Some people actually prefer working without any light. They prefer working at night and turning off their lights and basically working in dark. And there's nothing wrong in that. It just works for them. So if we're talking specifically about focus, there's nothing wrong in that. If we're talking specifically about productivity and output, there's nothing wrong in that. Now, I'm not saying it's probably the healthiest thing to work in a dark room. However, if we're talking specifically about output and you notice that your output increases in an environment like that, then you'll optimize for that. So all of this, just changing your lighting and testing different lights will actually help you find what type of lighting supports your best focus and rhythm. And then try to experiment with different sound environments. So for example, some people work best in silence. I specifically work best in silence or with some kind of low volume jazz music or something like that, or piano. Others find steady background noise helpful. So it's either silence or some steady background noise. I've heard people being very productive listening to techno. So it really depends on the person, but you can try some soft music, ambient sounds, or even a playlist that's designed for focus, and see which one keeps you most comfortable and most consistent. And try to pay attention to your posture as well and your comfort levels. So adjust your chair height, desk level, and even your screen distance until your body actually feels relaxed but upright. And you might have not even noticed, but I actually just shifted the way I'm sitting as I'm recording this video, because I noticed that how I was sitting in the beginning is actually making me feel less focused on what I'm actually doing right now. So you'll find that when your body feels right, your brain can actually focus for longer without strain. And try to add small touches of nature, like a plant or natural wood texture. All of these details will just help reduce stress and make your space feel alive. And over time, you'll basically notice how these elements make focusing feel more natural and less forced. So once you've done that, awareness will start becoming a habit and your distractions will start to fade. And you're going to be ready to move from reacting to intentionally designing the kind of environment that works for you every time you enter it. So a great workspace doesn't just remove distractions. It pulls you into work basically naturally. So when you walk in, everything should feel like it's set up for success. You shouldn't have to really fight to focus, because the design itself makes concentration the easiest choice. And it's not about perfecting it, but more so about balancing it and aligning it with you. When your space mirrors your own goals and how your brain works and how you work, your brain will basically stop resisting and start cooperating. So keep your desk clear, simple, and intentional. And try to have only what you truly need: your laptop, your notebook, a pen, and maybe one thing that actually brings you some calm, like a small plant or a photo of a loved one. And the less visual clutter, the less mental noise. Over time, your brain will actually treat sitting at this desk as a trigger to focus, and you'll find yourself slipping into flow faster than ever. And as you set up your desk, try to pay attention to lighting. Natural daylight will actually wake up your body, and it will boost alertness by signaling that it's time to be active. And if you're working late, try to use soft, warm light that keeps your eyes relaxed but focused. Those harsh lights or screens against dark rooms, as I said earlier, will actually drain you quicker, depending on the type of person you are. For most people, working in dark will actually drain them quicker. Others find it calming and relaxing to work in the darkness. And there has been some research proving that working in dark actually increases creativity, and it might be linked to the fact that you feel less seen, and so less criticized in a way from the world. Now, balanced lighting, on the other hand, can actually help you stay sharp and steady. So along with lighting, sound plays a huge role as well. Even quiet, unpredictable noises can actually distract your brain. So instead, try to use some consistent background sounds like rain or soft instrumental music or some ambient noise. A lot of people recommend using Brain FM. If you're using a Windows PC, a great app, if you don't want to go for Brain FM, a great app for Windows is called Ambi, and you can just download it from the Microsoft Store. But those basically are ambient noise generators in a way. And if you crave silence, invest in just noise canceling headphones, or you can even try to isolate your room. And the goal is just stability, a steady sound environment that lets your attention stay centered. Now, once you've done that, try to look at how your room actually feels. So for example, cooler air will keep your body awake and alert, sometimes too much, while warmer air will sometimes make you feel sleepy. So somewhere around 20 to 22 degrees Celsius tends to work best. Now, if you want this in Fahrenheit, please convert it. However, for me, I personally keep my room around 18 to 20 degrees. I've just noticed that I work best around that temperature. It's also great for sleep. 18 to 20 is kind of the great middle. Again, you should try to test it for yourself. This is just a recommendation, but anywhere between 18 and 22 degrees Celsius tends to work best for most people. And you'll feel your energy hold longer when your body actually feels comfortably cool. So finally, try to think about scent. I know a lot of people actually don't think about this, but subtle, consistent smells like citrus, peppermint, or eucalyptus can actually boost alertness without distracting you. And a repeating scent can even become a mental cue sometimes that basically tells your brain that focus time has begun, especially if you use that scent only when you actually get into a focus session. Now, once everything is in place, try to make cleaning and resetting part of your daily rhythm. Now, before you end your workday, just try to take 5 minutes to organize. Stack your papers, close your computer, clear your desk. I usually clean my desk also with a wipe. So this short ritual will also tell your brain that work is done, and the next time you return, you'll feel ready to start without any hesitation. So to keep this system working, dedicate one day each week to a deeper reset. For me, it's Sunday. Try to clean your keyboard, dust your shelves, sort your drawers, organize your cables, just clean your whole house if you have to. Consistency here builds trust in your environment, and that trust will fuel calm, steady focus. And just try to add a touch of personality, like a photo or some artwork or a small object that basically means something to you. Too much decoration can actually distract you, but one or two personal touches can make the space feel like your own. With your physical setup now tuned to your brain's needs, you need to understand and be able to manage your time. So let's talk about time boxing and ultradian cycles. So time management isn't really about stuffing your schedule with more tasks. It's about using your natural energy wisely so that your work feels smoother instead of harder. And the human brain doesn't actually move in straight lines. It basically operates in repeating waves of energy and recovery and a constant rhythm between focus and rest. So these cycles actually control how alert you feel, how clearly you think, and how long you can actually sustain deep work before your fatigue starts setting in. So throughout the day, you'll hit natural highs where your brain feels switched on and your thoughts come easily. And these are basically your golden hours when learning, problem solving, and creative thinking flow naturally. If you align your toughest work with these moments, you'll basically notice that tasks that once felt draining suddenly become a bit more manageable. And you can look for subtle cues that signal you're in a peak, like your body will feel upright and alert, ideas will connect faster, distractions will kind of lose their pull, and these sensations will basically tell that your brain's chemistry is optimized for performance. Now, when you learn to spot these cues, you'll know exactly when to dive into your hardest work. And once you recognize a peak, you need to take advantage of it. So try to silence any notifications, block your interruptions, and just dedicate this window to your most demanding or creative tasks. Working in alignment with your biology will actually multiply your efficiency without any extra effort. So after each high, your energy will naturally drop. So focus will start to blur and your mind will start to wander. And simple tasks will start to take longer. So fighting this dip by pushing harder will actually only increase the stress and the burnout you feel. So instead, try to use these slower periods for recovery or light work, like emails, planning, reviewing your notes, or some kind of physical movement. So respecting your dips doesn't mean actually wasting time. It means letting your brain recharge so that your next focus cycle is just as strong. Even short breaks will actually reset your mental clarity and keep fatigue from building up. And you can think of these dips as an investment. Every short rest you actually take during the day will extend your total output across the week. And by protecting your recovery, you're actually really protecting your performance. Now, once you begin noticing these waves of focus and rest, you'll see that your best days aren't the ones where you work nonstop. They're the ones where your rhythm stays balanced. And when you plan your schedule around these natural cycles, your productivity will rise and your stress will start dropping. And you'll stop racing time and start using time deliberately. Over time, you'll notice that time itself starts to begin feeling slower, fuller, and more controllable. And you'll start to finish days with energy left over because you've worked with your biology instead of against it. And this is the foundation of real-time mastery, turning rhythm into strategy rather than chasing efficiency through force. Now, the body and brain actually work in roughly 90-minute cycles called ultradian rhythms. And these natural waves control your energy, your focus, and your alertness. And each cycle begins with a slow build of energy, peaks in concentration, and then gradually tapers off as your brain needs rest. And when you ignore this rhythm, you actually burn out faster and find yourself doing busy work instead of meaningful work. But when you build your schedule around it, you'll start finishing more in less time, and your focus will feel smoother, steadier, and more powerful. So start by studying your daily energy curve. Over a few days, just track when your mind feels sharpest and when it begins to slow down. And some people actually peak early in the morning. Others find their stride after lunch or in the evening, and try to just look for these windows where your focus feels natural and easy and use them as your foundation for deep work. So for me, personally, I do my writing usually in the mornings and I do recordings in the afternoons because of those cycles. And so start by using a notebook or a simple tracking app to basically log your energy levels every couple of hours throughout the day. You can also use something like Notion or a Google Sheet and just pay attention to both how you feel physically but also mentally. So don't overcomplicate it. Just jot down a few short, honest notes like focused, sluggish, foggy, or energized, and just make sure you note down the time as well. And over the next few days, you'll start basically noticing trends in your alertness. And within a week, clear patterns will basically appear that reveal your body's rhythm. And you'll begin understanding your internal clock, as well as you understand your calendar, and you'll see which parts of the day actually naturally push you forward and which ones slow you down. Now, to make your notes more meaningful, try to also add some small details about what you were doing when your energy changed. So were you eating? Did you just eat? Were you sitting still? Were you walking? Were you talking to someone? These context clues will actually help you discover which activities drain your focus and which ones refill it. And then at the end of the day, try to look back at your notes for 5 minutes. Highlight when your focus peaked and when it dipped. And this simple reflection will actually strengthen your awareness and make you more intentional about how you plan the next day. Now, after several days, you'll notice repeating patterns. Maybe you're sharp in the morning, like me, but lose energy around lunch, or maybe you hit your stride in the evening. And once you see this clearly, you'll understand that your focus isn't really random, but it's pretty predictable. And once you identify your highs and lows, you can draw them out visually and create a simple chart or graph of your energy levels over the day. And the peaks represent your prime focus windows, and the dips, on the other hand, are where you need more recovery. So the peaks will be perfect for deep, challenging work like writing, analysis, or creative problem solving. And the dips will be ideal for light tasks such as responding to emails, organizing files, or reviewing some notes. So try to label the graph with specific hours or time ranges at least, and just mark how your energy rises and falls throughout the day in as much detail as possible. And then divide the graph into clear segments, maybe morning, midday, and evening, and use lines or color to basically show how your focus moves. And seeing it laid out in front of you will actually turn an abstract pattern into something real you can work with every single day. And try to be specific when you're labeling. Instead of writing morning, note the exact times, like 7:30 to 9 a.m. And this level of detail will actually help you match tasks more accurately to your energy curve and make your plan feel grounded in reality rather than some guesswork. Now, once the graph starts to fill out, you can look for repeating shapes, the waves and dips that appear day after day, basically. And these consistent rhythms will become the foundation of how you organize your work. They'll also help you predict when to push forward and when to actually rest. And then take a few minutes to interpret what your graph is actually showing you. Ask yourself, when do I feel mentally sharp? When does my focus start to fade? When am I most creative? All of these questions will just help you connect what you see on the graph to what you experience each day. And then use your energy map to plan your day with intention. Place your hardest or most creative work, like writing, design, or problem solving, in your highest energy periods. And then schedule low energy blocks for small mechanical tasks such as emails, data entry, or organizing files. And so aligning tasks this way will actually make your workflow smoother and more sustainable across the week. And then try color coding or shading your time map to basically visualize energy zones. Highlight your peak hours in one color and then recovery zones in another. And this visual contrast will just help you see at a glance where deep work fits best. Now, the next step here is to mix high intensity work with recovery blocks to basically create a sustainable flow. For example, after a 90-minute session of deep concentration, try to follow it with a 15-minute recovery period of light activity or movement. And the balance between effort and ease will keep your mind fresh. Some days won't necessarily match your pattern perfectly. So for example, if you wake up tired or feel unexpectedly focused later in the day, try to move tasks around it, and then continue refining your map every few days as your body adapts. Sleep, diet, and stress all shift your rhythm, so treat the map as a living document rather than a fixed plan. Review how accurate it feels and note any changes that seem to help or hurt your focus. Every week, just spend a few minutes comparing your actual energy to your predicted energy, and you can ask yourself, did your peak stay consistent? Did new ones appear? And just write down short notes about what might have caused any changes. And then keep improving the map with new information. The more data you gather, the more accurate your personal focus blueprint actually becomes. And over time, you'll trust it like a compass for your own attention. And I know it sounds hard, but this is the work a lot of people don't do. And now finally, apply what you learn by reshaping your daily schedule around your current rhythm. So each tweak you make will compound, turning this simple graph into one of the most powerful self-management tools you'll ever use. Now, after you've charted your energy, start using that knowledge to basically match your tasks with your natural flow. And you'll notice work begins to feel less like effort and more like momentum. And when your energy and priorities line up, you'll move through tasks with clarity. So during your peak focus windows, try to choose tasks that demand creativity or problem solving. And during your low periods, shift to maintenance work or reflection. This strategy together ensures that you never waste your best hours on busy work. And working this way will also reduce stress because you're not fighting against your natural rhythm. Your energy will basically carry you instead of resisting you. And over time, just this habit will build trust in your own system. And you'll know exactly when to push and when to rest. And as this becomes routine, you'll find that your days feel easier and more consistent, and productivity will no longer really depend on your willpower. It will just grow out of rhythm and awareness, and it will turn your schedule into something that works with you instead of against you. Now, with your rhythm clear, try to organize your day into focus blocks. Each block should last 60 to 90 minutes, long enough for deep work, but short enough to prevent burnout. And between blocks, you'll take short, intentional breaks that refresh your energy without losing your flow. So during each focus block, commit fully to only one task. Close all tabs, silence your notifications, and give your mind a single target. It will take around 10 minutes to actually warm up, 40 to 60 minutes to reach your peak, and then 10 to 15 minutes to taper off, and let the rhythm unfold naturally instead of trying to force intensity. Now, between blocks, take 5 to 10 minutes to truly step away. Stand up, move your body, hydrate, or breathe deeply. Just don't fill the break with new stimulation like scrolling or texting, because it actually doesn't allow for your mind to relax. And let your mind rest. You'll feel a mental reset almost immediately. And after 3 or 4 focus blocks, take a longer break of 30 to 60 minutes. And this is when you can eat, walk, or get sunlight. And without intentional recovery, your brain will actually start slipping into shallow focus, and you'll confuse fatigue with lack of motivation. And then try to keep your focus blocks and breaks consistent from day to day, because repetition will train your brain to enter focus faster and stay there longer. And eventually you'll notice that the start of each block will start feeling easier than the last, because the pattern itself cues concentration. Now, once your body and mind are in sync, you can begin to learn how to manage your time inside those cycles and shape each block with structure so it drives results. Now, time boxing is about giving structure to flow. When you define a clear start and stop for every task, you basically tell your brain exactly how much energy to spend. And this method will create urgency without stress and discipline without any burnout. So each morning, write down the main things you'll do that day and estimate how many focus blocks each will take. Now, this transforms vague goals into specific actions tied to time, and you'll no longer guess when to start or stop. You'll just know. And try to put your hardest and most meaningful tasks in the first block of the day. Your energy is highest then, and early wins will set the tone for the rest of the day. And when you start strong, motivation will actually become self-reinforcing. Then try to group similar tasks together. Handle emails, messages, and administrative work in the same block instead of scattering them through the day. And this will minimize task switching and conserve mental bandwidth. And then finally, remember that this method is a rhythm, not a rigid rule. So if a block runs short or long, just adjust it gently. The point is to stay in motion and return to rhythm, not to chase some kind of perfect timing. Now, once the block begins, go all in. Treat it like a short sprint rather than a marathon, while still knowing that rest is coming. So during the block, avoid multitasking entirely. Every switch, like checking your messages, browsing, or even glancing at notifications, will reset your brain's focus loop. Protect your attention like it's currency, because to a degree, it really is. And as you keep your focus blocks consistent, you'll feel the time pressure transform into drive. And each successful block will reinforce the habit, and your confidence in your ability to focus will start growing. And the more consistent you are, the easier it actually becomes to enter that flow state. Now, when your timer ends, stop even if you're mid-sentence. And this is very important. It might feel uncomfortable at first, but it trains your brain to view focus as a repeatable process rather than some kind of a draining event that you're forcing yourself through. And when you return, you'll pick up exactly where you left off, and most likely you'll be sharper and faster, and you'll enter work easier and flow easier because you've left it at a point where you can just continue rather than having to start all over again. Because if you just finish your work in that block and you actually don't leave it where it is as something to continue, and you just finish it there, it will later on, when you try to enter into a more focused state once again, or in another focus session, it will feel like you're starting again. And that's what's going to trip you up, because actually it will be way better if you can just continue from where you were rather than to feel like you're starting again. And so it will be easier to actually go into flow. So after each day, try to take a few minutes to look back at your blocks and see which ones flowed easily, which ones dragged. And this reflection in general will just help you adjust your timing and improve your rhythm. And you'll gradually build a schedule that feels effortless. Now, once you've mastered time boxing and ultradian cycles, your workday becomes predictable yet flexible, and it will be steady like a heartbeat. And from here, you'll be ready to scale that rhythm into your week. Let's talk about execution rhythms and the perfect week. So focus at the daily level will only take you so far without rhythm at the weekly level to basically support it. The perfect week isn't about stuffing your calendar, but rather about building a structure that lets your energy compound in a way that feels steady and sustainable over time. And as your days begin to link together with intention, your focus will stop resetting each morning and instead start building like momentum that rolls forward from the day before. So in 2003, performance psychologists Jim Loehr and Tony Schwartz published The Power of Full Engagement, introducing a model that basically redefined productivity. Based on research at their Human Performance institute they founded in the early 1990s, they showed that top athletes and executives succeeded not by working longer, but by balancing effort and recovery. Now, Lure's background in sports psychology and Schwartz's work in executive coaching shaped a system that basically linked performance to rhythm, not endurance. So the research revealed that energy, not time, is the real currency of high performance. Like a muscle, energy actually strengthens through challenge, but breaks down without rest. And by managing the 4 dimensions, physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual, they found people could sustain focus and resilience without actually burning out. Their central idea was clear: manage your energy, not just your time. So every week follows a natural rhythm made of peaks and valleys, and understanding this rhythm will actually change how you manage your energy. There are days when your clarity feels razor sharp, when your motivation flows easily, and when you're creating or solving problems feels effortless. Then there are days where your mind slows down, focus drifts, and fatigue creeps in quietly. These patterns aren't really random. They're your body and brain working together in cycles that you can learn to harness instead of fight. Now, once you begin to see these highs and lows as part of your natural system, you'll basically notice your mindset shift. You'll start using high energy days for creative or strategic work and saving your lower energy moments for reflection, organization, or rest. And this balance will make each part of the week serve a purpose, and you'll feel less resistance to your natural flow. So instead of trying to force constant output, learn to ride the wave. When energy rises, dive into deep focus and stretch it as far as it goes. And when it dips, try to recover deliberately with lighter work or rest. This rhythm of alternating effort and recovery will basically make your focus sustainable, and then your performance more stable over time. And you'll see that each day actually carries its own tone and weight. Monday might feel sharp and fast, while Wednesday leans towards fatigue, and Friday holds a sense of calm resolution. When you recognize that each phase serves a role, you'll stop expecting constant peak performance and start designing balance instead. So to make this work practically, structure your workload so that momentum builds rather than collapses. Early week progress will basically create confidence that sustains you through the midweek challenges, and recovery towards the end will replenish strength for the next cycle. Now, this sequence basically ensures that no energy is wasted and every effort reinforces the next. Now, working in alignment with this natural cadence won't just improve your productivity, it will also protect your focus from burnout. Your system will adapt to the rhythm you design, and it will allow consistency to grow naturally instead of through forced effort. Now, once you begin to view your week through this lens, it also transforms from a random series of days into a framework that you can actually maintain. So focus stops being something you chase and becomes something you protect. And each week will build on the last, and it will turn repetition into momentum. As this rhythm solidifies, you'll find your weeks feel smoother and more predictable, and you'll meet challenges with readiness, recover faster from fatigue, and you'll also sustain sharper focus for longer. That steady, repeatable balance is what creates mastery, the kind that basically feels effortless because it's aligned with your nature. Now, a productive week follows structure, balance, and deliberate pacing. It's a measured sequence of effort and recovery designed to preserve energy while maintaining progress. And each period of focus has a defined beginning, an intensity peak, and a clean conclusion. So each rest interval has a purpose, acting as a reset rather than a distraction. And when you begin managing your week through cadence, you stop rushing through days and start sustaining high performance. And you'll notice how focus will actually last longer and energy will spread evenly, and your results will begin compounding quietly. So to apply cadence effectively, divide your week into 3 distinct types of days: deep, dynamic, and recovery. Each serves a clear purpose, and together they basically create balance. Deep days are for full immersion and high focus work. Dynamic days are for interaction, collaboration, and creativity. Recovery days are for recharging the mind and body. Start by selecting 2 or 3 days for uninterrupted, high intensity focus. Now, these are going to be your anchor points, the foundation on which progress is basically built. So keep your calendar clear, eliminate any distractions, and dedicate the first 3 hours of the day to your hardest work. And as you do, you'll notice that finishing these demanding tasks early will create the freedom and clarity for the rest of the week. Now, the evening before, try to outline your objectives in detail so that there's no hesitation in the morning. Have all of your materials ready, your tabs closed, and distractions removed, and this will help your mind actually enter flow state faster. And then keep your body aligned with your cognitive effort. Eat clean, stay hydrated, and move lightly before work. Treat your deep days like training sessions for your brain. Warm up, execute, and recover. And then track your results during each deep session. Now, after deep work, switch gears into collaboration and creation. These are going to be your interaction days, rich in movement and exchange, and they provide the stimulation needed to spark new ideas and break monotony. So try to batch calls, meetings, and brainstorming sessions sessions in clustered blocks to reduce constant context switching. Then use the energy from human interaction to actually refine your ideas or develop some strategies. And then close dynamic days with some kind of a short recap. Note your discoveries, your conversations, or ideas that are worth pursuing, and this will ensure nothing actually that's valuable slips through the cracks. And then finally, preserve at least one day for complete reset. This isn't optional. Without recovery, the entire rhythm will actually collapse. So rest means disconnecting fully from your work cycles. Step away from screens, get sunlight, or engage in slow restorative activity. Now, your brain consolidates information during these rest periods. So use the downtime to repair your body as well. Stretch, eat well, and just try to sleep for a bit longer. And then try to spend quiet time reviewing your week's results. Identify what energized you and what actually depleted you. Now, the way your week unfolds determines how your energy carries through it. A strong sequence builds continuity, each day leading logically to the next. So start each week with clarity, move through collaboration, and then close with reflection. So begin your week with deliberate intensity and structure. Treat Monday and Tuesday, and possibly Wednesday, as the pillars of your performance. They define your rhythm and sets up the psychological tone for everything that follows. And then start fast, stay focused, and let the first 2 days act as a launchpad for progress. Now, what's important is to protect these early mornings like appointments with your future. They are your highest mental peaks before distractions start multiplying. So keep them reserved for deep, meaningful work. And then make your environment frictionless. Close non-essential tabs, silence your devices, and tidy your workspace. And then support your focus through the body. Hydrate, stretch lightly, and eat to stabilize energy rather than spike it. So repeat this early week format weekly. With repetition, your brain begins to expect focus rather than resist it, and it will make Mondays and Tuesdays automatic engines for execution. So try to spend Sunday evening planning your week, review your goals, outline deep work blocks, and anticipate possible friction points. And then try to track what you accomplish early in the week. Quick progress on essential tasks early in the week will build emotional inertia that carries you through the midweek. And then finally, on Tuesday evening, try to reflect briefly on what went well. Now, as the week unfolds, transition smoothly into collaborative effort. Wednesday and Thursday act as adaptive pivots and balance structure and interaction. Energy will dip naturally, but if you coordinate properly, you'll be able to preserve your momentum. So use the midweek to manage logistics and communication that support earlier deep work. Batch meetings, group brainstorms, and plan calls together to basically protect your attention. So keep meetings within defined time ranges like late morning or early afternoon, periods when social energy is naturally higher. And then set strict timeframes and clear objectives for each meeting. And then finally, immediately document the meeting outcomes. Quick written notes will prevent any loss of clarity and open loops. And then maintain moderate effort through rhythm. Work in 45-minute sprints, followed by short resets to basically conserve your energy. And on Thursday evening, try to reflect on your progress and recalibrate. Decide what will be completed Friday and optionally Saturday and Sunday, and what can roll forward into the next week. And between tasks, move briefly, hydrate, and breathe deeply. And when communicating with others, try your best to engage intentionally. Ask yourself whether each interaction moves your week's goals forward or not. Having awareness around this will filter out any signal from noise, and then feed any insights back into your core projects. Turn those discussions into decisions and ideas into concrete action steps so that nothing stays on your mind like a vague open loop. And then finally, end your week by transforming your actions during the week into lessons. Friday or Saturday can be your cool down period, a time to basically review, synthesize, and then set the stage for renewal. So take 15 minutes to evaluate the outcomes you had this week and ask yourself what worked well, what slowed you down, and what needs adjusting. And then write down your wins, your lessons, and your improvements, and any challenges you had during the week. And that way you'll turn your activity into tangible lessons that you can use. And it will transform your effort into basically unstoppable progress over time, because those lessons will start compounding and you're essentially creating your own feedback loop of improvement every single week. Now, something that helps me transition into real life is to basically create a deliberate sense of finality. I organize my desk, finish any loose ends, set up reminders, and then note down what must be done next week. And so I mark the end of my week with a simple ritual, usually a short journaling session, and the ritual acts as a mental switch that basically tells my system to rest after it's done. And then I try to fully disconnect through the weekend, especially from social media, and especially on Sundays, because my mind recovers in that stillness. And because of that, new insights, lessons, or ideas will often surface spontaneously during that time because I'm not chasing them, and I make sure to basically write them down, either as a reminder on Notion or in my notebook. Now, once your week flows in sequence and rhythm, just pause to recognize what you've actually built. Each week now operates as a self-sustaining feedback loop. It's structured, balanced, and reflective. And you've basically built a system that preserves focus, channels effort, and builds consistency that feels natural. Now, all you have to do is really keep refining, stay patient, and then let the rhythm compound. And over time, your productivity will increase quietly, shaped by repetition, and it will no longer feel forced, but simply lived. So with that being said, let's go over the review. We talked about the foundations of hyperfocus, clarity targeting, environment lockdown, time boxing and ultradian cycles, execution rhythms and the perfect week, the review, and finally your action items for the day or the next few days. First, build your week before it begins. Choose at least 2 deep days, at least 2 dynamic days, and at least 1 full recovery day, and then block them into your calendar. Then guard your focus windows as if they were meetings with your future self. Silence any notifications, clear your desk, and communicate your boundaries to others. And then finally, end every week by reviewing what worked, what didn't, and what can actually improve. And write down your insights before disconnecting for rest. This will transform your routine into a system of continuous refinement and improvement, and a machine for improvement that basically compounds over time. With that said, if you enjoyed this video, make sure to give it a like, subscribe to the channel for more, comment below to let me know what you would like to see next. And if you're an entrepreneur, creator, or a professional and you want to work with me personally one-on-one, then make sure to book a call from the second link in the description. And if you want this document along with this training, make sure to join the free community from the first link in the description. With that being said, thank you for being here, and I'm going to see you in the next one. All right, hello and welcome to this training. As you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is the core of dangerous confidence. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is first, the nature of confidence, the core framework, state engineering, social mastery, the review, and your action items for the day or the next few days. So without further ado, let's get started and talk about the nature of confidence. So confidence isn't some form of a magic trick or luck or something you're either born with or doomed to live without. Confidence is really a skill. And honestly, like any skill, it's built brick by rep, action by action. You see, the people that seem unshakable to you are not really, they're not some kind of different species or anything like that. They've just put in the work to basically wire their nervous system to handle fear, to act in spite of uncertainty, and to build proof for themselves over time. Once you start to see confidence as basically a system that you can build rather than some kind of a mystery that only a chosen few inherit, everything will shift for you and the entire game will change in your favor. Now, a lot of people believe that confidence is a feeling that you wait for before you actually act, and that's completely backwards. Confidence is the result of acting without it, right? Waiting until you feel ready is exactly how months, years, even decades just really slip away. And the person who jumps before they feel certain becomes certain because they jumped. Meanwhile, the ones who wait, they just feel stuck and stay stuck. That's why the people you know and you look up to always seem so far ahead. They moved before they were ready. And that movement, those reps, are what created the confidence that you now admire. So once you really get that confidence is built rather than gifted, you realize your focus really has to shift from emotion to execution. And that's where the power is. And the start of the whole confidence problem is really fear, which is fear of judgment, fear of rejection, fear of failure, fear of being seen as, not enough. And listen, these fears are totally normal, but when you don't check them, they basically freeze you right where you stand. And the real damage isn't the fear itself. It's the avoidance it creates. Every time you back away, you basically teach your brain that the fear was valid and that retreat keeps you safe. And that's why really so many people shrink over time instead of expand. They keep reinforcing weakness by basically retreating. Now, fear creates patterns. The more you avoid, the deeper those patterns get, the deeper the ruts get, and the harder it is to really steer out. And that's why your past avoidance shows up today as hesitation. It's literally been trained into you. So the only way to really break that cycle is to interrupt it. Now, that interruption doesn't magically erase fear, but it does prove that fear isn't fatal. And so each time you override avoidance, you basically break that rut and carve a new path, one that teaches your brain that safety lives in action, not retreat. And so if fear is the lock, action is the key, and evidence is the door that it opens. That's the combination. Real confidence doesn't come from hyping yourself up in the mirror for 5 minutes or pretending that you're fearless. It comes from evidence. Every time you face discomfort and win, even in the tiniest ways, you basically log proof that you can handle it, and that proof compounds fast. One rep leads to another, and before you know it, the thing that used to terrify you feels totally normal. And those little wins become receipts in your inner bank account, and every deposit increases your spending power in the world. So you can think of it like keeping score. You don't need to brag to others, but you do need to track your own wins. When your brain starts doubting you, you can now literally point to the receipts and you can say, I've done this before and I can do it again. And that's unshakable because it's actually built on real proof. And the wild part is the more evidence you stack, the less effort every new action takes. And so what once felt terrifying now becomes routine, and what once seemed impossible really becomes just another repetition. So that snowball effect is why confidence often looks like sudden transformation when it's actually slow, steady accumulation, like almost any real achievement. So once you see that evidence is the real source of confidence, you start to understand why repetition matters so much. You can't just build confidence through one-off moments. Doing something once can prove a point, sure, but doing it repeatedly is what really rewires your nervous system. Now, confidence isn't built on big bursts, it's built on rhythm, a steady rhythm that basically reshapes who you are at the core. And if you only act occasionally, fear will keep winning because it's scored more points. But if you keep showing up, then fear starts to lose its grip and confidence takes its place as your default. So you can think of confidence like a muscle you train. You wouldn't expect to really bench 100 kilos or 220 pounds after one gym session, right? So don't expect to feel unstoppable after facing one fear. The reps matter, the sets matter, the daily exposure, that's what grows the muscle. With every rep, you basically stack another brick in your wall of confidence. And over time, that wall becomes so solid that no passing doubt can really knock it down. And that's when people look at you and wonder, how are they so fearless? When in reality, they just don't see the reps. They just see the fortress that you've built brick by brick. And then once you've put those reps, something really powerful starts to shift your sense of who you actually are. So true confidence isn't about really faking it until you make it. It's more so about doing it until you become it. Each rep, each receipt, each moment of courage, it all shifts your self-image. And suddenly you don't see yourself as that timid version from your past, but rather you see yourself as someone who does the hard things. And that shift in identity is what makes confidence sustainable. Because if you only hype yourself up, the feeling will fade. But if your identity changes, the confidence sticks because now it's literally who you are. So when your actions line up with your desired identity, confidence just becomes automatic. You don't need to pump yourself up. You're just being who you believe yourself to be. And identity works like an anchor. Once it's set, storms might rock the boat, but you don't drift very far. And so, sure, you might feel nervous sometimes, but you snap back to center pretty quickly because your anchor holds. Now, identity gives you stability, but something else must make it feel alive, which is energy. Confidence isn't just mental, it's physical too. It's your body, your breath, your tone. All of these little things shape how you feel and how people feel you. And so think about it. A slouched posture, shallow breathing, low energy, all of these create hesitation. But having an upright posture, deep breath, strong tone, that creates a calm confidence. And energy is really about commanding your body to support your mind so they reinforce each other instead of fighting. And when you carry that energy, people feel it before you can even speak. It's basically silent confidence that radiates certainty. And the cool thing is, energy can actually be engineered. Quick movements, sharper breaths, even just speaking louder can flip your nervous system from anxious to alert. And when you activate your body, you literally hack your psychology. So when you understand that confidence is really built through courage, ownership, repetition, and evidence, you're now standing on solid ground. You've got a system that you can actually follow. And what comes next is where it all starts to click. You get a clear framework to shape your behavior, stack proof, and become the kind of person who radiates confidence naturally. Because this is where we break it down to its core, the simple but powerful model that holds the keys to mastering the entire process. So let's talk about the core framework. Now, the core framework basically distills confidence into 4 pillars that honestly anyone can apply: courage, ownership, repetition, and evidence. These 4 are the practical levers you can pull every single day. Think of them like the four corners of a foundation. If one is weak, the whole thing will wobble. But when all four of them are solid, you stand unshakable, no matter what tries to knock you over. So confidence always begins with courage, because without courage, you never even take the first step. And listen, courage isn't the absence of fear or some kind of fearlessness. It's the decision to act even while it's there in your chest. Every single breakthrough in confidence starts right there, in that moment where your hands might be shaking, but you still do it anyway. And you don't wait for fear to leave, you just move while it's screaming in your ear. And that tiny act of defiance, right there, that's the seed of every confident identity you'll ever build. And so the way you actually build courage is by exposing yourself over and over to the things that trigger fear. It sounds pretty simple, but that's how it works. Like if starting conversations terrifies you, the path isn't really avoiding them, it's stacking them one by one until your nervous system adapts. Exposure shrinks fear in direct proportion to how often you lean into it. See, courage isn't about huge cinematic gestures, it's about normalization. That first cold call might feel like death. The fifth feels survivable. The 50th feels totally normal and almost feels like a game. The act doesn't change, but your internal response does, because your body now recognizes it as safe. And here's the cool part: courage in one area spills over into others. Because once you've trained yourself to speak up in meetings, for example, it suddenly becomes easier to ask for what you want in relationships or try a new skill at the gym. Courage compounds across domains, and that's what makes it such a powerful entry point. Now, once you've taken that leap of courage, the next question is, what do you actually do with the outcome? That's where ownership comes in. Confidence dies the moment you outsource responsibility. So ownership is about claiming full responsibility for your choices, your behavior, your results, your growth, everything in general. It's the absolute refusal to play victim or sit around waiting for someone else to validate you. Now, this isn't about blaming yourself for everything. It's about reclaiming control. Because as long as the power sits outside of you, your confidence will always be fragile. So when something goes wrong, ownership means asking, all right, what part of this is mine to control and how do I fix it next time? That one shift alone and that one question stops you from feeling helpless and turns you into a problem solver. Now, ownership also means not waiting for applause. You decide your worth based on your actions, not on the approval of others. And honestly, that independence makes you untouchable because you're no longer chained to someone else's opinion. When you own the outcomes of your actions, you claim power over your own story. Even failure becomes useful then, because now it's feedback in your hands instead of a verdict that's passed down by someone else. So courage gets you moving, ownership keeps you grounded, but repetition, that's the one that burns it all into your system. See, confidence isn't built on like one or two isolated wins. Doing something once is nice, but doing it 100 times, that's transformative. Repetition is what turns fear into familiarity. Your nervous system doesn't care about motivational speeches, it only understands patterns. So if you repeat the hard things enough times, the fear signal fades and confidence becomes the new normal. This is what the science calls desensitization. Basically, what scares you today won't scare you after enough repetitions. Your brain literally resets its baseline based on what it sees again and again. Now, repetition also builds momentum. Every time you act, it becomes just a little bit easier to act again until eventually it actually feels weird not to do it. And so that's when action starts fueling confidence and confidence starts fueling more action. It becomes a reinforcing feedback loop. And it's not just about tolerating fear. Repetition builds competence, and competence itself breeds confidence, because once you're skilled, the fear of being found out really fades away and you know you can perform, and doubt just loses its footing. But here's the thing: repetition on its own isn't really enough. To make it meaningful, you got to track your results and collect the proof. And this is where confidence gets locked in, through evidence. Evidence is the receipts you gather that basically prove you actually are who you claim to be. Without evidence, confidence is just talk. But with evidence, it's undeniable. Every win, every rep, every action, it's a deposit in your internal bank account. The more you deposit, the richer your confidence becomes. And so keep a mental or some kind of a physical record of your wins. You can write down the calls you made or the workouts you crushed or the speeches you gave, the fears you faced in general, This log will now become your ammunition when doubt tries to creep back in. And listen, evidence doesn't lie. Numbers don't lie in this case. Your feelings might fluctuate, but the data is solid. If you've done something 20 times before, you can do it the 21st, no matter how you feel that day. And here's the magic part. Evidence gives you conviction. Once you've got the receipts, you really don't need to hype yourself up anymore. You've got the proof, and proof shuts doubt down instantly. So you won't need to look at yourself in the mirror and try to make yourself confident or give yourself some speeches or affirmations. Your affirmations are the receipts that you have, the evidence and the proof that you have of the things you've done. And so with courage, ownership, repetition, and evidence all working together, you've now got a real system. One that basically turns confidence from something you wish for into something you can build. The beauty of core is its simplicity. You don't have to overthink it. You just need to apply those 4 levers every single day. Now, even with a framework this solid, there will still be moments when your body and emotions basically betray you. You'll have the proof, you'll have the reps, the receipts, but right there in the heat of the moment, your energy can drop and hesitation can creep back in. And that's why the next step is really learning how to deliberately engineer your state so you can flip confidence on instantly, no matter what kind of pressure you're under. So let's talk about state engineering. So here's the thing. No matter how much courage, ownership, repetition, and evidence you've built, your state in the moment can totally make or break you. And so confidence isn't just something that lives in your head. It's expressed through your body, your tone, your breathing, and your energy. State engineering is basically the art of deliberately shifting your physiology and psychology so when that moment comes, you perform at your absolute best. Now, without this skill, even if you've got all the proof in the world, you might still stumble because your nervous system can drag you straight back into hesitation. But when you master this, you basically become that person who can literally flip confidence on at will. So let's start with the body, because it basically leads the mind way more than most people want to admit. When you slump your shoulders, breathe shallowly, and drop your gaze, your nervous system reads that as submission. And guess what? That instantly bleeds into your confidence. But when you open your chest, stand tall, breathe deep, you're sending biological signals of confidence and safety. And that shift doesn't just change how other people see you, it literally changes how you yourself feel. And so your breath is your first switch. Slow, controlled breathing calms your system, while sharp, deep inhales wake it up. You can use either depending on the state you need, like before a high pressure conversation, 2 minutes of deep belly breathing can actually steady your nerves. Before a sales call or a big pitch, 3 sharp inhales and strong exhales can flip you into a more alert state very quickly. So another tip here is posture. Stand or sit like you own the room. Chin level, shoulders back, weight balanced. Those small tweaks send massive signals to your brain that you're safe and in control. If you do it often enough, it becomes second nature. And before long, that posture automatically cues your brain into confidence. Now, movement is the secret hack most people forget. Physical motion unlocks psychological motion. When you feel frozen, shake your body out, pace the room, do push-ups, anything. Movement interrupts paralysis and injects energy. Tony Robbins used to say, and I guess still says, motion creates emotion. And so shaping the body is just the first layer. Your inner dialogue and your focus, that's what decides whether you rise or shrink in the moment. So what you focus on is literally what you feel. If you zero in on all possible rejections, your state will mirror fear. But if you focus on the outcome you actually want, or the value you're bringing into the situation, your nervous system fires up with drive instead of hesitation. And the movie playing in your head is what directs the movie of your performance. So ask yourself, what's my target here? Like before you step in, narrowing your attention on what you actually want to create keeps fear from hijacking your focus and keeps you zeroed in on the actual target. And the words you feed yourself matter more than you think. Saying I'm nervous reinforces nerves. Saying I'm ready reinforces readiness. And so both can feel true, but only one actually moves you forward. And the next one is using visualization, picturing yourself succeeding vividly, not as some fantasy, but as rehearsal. The brain can't tell much difference between imagined repetitions and real ones. So Visualization actually primes you to perform more fluidly when it counts. Now, when your body and your mind finally sync up, the next level is about locking into a rhythm you can access consistently. So state engineering becomes reliable when you tie it to rituals. Athletes do this all the time. You've probably seen some of them clap their hands, listening to that one song, repeat a mantra right before stepping into the arena. The ritual itself becomes a trigger that flips the nervous system into performance mode. And when you build your own pre-action ritual, your body learns to associate certain actions with confidence. So one of the tips here is to use something physical, an anchor, like tapping your chest, snapping your fingers, or clenching your fist, and pair it with moments when you actually feel powerful. If you do it often enough, that anchor alone can cue your confident state. The next one is music. Create a playlist that dials you straight into the energy you want. Your physiology literally responds to rhythm and tempo, so music becomes one of the fastest ways to shift your state. And then there's language again. Short, charged phrases spoken with intensity. They only work though when you say them with real energy, when you actually believe them. Whispering them half-heartedly doesn't actually cut it. So once your rituals are actually set, you'll find you can shift your state faster and more predictably. But here's the twist. Sometimes it's not about flipping a switch. It's about sustaining that state over long stretches, which means you've got to manage your energy holistically. So confidence isn't just about quick bursts. It's about stamina. Fatigue, poor nutrition, lack of recovery, they'll all drag you into low states no matter how mentally tough you feel you are. When your body is drained, your state collapses at the exact moment you need it most. And so that's why managing your energy through sleep, food, and movement is part of building unshakable confidence. So my first advice to you here is to master your sleep. Honestly, nothing sabotages confidence faster than exhaustion. Even the most trained performer will crack when they're running on fumes. And so rest isn't optional if you want to be in control of your state. The next one is fuel. Food literally alters your state. Heavy processed meals dull you. Clean fuel will sharpen you. Now the next one is exercise. Training your body doesn't just make you strong, it gives you vitality. A strong, fit body absorbs stress with ease, while a weak one collapses under it. So when your physiology, psychology, rituals, and energy are all synced, you've got the full toolkit to engineer confidence on demand. That's when confidence stops being something you chase and becomes something you can summon. Now, with that ability to command your state, the next evolution is really bringing that energy into the room with people. Confidence doesn't just live in your body or your mind. It shows up in how you connect, communicate, and carry yourself socially. And that's where we move into social mastery, where inner certainty transforms into outward influence. So let's talk about social mastery. Here's where it all comes together. Confidence that never leaves your head is incomplete. Real confidence, the kind that sticks, gets tested and proven in front of people. Social mastery is about translating that inner certainty into outward influence. It's the skill of walking into a room and owning it, but without arrogance. It's about speaking clearly without trying too hard and connecting with people in a way that commands respect naturally. And without this layer, confidence just becomes self-contained bravado. It folds under pressure, but with it, confidence becomes magnetic. So you know how people decide how to treat you within seconds of meeting you? That decision happens long before you even open your mouth. Presence speaks before you do. And so it's your posture, your eye contact, your energy. If you stand small, eyes down, shoulders caved in, people will assume smallness. But if you hold yourself upright, look people in the eye, and move with intention, they read strength. They respond not to your words first, but to your signals. One of the best tips here is using eye contact. Eye contact is such a simple but insanely powerful signal. Holding it calmly without darting away tells people you're actually secure. Breaking it too soon signals insecurity. So you don't have to stare anyone down, but just linger long enough to show you're not hiding. And then there's your voice, the tone, the pace, the volume. If you're speaking too fast or too soft, that can scream nervousness. If a steady pace and a clear tone, that projects composure. So you don't need to fake authority. Just slow down, breathe, and let your clarity do the work. Now, once your presence sets the tone, the next level is connection. Confidence isn't really about bulldozing people. It's about building rapport while staying solid in your own frame. People are drawn to those who listen as much as they speak, who validate without shrinking, who engage without dominating. So listening is an underrated superpower. When you give someone your full attention, they feel seen, and that builds trust faster than any clever line. Real confidence doesn't fear silence, it uses it. You can acknowledge someone's point without surrendering yours. Saying, I see what you mean, or that makes sense before adding your own perspective shows understanding. Insecure people have to win every sentence. Confident people can absorb and redirect. And don't underestimate stories. Stories bypass resistance. When you share experiences instead of lecturing, people will engage instinctively. They remember you. But let's be honest, not every interaction is smooth. So connection alone isn't enough. You've also got to be able to handle friction. So the way you handle conflict really reveals the depth of your confidence. The insecure either explode or collapse. The confident stay calm. They assert boundaries. They hold composure. Conflict is inevitable, but it doesn't have to shake you. When you can disagree without losing your center, people recognize your authority instantly. Now, your boundaries are drawn in tone, in posture, and in clarity. Saying that doesn't work for me with a calm firmness is way more powerful than shouting. Boundaries don't need volume, they need conviction. And listen, the ability to stay calm while someone's trying to rattle you is rare and shows strength. When you don't react, their power dissolves, and you don't have to outshout them. You just have to outlast them. Now, beyond conflict, this is where your confidence really shines in your ability to lead interactions instead of following them passively. Now, social mastery is leadership in micro form. It's being able to steer conversations, set the tone, and move people emotionally. You don't need some kind of a title to lead. You just need certainty expressed through your behavior. People naturally gravitate towards the one who carries certainty because certainty reduces their uncertainty. So leaders initiate, they start conversations, they make introductions, they break the ice. Waiting for someone else to act just sends one message, passivity. Initiating sends the opposite one, authority. Every interaction has a frame. It's like an unspoken set of rules that basically decide how things will unfold. The confident one sets the frame. For example, if you enter a meeting with a clear agenda, you instantly become the driver. If you show up waiting to be told what's happening, you're a passenger. And so just to be clear, influence isn't manipulation, it's alignment. Confident people lead others towards outcomes that benefit everyone because they believe they can move people without forcing them. Now, leadership builds authority, but real social mastery lives in the details, the small, consistent behaviors that quietly broadcast certainty over time. Now, small, repeated social behaviors are what reinforce confidence long term. Dramatic gestures might catch attention, but habits build reputation. And so, greeting people by name or giving them a firm handshake or making eye contact when you enter a room, pausing before you speak, these are all micro signals that stack up over time. So, they may seem minor, but together they create an aura of steadiness and reliability that people feel immediately. And they're the invisible threads of your social presence and the reason people describe you as confident without even realizing it's these habits that are shaping their perception. So one of them is remembering and using someone's name. It's such a small thing, but it's very rare. It shows you're actually there paying attention and that you value that person enough to actually remember them. And saying someone's name gives them that subtle hit of recognition. And over time, those moments stack up into genuine rapport. Another one is pauses, their power in disguise. When you pause on purpose, it shows you're not afraid of silence and it forces people to lean in. The insecure ramble to fill up space. The confident let silence do part of the talking. And that makes every word you speak land heavier because you're not rushing. And the next one is consistency. Confidence doesn't come from random highlights. It comes from your rhythm, being punctual, following through, showing up the same way every time. All of that builds predictability, and predictability breeds trust. Over time, people don't even question your confidence anymore because it's proven through consistency. You don't have to explain it. And when you master presence, connection, conflict, leadership, and those subtle habits, your confidence evolves. It moves from internal to external, from private to public. People don't just sense your confidence anymore, they experience it in every interaction. But here's the real full circle moment. True mastery doesn't stop with others. It doesn't even stop with the domains you've conquered. The most powerful confidence isn't built on applause or titles. It's built on the way you see yourself when no one's actually watching. When the room's empty and the noise is gone, that's when you find out what kind of confidence you've really built. If you can look at yourself and trust that person fully, that's the confidence no one can actually take away. That's the kind that carries you through every single season of your life. So with that being said, let's go over the review. We talked about the nature of confidence, the core framework, state engineering, social mastery, the review, and your action items for the day or the next few days. First, starting today, engineer your confidence on purpose. Don't wait for motivation, create it. Before every meaningful interaction or challenge, take 90 seconds to breathe, adjust your posture, and set your focus. That simple act trains your nervous system to associate preparation with performance. And if you do it enough times, your confidence stops being random. It becomes a reflex. Now, the next one is to apply. Don't overthink this. Use the core framework every single day. Pick one area that scares you and run it through the sequence. Courage to act, ownership of outcome, repetition of behavior, evidence of progress. Track it, write down what you did, how it felt, and what proof you earned. Watching that list grow builds a feedback loop of certainty that no pep talk can actually replace. And then finally, bring your confidence into the world. Each day, engage with one new person. Greet, compliment, or strike up a brief conversation and notice how your energy shifts. The more you socialize with intention, the faster your confidence will multiply. With that being said, if you enjoyed this video, make sure to give it a like, comment below to let me know what you would like to see next, and subscribe to the channel for more of these trainings. Now, if you want this document along with this training, make sure to join the free community from the first link in the description. And if you're an entrepreneur, a creator, or a professional, and you want to work one-on-one with me, then make sure to book a call from the second link in the description. With that being said, thank you for being here, and I'm going to see you in the next one. All right, hello and welcome to this training. If you're seeing this, then it's most likely December 1st, and there's about 30 days until the end of the month, which means there's exactly 30 days in which you can use to basically put yourself on a trajectory to completely change your life in 2026. So with that said, as you can see from the title, what we're going to be covering today is how to become unrecognizable in 30 days. And as you can see from the overview, what we're going to be talking about more specifically is the behavioral reset, goals, the 30-day overhaul, environmental lockdown and input starvation, the review, and then your action items for the day or the next few days. So with that said, let's get started and talk about the behavioral reset. So there is a single principle that people misunderstand their entire lives. You don't always change your life by thinking differently first. Sometimes you can change your life by behaving differently long enough for your brain to basically update its internal assumptions about who you are. Now, thoughts follow evidence. Identity follows action. Confidence follows proof. The person you believe yourself to be today is nothing more than a pattern of repeated behaviors that your brain got used to. So when the behaviors shift, the identity starts dissolving and a new one starts to take its place. Now, the nervous system changes when it gets repeated signals that the old version of you is no longer in charge. When your actions stop matching your previous patterns, the brain stops reinforcing them because they no longer serve a function. So physical actions send data to the brain, not just the other way around, which is why acting differently can actually force an internal recalibration. Over time, all these physical cues build a new emotional baseline, which then builds a new mental narrative or a new self-image or a new self-concept, whatever you want to call it, which eventually becomes how you see yourself. And this is why 30 days is such a powerful window. It's long enough to basically disrupt your old identity and your old identity loops, but short enough that your mind doesn't panic and self-sabotage. So the old identity, it's oxygen supply because you stop feeding it with familiar behaviors. And what replaces that oxygen is simple repetition, which slowly anchors a new identity into the nervous system. So once you understand this, the next step is really to understand how to cut out the behaviors that basically keep your old self alive so that there's room for a new one to form. So before you build anything, you clear the debris, right? Reinvention always has to begin with some form of subtraction. It removes the hidden anchors that quietly pull you backward. You're not adding discipline yet. You're not adding any new habits. You're simply removing what drains you, distracts you, or destabilizes you so that you can build from a clean slate, essentially. You can't expect momentum if your daily rituals and everything you do on a daily basis completely contradicts your goals for the next 30 days. So the first move is removing everything that keeps you tied to the identity that you're trying to outgrow. So you start by eliminating the habits that directly erode your capacity to execute. And these are the obvious culprits, but also they are usually the ones that you defend out of habit. So you need to completely cut out things such as alcohol, junk food, weird sleep patterns, late night dopamine binges, and repetitive scrolling. These are just the basics, and all of them drain your cognitive bandwidth more than you actually realize. So cutting, it just doesn't work unless you swap the void with something neutral. Otherwise, you'll just slip back into doing those things. So for example, you can replace snacks with water, or overstimulation and scrolling on your phone with just a little bit of silence, or reading books, for example. So removing the destructive triggers will in general reduce the emotional roller coasters and brings your nervous system basically back to a calm baseline. And you also need to clear any physical reminders of the old identity, like any clutter, messy spaces, digital chaos. You can even throw out or give to charity, some clothes and items in general. Just get rid of as much as possible in those 30 days. When your physical world is clean, your brain spends less energy trying to orient itself. So a simple environment will just reduce the friction so that taking positive action becomes easier and more automatic than not. So once the destructive habits are gone, you just need to look at the habits that aren't necessarily harmful, but still slow your momentum down. So first, you should shrink the behaviors that aren't hurting you directly, but keep you scattered and unfocused. So entertainment that numbs you, for example, or conversations that dilute your ambition, certain people in your life. And if you want to learn more about this, you can see the previous video I made. And any activities that feel productive but aren't actually really moving you closer to anything meaningful, all of them need strict boundaries. So decide when and how much you consume, and you can set specific windows for consumption rather than allowing it to bleed into your productive hours. And try to make sure that you track how much time you actually spend on these things so that you can see where the real leaks are, and make sure your allocation serves your goals first before allowing space for low value activities. Now, by reducing, you'll be able to stop accidental self-sabotage through overstimulation. Also, try to reduce the number of micro decisions you make daily so that the brain doesn't burn out on nonsense. So for example, you can batch tasks or prepare routines in advance and cut any unnecessary choices. A streamlined day in general will free up mental energy for the habits you're about to build. Now, after removing and reducing, you finally created the space to introduce small shifts that actually support your goals. Now you can fill the gaps with upward pulling behaviors. These obviously they don't need to be like intense or something like that. You shouldn't be throwing yourself into the deep end immediately. They simply need to tilt you into the right direction. So replace any reactive mornings with more structured ones, for example. Replace nighttime dopamine binges with rituals that are actually calming. These replacements will just give your brain a clear signal of what the new identity actually values. And after a while, the new behaviors will start feeling more natural than the old ones. Now, every low value action needs to get swapped for something that reinforces discipline, even in small ways. So you can trade endless scrolling for reading, like I said earlier, or trade reality shows for silence or classical music, etc. Or for an actual, for example, instead of watching a reality show, you can just go a step backwards and just watch a documentary. So these upgrades just will stack quietly and quickly because they don't really require a lot of willpower, just awareness of what you're actually doing. Now, behavior is one of the most important aspects as to how identity is built. So your brain believes what you repeatedly demonstrate and do. So when you stop acting like the old you, your mind stops identifying with the old you. It's that simple. So identity becomes a trailing effect, not necessarily a starting point. Most people try to change who they are first and then behave accordingly, which obviously that can work. We do a lot of that with our private clients. But in these 30 days, you're basically trying to flip the whole thing. You're trying to do all of that work in a shorter amount of time. So in these 30 days, you need to flip that order. You behave differently while still feeling like your old self, and eventually the gap closes. So every action you take sends a signal to your brain about who you're becoming. When your actions contradict your old habits for long enough, the identity built on these habits collapses. And so once the identity begins shifting and changing, decision-making becomes a bit easier because you feel internally aligned. And as your identity adjusts, you'll feel uncomfortable basically doing the things the old way because they no longer really match who you are becoming or who you are in those 30 days. And you'll notice friction where there used to be comfort, and eventually the new behaviors will just feel natural and the old behaviors will feel more foreign. Now, Once that identity starts shifting, the only thing that really locks it in is repetition and consistency. So the nervous system updates through frequency. You don't need some crazy monk-like discipline. You just need reliable follow through. And when you perform the same behaviors repeatedly across consistent conditions, your brain basically rewires. So over time, you become someone who acts automatically in alignment with the identity you're actually building. So daily repetition will build familiarity, and familiarity will build stability. And the more you repeat a behavior, the less resistance your mind will generate. And what once felt like effort eventually becomes your baseline and starts to feel way more natural. And every day you stick to your behaviors, you vote for your future self. So completing the behaviors builds trust in your own reliability, and that trust will lead to belief, and that belief will lead to internal certainty. Now, consistency eventually shifts from something you're doing into something you just are. The behaviors stop requiring motivation, and the habits lock into your identity and basically operate in the background. Like I, for example, don't have to think about sitting here and writing every day because it's just something that happens regardless of whether I feel like it or not. So with a core reset in motion, the next move is giving all of this direction. So you're not just behaving differently, but actually aiming all that energy towards something that's meaningful and structured. So let's talk about ABTH goals. You need to lock in absolute clarity before you try to change anything, because your brain cannot follow a direction it cannot see. So you need to sit down and extract the actual truth of where your life stands right now without softening it or decorating it. Vague starting points always produce vague outcomes. So you should treat this like a diagnostic of your life. When you write the truth down without any filters, you basically immediately create leverage, and you create pressure, because now you know where you are and you kind of know where you want to go. And that leverage will push you in ways that motivation never could. So this clarity becomes the anchor that guides every decision you make over the next 30 days. And the clearer it is, the faster you will move. So the ABTH framework is something that I talked about in a different video, but it's a clarity engine that basically gives you a fixed starting point, a defined target, a compressed timeline, and the exact habits that bridge the gap. So you should treat it like the blueprint that basically removes any confusion, removes any emotional guesswork, and forces you into structure that you can actually follow. And when you use ABTH properly, you'll know exactly where you stand, exactly who you're becoming, exactly how fast you need to move, and exactly what you'll be doing every day to make that identity shift real. So the framework gives your brain certainty, direction, and pressure, which is why it sits at the center of this entire process. So what ABT stands for is actual, becoming, timeline, and habits. Now, actual refers to your current reality across your habits, your routines, your patterns, your numbers, and your behaviors in the four pillars of health, wealth, love, and self. This is your real starting point. Now, B stands for becoming, and this is the desired reality you're growing into. Here, you basically define the goal and what your habits and actions must align with. T stands for timeline. This is the fixed timeline in which you intend to accomplish the goal. And the timeline creates pressure and urgency and basically forces faster adaptation by giving your brain a clear deadline and no room for negotiation. So in this case, it's the 30-day container that we're talking about. And H stands for habits. Habits are the behaviors you install so that the transformation doesn't stay theoretical, but becomes visible and measurable. And these are the daily actions you will need to do to basically transform your actual into your becoming. Now, starting with actual, you need to document your real numbers, your real patterns, and your real tendencies. Your system needs hard data to operate with. So write down your habits and numbers as they currently are, even if you dislike the truth. This is really important. You should stop lying to yourself about where you are. And then you can, for example, list your weight, your meals, your sleep, your income, your work hours, your content consumption, your social habits. These reveal the real architecture of your life. And then pinpoint what drains you, what distracts you, what wastes time, and what keeps you looping in the same place basically and keeps you running in circles. These patterns must be disrupted. And then capture your default emotional responses, your default impulses, and your default excuses. The old identity hides inside these details. And then finally, you should tell the truth without sugarcoating it. This process will basically shatter the illusion that you have less to fix than you actually do. Radical honesty here will give you a baseline that removes any denial and forces responsibility. Once you see the truth clearly, you have no other choice but to basically change it. You will see the gap between your desired life and your actual actions, and the realization will hit you in a way that you cannot ignore. And if you accept that this starting point is simply information and you don't shame yourself, then you can use it for fuel. You can use it as fuel for change. So keep the language simple and blunt so your brain cannot twist your reality into something softer. So once the truth is on the table and the real you is no longer hiding in abstraction, you'll feel an immediate need to define who you must become to basically escape the version of yourself that you just exposed. And this is why it's so important to be completely honest here. The next step is becoming. Here you will define a version of yourself that you must embody for the next 30 days. And this is about identifying the immediate upgrade that will pull you out of your current patterns with urgency. So you need to create a 30-day version of yourself that is believable, practical, and powerful enough to pull your habits upward. And this will act as a blueprint and give shape to your actions. Write a clear description of how this 30-day version of you behaves, eats, trains, works, thinks, and responds to pressure. And obviously you can keep that version of you after those 30 days. So try to avoid any vague traits and write concrete behaviors. Describe how they wake up, how they initiate their day, how they end their nights, what they tolerate, and what they refuse to negotiate. And identify their posture, their tone, their presence, their energy, and their internal language. And try to make very clear how this version of you handles temptation, stress, and inconsistency. These are the exact moments that used to derail you. Then write down specific numbers for every goal you have for these 30 days. Numbers remove any ambiguity and create measurable targets that your brain can actually track. So every goal must have a number attached to it, whether it's weight, body fat percentage, income, work hours, or daily steps, whatever it is. Numbers give you clear feedback on whether you're actually moving forward or staying stuck. So try to record these numbers daily so you can see progress in real time and adjust when needed. So for example, if your goal is to save money, then first off, how much money do you need to save? And secondly, how much do you spend every day? All these things can be turned into numbers, guys. Now, you should raise the standards of your daily actions so that they match the becoming identity rather than your old one. So clarify what becomes non-negotiable for the next 30 days, from training to sleep to work to focus, everything. And make sure that the standards push you past comfort but remain achievable enough so that you can actually repeat them daily without collapsing, and possibly repeat them after you're done with those 30 days. And then keep this identity simple and repeatable so that your brain can actually execute it easily and so that it doesn't create more friction than it needs. So once the upgraded version is designed, you'll need something that forces your system to move quickly and consistently instead of drifting like it usually does. So you'll build this transformation inside a 30-day container. This is the timeline part of this whole framework, the T part of the whole framework. And for the sake of this video, we've chosen a timeline of 30 days. So the human mind responds to urgency by increasing attention, tightening focus, and reducing procrastination. So time-bound constraints create intensity, and intensity creates consistency. So use the 30-day window like a psychological clamp that basically forces immediate action and movement. And try to choose a specific end date and treat it like an immovable checkpoint. This creates psychological pressure your brain cannot avoid. So pick the exact completion date and write it everywhere so it becomes part of your daily awareness, and tell yourself that every action from now forward basically answers to this date, and make this date the reference point for every decision so that you don't drift. You need to shrink the window of execution so that your system doesn't have room to negotiate. So decide quickly, act quickly, adjust quickly, and just keep moving. Use this pressure to eliminate any hesitation you might have. Hesitation is the gateway back to the old identity. Now, the next step is basically translating everything into actions and habits that repeat automatically. So you must design habits that bridge your actual state to your becoming state within the timeline you've set. Habits are the machinery of transformation. They will move you forward whether your mood cooperates or not. So you need habits that are small enough to be executed daily, but strong enough to shift your reality, and simple enough that you don't need to really think about them. So build 3 habits per pillar. For the health pillar, you can pick habits like fixed meals, set sleep times, workout days and times, hydration minimums, morning movement, daily steps, etc. When your body starts feeling better, the rest of your habits will become way easier to maintain. Now, for the wealth pillar, you can choose habits like daily deep work blocks, revenue generating actions, outreach numbers, and performance tracking. Anything that relates to your wealth goals. So give yourself no choice but to produce. And when you see your numbers improve, your identity will begin shifting automatically. For the love and relationships pillar, you can select habits that reinforce presence, communication, and emotional grounding. So these behaviors will regulate your nervous system and stabilize your mood. And better emotional discipline here basically translates into better decisions everywhere else. Now, for the self aspect, you can build habits like journaling, prayer, reading, learning, reflection, recovery, etc. These keep you internally anchored no matter how demanding the next 30 days will become, and you will regain authority over your internal world instead of letting impulses run the show and being reactive to everything that happens. Finally, put these habits somewhere visible so that you cannot escape them. Use a whiteboard, a notes app, a Notion dashboard, or a Google Sheet to track them daily and check them off every single day. Now, with these habits locked into place, your behavior will begin shifting automatically, and that shift will carry straight into the next layer of this process, where your body becomes the fastest lever for becoming unrecognizable in the next 30 days. So let's talk about the 30-day overhaul. So you need to treat your physical transformation as the primary driver of this entire 30-day overhaul. Once your body starts changing, your brain will follow and your emotions will stabilize and your discipline will rise naturally without you even forcing it. So you should commit to a fully structured, non-negotiable physical protocol that removes any randomness, removes negotiation, and removes every excuse you used to rely on. When your body begins operating at a higher standard, every part of your life will shift upwards. A regulated body always supports a regulated mind. So physical cues shape your identity faster than thoughts do, because physiological changes create internal evidence that you're becoming someone different. Every rep, every step, every clean meal, every morning will send a message to your brain that you're operating at a different level. Now, the brain updates its beliefs based on what it repeatedly sees you do, which makes visible physical improvement a powerful identity anchor. Once your body starts improving, you're going to feel a noticeable shift in energy, clarity, and emotional stability. And you should use your physical routine as leverage. When your body feels strong and stable, your discipline becomes easier to maintain. So a strong body pushes you towards better decisions, and willpower increases when your physiology is optimized. So your entire life will just elevate when your physical health becomes organized, intentional, and structured. Now, you must build your physical transformation around 4 pillars. These pillars will determine whether your body can sustain peak performance or not. The pillars are movement, nutrition, hydration, and sleep or recovery. And you need all 4 working together because each one supports the others. When one collapses, the others start failing as well. So the first part here is movement. You should move every day. Your body adapts through repetition, not occasional bursts of intensity. So try to aim for 8 to 12,000 steps each day. Just walking and having that steady movement will improve your mood, reduce your cravings, and stabilize your nervous system in general. And break the steps down into small chunks so it feels easy to hit your daily target. And you can pair walking with activities like sales calls or podcasts or reflection to reinforce the habit. Now, you need 2 to 5 strength training sessions weekly. So follow simple routines like push-pull legs or a full body routine so you can always know what to do and you don't have to really think about it once you get into the gym, and increase weights gradually over time. Also, try to insert small physical resets throughout the day to basically stay loose, energized, and sharp. You can use 1-minute posture checks or shoulder rolls during long periods of sitting, but just anything to keep you moving throughout the day. Use a few deep breaths every hour as well to just re-energize your brain. Now, when it comes to nutrition, you need clean, structured meals. Your food choices directly influence your energy, mood, focus, and consistency. So always opt for nutrient-dense, single-ingredient whole foods if possible, and completely eliminate anything that's heavily processed. And repeat the same meals often so that your energy stays stable and your decision fatigue disappears. To do that, you can use meal templates so that your mind stays clear. You can easily create basically a 1-week meal plan with your favorite meals and just keep repeating it every single week. And believe me, you won't get tired of it because 7 meals over 7 days, you're basically cycling through them every week. I don't think you would necessarily get bored. And if you do, then create a 2-week meal plan and cycle that And make sure you eat enough protein, because protein stabilizes blood sugar, which keeps your mood sharp and steady. So make sure to increase your protein intake to support muscle recovery and reduce cravings as well. And again, try to eat clean foods. Processed garbage food only slows you down. It lowers your mood and keeps you trapped in addictive eating cycles. And there's a lot more to this, but we're not going to go too deep into it today. But try to go for nutrient-dense, clean, whole foods, and prioritize whole foods that keep you energized. Remove any foods that pull you into cycles of fatigue, impulsivity, and just addiction, in short. So the next step is hydration here. So hydration controls your energy levels, it controls your appetite, and it can control cognitive performance and discipline. So try to drink 2 to 3 liters of water daily so your body can function at its peak. And also, it's better to sip throughout the day instead of drinking a lot in random bursts. So another tip here is to add electrolytes during training or long demanding days, or just in general. Now, when it comes to sleep, you need obviously consistent sleep. Recovery is the key to sustaining high performance. So try to keep a stable sleep schedule. Wake up and go to bed at the same time every day if possible, or at least as close as possible to the same time every day, and sleep in a cold, dark room with weighted blankets if you can. And before going to bed, use a simple wind down routine to help your body transition into rest. Dim your lights, or at the very least, turn off any overhead lighting and any screens, at least like an hour before bed, and use stretching, deep breathing, or some kind of meditation before bed to release any tension from the day. Journaling here will also help you to remove any of those ruminating thoughts that you might have as you're going to bed. Now, once these pillars are set, you need daily rituals that keep your body locked into a high performance rhythm. So the best way to do this is to install morning, midday, and evening protocols for yourself. Now, what they do is they basically turn your physical habits into automatic patterns that don't rely on motivation, and you can write them down somewhere and just basically follow them every single day. So in the morning, I would recommend to start with some kind of physical activation ritual. Your mornings will determine how the rest of your day unfolds. So drink water immediately to wake your system up, and then use a 5-minute movement sequence to fully wake your body up. This could be, stretching. It could be a bunch of push-ups. It could be just a quick run. It could be walking outside. Movement increases blood flow and pushes you out of grogginess. So even just a quick stretch or a walk can improve your day dramatically. In the morning, you can also review your targets so that your day begins with direction, and this will keep your priorities top of mind. It will also allow you to start the day with agency instead of reactivity. Now, in the afternoons, that's where most people lose discipline. So it's the perfect moment to reset and just maintain your momentum. So take a short walk to refresh your brain and energy. Walking clears any mental fog you might have. It increases blood flow and it helps you regain focus. It also allows you to obviously hit those daily step targets. So even just 5 to 10 minutes of intentional movement will lift your mood, reset your nervous system, and give you the clarity you need to maintain momentum through the second half of your day. Make sure you eat a clean, protein-heavy meal if you eat lunch. Keep your meals predictable and structured like we talked about so that you can avoid decision fatigue, and prioritize whole, single-ingredient foods that sustain your focus and stabilize your blood sugar throughout the rest of your day. Finally, use a 1-minute breathing break to basically regulate your nervous system and bring yourself back to center. Deep breathing resets stress by activating your parasympathetic nervous system, which calms your body and mind. Now, in the evening, when evening comes around, this is your chance to really prioritize recovery and make sure your body gets what it needs to perform again tomorrow by using evening rituals intentionally. So how well you rest will directly determine how strong, how focused, and how disciplined you feel when you wake up the next morning. So try to create space for your body to basically slow down by reducing any lights and noise so that your mind can start letting go. And then you can use some stretching, a warm shower, or gentle breath work to basically release any physical tension and signal to your nervous system that the day is complete, that you're safe, and you can relax. Then look at your physical targets for the day and check off what you completed. You could also do this first, and then you could create that space that we talked about. This simple act of reviewing and marking tasks as done will build self-trust by proving to yourself that you actually follow through on your commitments, and it reinforces your identity through action completion, which is obviously very important for the next 30 days. And it also reminds your brain that you're becoming the disciplined person you're aiming to be. Then set up your physical environment so that tomorrow can start smoothly by laying out your gym clothes where you'll see them first thing in the morning, for example, or prepping your meals, or at least organizing your ingredients so eating clean requires zero thought and effort, and you can actually reduce the friction as much as possible. And set up your hydration station with a filled water bottle ready to go so you can actually hit the ground running in the morning without any friction or decision fatigue, so that you don't reach for the white monster in the fridge before you reach for water, basically. Once your daily rituals are defined, you need measurable targets that show progress quickly. So these targets will give you proof that the physical transformation is actually happening. So make sure to hit your minimum daily step goal. It's the easiest way to burn calories and keep your mood steady. Just check your phone or your watch throughout the day to see where you're at, and you can sneak in extra steps whenever you feel like, during calls or at lunch or when you need a quick break. That way you'll hit your number without even feeling it, and without even feeling like you're adding another workout to your day, when in reality you actually are. And stick to a consistent strength training schedule. Muscle growth changes how you look and also how you see yourself. So use the same workout split each week so that you're not wasting energy figuring out what to do every time, and try to lift a little heavier or do a couple more repetitions than last time. It's that simple. That steady progress will give you real proof that your body is actually changing under the surface, even if it doesn't look like it in the mirror yet. Now, when it comes to your diet, keep it simple and focused, and just make sure you're hitting your daily protein target, because that's what keeps hunger under control. It's also preventing you from reaching for garbage food when you get any cravings. So use meal templates, as we discussed, to stay consistent, basically eating the same solid meals on repeat so that you're not wasting any mental energy trying to decide what to eat every single day. And make sure you actually track your recovery so that you don't burn out halfway through. So protect your sleep window every single night. And you can only do that if you actually track. That's when your body actually rebuilds. It's during sleep. So try to sprinkle in some quick rest moments throughout the day as well. Even just a minute or two of just deep breathing or stretching will actually activate your parasympathetic nervous system, and it will keep your nervous system from staying locked in overdrive. Now, finally, your environment needs to work for you, not against you. So the space around you shapes your choices way more than you actually think. And when your surroundings support what you're trying to do, everything gets easier. There's less friction, fewer temptations, and constant reminders of basically who you're becoming. So set things up so that the healthy choice is always the easiest choice to do. For example, you can put your workout clothes or in water bottle and supplements somewhere where you can easily see them in the morning, and make the good stuff basically easier to grab than the junk. And make sure you use little reminders around your space to basically keep you on track. This can be sticking notes or cues in places you pass by a lot, or scattering small visual hints around your home to basically help your habits stick. So for example, another example here is if you're trying to read more books, then scatter books around the house. Now, once your physical routine is solid, it's time to basically lock down your environment and what you're letting in, because if you don't, you'll keep pulling back into your old habits. So let's talk about environmental lockdown and input starvation. So you need to take full control of your environment. Your surroundings shape your behavior far more than your intentions do, and the places you spend time in, the people you interact with, the content you consume, and the stimuli in general that you allow into your system all decide how disciplined you actually become. So you should treat your environment as a force multiplier rather than a background detail. If your environment supports your goals, you will move faster and with far less resistance. When your environment is messy, distracting, noisy, or cluttered, your mind drifts back into the patterns that you're trying to actually escape. So you must engineer your space with the same seriousness you apply to your habits, because the right environment will make discipline feel natural. Now, the goal here is to basically make it so that the right choices are just easier to make than the wrong ones. You're basically designing your life so that the path of least resistance leads you towards your goals, not away from them. And your brain will always take the path of least resistance. So when you set things up this way, discipline doesn't have to be a constant battle. It actually just becomes the path of least resistance. You're just following the easiest route, and that route happens to be the one that's good for you. So make it as frictionless as possible to do the things that actually move you forward. For example, if you want to work out in the morning, then lay your gym clothes out the night before. If you want to eat clean, then prep your meals ahead of time. Just remove any barriers between you and the habits you're trying to build so that they feel natural instead of difficult. At the same time, you want to add more friction to the things that actually pull you off track. So if junk food is the problem, for example, don't keep it in the house. If scrolling social media kills your productivity, then either delete the apps, log out of them, or put them in a folder that you have to click on 3 times to basically get to. Make the bad habits annoying enough that you don't reach for them automatically, is what I'm trying to say. So your environment should constantly remind you of who you're trying to become. Every time you walk into a room, open your phone, or sit down at your desk, you should basically see cues that point you towards the person you're building. It's about creating a physical space that basically makes the new version of you feel inevitable. Now, after that, you really need to take a close look at the places where you're spending most of your time. The physical space around you has a huge impact on your mental state, as we've discussed in other videos on this channel, and on your behavior. So think about it. When you walk into a cluttered, messier room, your thoughts tend to scatter and you can't really focus. When you're in a clean, organized space, your mind feels clearer and more focused by default. You don't even have to work to get focused, basically. Your home, your workspace, and even your digital screens should all reflect the discipline you're trying to build. They're actively shaping how you think and how you act every single day. So start by setting up your home in a way that makes discipline feel easier and more natural. Go through your rooms and basically remove any clutter that's been piling up, and simplify your spaces and create some open, breathing room that lowers the mental noise you experience every time you walk through the door. And when there's less stuff competing for your attention, you basically notice that your mind feels calmer almost immediately without you even having to do anything. You're literally removing stuff. So even something as simple as clearing off a countertop or a table can make a real difference. Every time you basically see a clean surface, it actually sends a little signal to your brain that things are under control, and that subtle feeling of order helps keep you centered. It also sends a little dopamine hit to your brain as well whenever you see a clean surface. So the beauty of keeping things simple is that a minimalist environment is actually way easier to maintain if you think about it. When you don't have a bunch of random stuff everywhere, staying clean doesn't feel like a big chore. It just becomes a natural part of your routine. And another important thing here is to pay attention to the atmosphere in your home, to things like lighting, like scents, and even sound levels of TV or radios, etc., and or of the outside world can actually have a surprisingly strong influence on how you feel throughout the day. Now, during the daytime, try to keep your space bright, and if possible, keep it as quiet as you can. Natural or bright artificial light can actually energize you, sharpen your focus, and help you feel more alert and basically ready to tackle whatever's in front of you. Then in the evening, try to switch to warmer, softer lighting. This will help signal to your body that it's time to start winding down, and it makes it easier for your nervous system to relax and basically prepare for quality sleep. The next step here is your workspace. Your workspace deserves the same level of attention because this is where deep focus either happens or basically doesn't. So you want to structure it in a way that makes concentration feel like a natural default, not something that you have to fight for every time. So keep your desk as clean and as minimal as possible so that your attention naturally stays on the work right in front of you instead of wandering to random objects that are scattered around your space or room. And arrange your essentials in a logical way that makes sense for your workflow. When everything has its place and you can find what you need without really thinking about it, you'll stop wasting precious mental energy trying to search for stuff. You'll be able to just find it. It will also not be in the back of your mind. And try to cut down on any visual clutter as much as you can. The fewer things there are that are basically competing for your eyes' attention, the less your mind will drift away from what you're actually trying to accomplish. And beyond just keeping things minimal, make sure your workspace is physically comfortable so that you can actually sustain focus for long periods of time without your body starting to basically ache or feel fatigued. So try to dial in your posture setup, your chair height, your monitor position, your desk arrangement. Everything can be optimized so that you can work for extended stretches without your back, neck, or shoulders hurting, which obviously will impede your focus. And create a space that you can genuinely feel good about entering every single day. Because at the end of the day, you're going to be spending 8, 10, 12 hours in this space working. So you might as well make it pretty nice. When your workspace feels inviting and supportive, you'll naturally want to show up and do the work because it's just nice to be there. So the next step here is your digital environment. Your devices like your phone, your computer, your TV, your tablet, they're often the biggest gateways to distractions in your entire life. So go through and remove the icons, the apps, the notifications that constantly hijack your attention and pull you away from what matters. Be ruthless about this. At the end of the day, you don't want to spend your life basically checking your phone every time there's a notification or every time a new reel pops up. So turn off or silence all the non-essential notifications so that your brain can stop getting hit with constant dopamine triggers every few minutes. And if there are apps that you know trigger impulsive, time-wasting habits, just delete them entirely during these 30 days. You can always basically reinstall them later on if you want, but for now, just remove the temptation completely. And then restructure your phone and your computer's home screen to actively support your goals instead of undermine them. Put all of your productive tools like the apps and the programs that actually help you work, learn, and grow right in front of you, where they're easy to access and use, and then take all the distracting stuff and basically bury it deep inside folders that are several clicks away, and just make it annoying enough to access so that you won't reach for it automatically just out of habit anytime you feel bored. Now, once your physical and digital spaces are locked down, the next layer is really controlling what enters your mind. Let's talk about your inputs. So this is where you really need to starve out all that mental noise that's basically been keeping you overstimulated, scattered, and unable to focus on what actually matters. So the truth is, what you feed your mind over these 30 days is going to have a massive impact on how you think, how you feel, and how you act. So you've got to be ruthless about cutting out the low quality stimulation that's been clouding your judgment and stealing your clarity and focus so far. Now, when you clean up what's going into your brain, everything else starts to fall into place. So first, start by cutting your content consumption down to only what's truly essential. Most of what we consume every day is just noise that doesn't really move us forward at all. So set some real firm boundaries around those short form platforms that constantly fragment your attention and keep you jumping from one thing to the next without ever going deep on anything meaningful. And seriously consider removing the apps completely, or at least logging out for the full 30 days so that you're not really tempted to mindlessly scroll whenever you have a spare moment. And instead of filling your time with those quick dopamine hits, try to replace them with long form content that actually teaches you something valuable, like for example this channel, or even better, just embrace some silence and let your mind breathe. And try to curate the content you consume. Pick just one high quality content source that's directly aligned with where you're trying to go, and stick with it exclusively during this period. Just try to master everything that person is saying. This could be one mentor you really respect, one podcast that consistently delivers value, or one book series, or just one book in general that's a bit bigger, that's teaching you the skills and the mindsets you need right now. When you commit to following just one voice instead of bouncing around between dozens of different opinions, you drastically reduce the mental noise and the confusion you have, and you start to build real clarity and focus around that subject. So next is noise. You absolutely need to build in some real moments of silence throughout your day so that your nervous system can actually have a chance to calm down and regulate itself properly. So start by lowering or eliminating all that idle background noise that's constantly agitating your brain without you even realizing it. And what that means is turn off that random TV that's always on in the background, or that radio, and skip the chaotic playlist and just let yourself exist in a quieter environment for once. Give your mind permission to just be. You also don't necessarily need music to focus or to work. Just be in silence. Give your mind permission to just be, to just be there, without needing constant stimulation to fill every second of silence. And make it a point to intentionally build in some silent moments during your walks, while you're eating your meals, or during your breaks between tasks. I see a lot of people only taking walks while listening to a podcast, or only eating while watching YouTube or TV. Give your brain a moment to just enjoy what it's doing at the moment. You don't have to be distracting it all the time. Silence isn't empty or boring. It actually gives your brain the space it needs to process everything that's been happening, to integrate what you've learned, to reset itself. Once you start incorporating more silence into your day, you'll notice pretty quickly that you feel mentally lighter, you're more grounded, and you're way more centered than you felt in a long time. Now, when it comes to people, you really need to be intentional and selective about who gets access to your time, energy, and emotional bandwidth during this transformational period. So pay close attention to how different people in your life actually impact your mood, your energy levels, and the choices you make day to day. So if someone consistently brings tension, drama, confusion, or negativity into your life, it's okay to create some space and distance from them for now. Keep your circle intentionally tight during this 30-day period, while you're building the new version of yourself, because you can't afford to have people pulling you back into your old patterns during those 30 days if you're planning on making a strong entry into 2026. Instead, try to spend your time with the people who genuinely reinforce discipline and support the changes you're actually making. Actively seek out relationships with people who challenge you and raise your standards, who hold you accountable and who inspire you to keep pushing forward. Choose to surround yourself with people who celebrate your growth, who encourage your evolution, and who genuinely want to see you become the best version of yourself. Next, make sure to set up some solid boundaries that actually protect your attention. Without them, you're just basically going to keep leaking discipline through all of that constant stimulation that's coming at you from every direction. So when you put these boundaries in place properly, your days will naturally start to feel so much cleaner, calmer, and way easier to control without having to fight yourself constantly. So the first thing you need to do is silence absolutely everything that has the potential to disrupt your focus and pull you out of whatever you're doing. So make a commitment to keep your phone completely quiet during all your working hours so you're not constantly being interrupted by every little notification that comes through, and set things up so that only your truly essential contacts have the ability to actually reach you during your focus time, and let everything else wait until you're ready to deal with it. Now, you also need to actively reduce all that information overload that's been bombarding you nonstop. So put some real restrictions on how often you allow yourself to check the news, scroll through feeds, or respond to messages throughout the day, so that you're not constantly feeding your brain more stuff to process. And whenever you catch yourself about to consume more content, make a conscious choice to take action instead. At the end of the day, that's what will actually move you forward during these 30 days, rather than just filling your head with more information. And during these specific hours when you know you're most vulnerable to getting distracted and falling into old patterns, you should actively block access to those platforms that basically tend to pull you in. So don't just rely on willpower alone here. Actually use app blockers, focus modes, or whatever tools you need to basically create some friction between you and those apps, and to support your discipline when it's hardest to maintain. So make it a habit to physically keep your phone completely out of reach when you're working on something important, or when you're training, so that you're not even tempted to grab it reflexively. So once you've got these restrictions locked in and working for you, the last critical layer you need to tighten up is really your social environment. Because the reality is that the people around you are quietly but powerfully reinforcing who you're becoming every single day, whether you realize it or not. And if you want to learn more about this, then again, check my previous video on the subject. But your social life is an ecosystem that's actively influencing your identity and shaping your behavior patterns every single day. So during these 30 days especially, you absolutely must protect your energy fiercely and deliberately, and avoid putting yourself in environments or situations that encourage your old habits and pull you backwards. So the first step here is to be willing to take some real space from the people who consistently drain your discipline and make it harder for you to stick to your standards. Start paying attention to which specific people in your life tend to trigger those old patterns and behaviors that you're actively trying to leave behind, and make the tough but necessary decision to reduce your contact with those people until your new identity has had enough time to stabilize and basically become your default way of being. So instead of spreading yourself thin, intentionally surround yourself with the people who genuinely align with your standards and who naturally reinforce the person you're trying to become, and actively lean into the conversations and the relationships that consistently lift your mindset and challenge you to think bigger and act better. And focus your energy on building and deepening connections with people who actively support your discipline and who celebrate your growth, rather than questioning it or trying to pull you back down like a crap. So now that you've got your physical environment dialed in, your inputs carefully controlled, and your social circle fully aligned with the person you're actively becoming, you're finally ready to basically close the loop to this entire transformation and bring all of these different pieces together for the next 30 days by basically taking action. With that being said, let's go over the review and your action items for the day or the next few days. So we talked about the behavioral reset. We talked about ABTH goals. We talked about the 30-day overhaul, environmental lockdown, and input starvation. We're at the review right now. And finally, your action items for the day or the next few days. First, write out your full ABTH map for all 4 pillars and keep it somewhere you'll see constantly, so you begin the next 30 days with direction. Clean your environment, purge your inputs, and set up your physical protocols so your behaviors become easier to follow. And finally, follow your habits for the next 24 hours without any negotiations, so you can actually build immediate evidence that you're already beginning the transformation. With that being said, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, give it a like, subscribe to the channel for more, comment below what you'd like to see next. And if you want to work with me personally, then make sure you book a call from the second link in the description. If you want this document along with this training, then make sure to join the free community from the first link in the description. Once again, thank you for being here, and I'm going to see you in the next one.